Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbra Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
We won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
The assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Amelak Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
Good to see you again.
And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right. It's Monday, August 10th, 2026, 11:37 a.m. And I am a little late, and I apologize. We had a lot of big business deals that we had to deal with. When are you going to stop wearing suits, bruv? Never. This suit that I'm wearing currently with the tie, the tie is actually my grandfather's, and my grandmother gave it to me last night as a gift, and I'm very excited to wear this week all of these vintage ties from the 60s that my grandfather wore all the time. He doesn't wear ties anymore, but I love this tie. So, yeah, of course, the conversations that were taking place behind the scenes were big business deals in the beautiful nation state of Singapore. You already know. But in any case, folks, we're live. We're alive. We got a lot going on. We're going to talk about commodities trading. We're going to talk about big business deals. We're going to talk about the Strait of Malacca. We're going to be talking about the Strait of Malacca and the Strait of Hormuz. You know, the Strait of Malacca. Doors open. The Strait of Malacca. In any case, I don't know why I just like saying it like that, but yeah, we're going to talk about the Bosphorus. I love commerce. I love commerce. I love imports. I love exports. Anyway, Kai is so cute. I know. I know her ass is tired because doors open is usually a MK Ultra trigger activation code for her. She usually will lock the fuck in and will be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's time for me to be a guard dog. But anyway, doors are open, but the straits are closed, unfortunately, which is very devastating. Which is very devastating. Almost as devastating as the fact that, unfortunately, thank you. You're on camera. Oh, wait, you're not. Never mind. Yeah. As a shipping magnet. It's devastating to do business with the beautiful city-state of Singapore. You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. Drink your coffee. I'm just tired. I'm just tired all the time. I'm tired all the fucking time, but I feel pretty good. I got a good chest day in. I got a pretty good chest day in, folks. So, I'm feeling pretty good about that. Did you thank Murat for posing with his bike? Okay, I don't like that you guys know too much about my, like, the intimate details of my life, that you know whose bike it is. I want you to think I'm cool, and that's my bike, and that's my electric saw. Anyway, what does your mom say about the Rolling Stone article? I mean, she's my op. She's my number one op. She made it into New York Post. She loves it. I try to explain to her that it's not, you know, it's not great to be on oppositional media, but in any case, folks, we're live personal news. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on. Hasan confirmed to be the biggest Judea supporter on Twitch, advocating for venture capitalism with China. That's wild. Biggest Judea supporter? What the fuck does that even mean? Like, is this your long-winded way of saying is this you being anti-Semitic? I'm a little bit confused. Like, are you saying that, like, I'm Jewish and only Jews do commerce and venture capitalism? And with China? What? Are you okay, man? Yo, put this guy in a med bed right now. Gods, put him in a med bed now. Anyway. Morning Joe is on one. Yeah, I didn't watch the full thing, but I saw him like on the verge of tears, which is very funny. So we'll look at that. We'll look at my goat Joe Scarborough. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting times that we're around. Interesting time to be alive. Oh, so all these places talk about you but never have you on. Yeah, they're scared of my swag. So where was I? Oh yeah, personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I ended the broadcast yesterday early because I had dinner with the fam. Okay. Dinner with the whole fam and nothing but the fam, so help me God. Everybody came over. It's for my mom's birthday. And it was great. We had a phenomenal time. We had some food. And I, of course, was not a chud-ass loser, so that's good. I was being a regular chud, not a loser-ass chud. Happy birthday, Anne. And that's it. That's all I got for personal news. I went to bed. I woke up early. I worked out. Kaya got a good workout in as well, as you can see. It was chest day. It's the second time I've done I did chest day on Saturday. I did chest day again on Monday. I'm trying to really pump it, you know? Trying to really get these titties looking nice. But yeah, got them titties looking nice, mammaries ready to milk. And I went to my tailor because I'm working on getting a cool zoot suit done for Streamer Awards. And that's it. Why is Woke One being oversimplified to remember when we cared about police violence? I don't know. I don't know why people are like deliberately misunderstanding it, or maybe it's because it's intentionally vague. We'll talk about that a little bit. I think people are. It's not like a legitimate. It's not a legitimate ideology, and I think that's part of the reason why. Planning outfits in advance, yeah, you already know, baby. All right, so how close to 3:15 are we? Further ever than ever before in my life. I'm so weak. Raytheon and Lockheed are trying to stop Ukraine from making interceptors faster and cheaper. That's so funny. That is. Sean was right. I wonder what Sean's analysis is. I can probably guess what his analysis is, but I think people, it's vague. Like some people think it's just everything and anything, and that we're just like doing crass, vulgar class reductionism and white supremacy to win votes or something. And then others think that it's, anti-police abolition or anti-defund the police. Some think it's saying that like Black Lives Matter was a bridge too far. I just don't think it's any of those things. I think everyone is using their own definition and it's like intentionally vague, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. We all know woke means black. It's dumb to play into it. No, I think that's the problem. I don't think everyone else thinks woke means black, but I think for a lot of black people, because wokeness was invented, like woke as a concept was invented by black people. So there's this like weird, there's this weird disparity between what the origination of the term is, how it's perceived in black communities, and how it's perceived outside of the black community. Because like there's the unks, like the OGs, right? There's the unks, the OGs. For them, woke meant something entirely different than what it turned into. But woke broadly just means like being awake to the realities of white supremacy, right? For the OGs, woke was like Hotep, right? But then I think like post 90s into like 2000s, woke within the black community started turning into just like being aware of white supremacy. But I think the mass adoption of woke, which is just like every other thing that, black people have invented in terms of like, cultural artifacts that come from the black community, it just turned into something entirely different. And initially it just meant like, because they would call me Woke Bay in like 2016. I don't know if you guys remember, but it turned into something totally different than just like being aware broadly of like the systemic factors involved in anti-blackness, in white supremacy. And it turned into just like broadly being liberal, progressive. And then, of course, in the same euphemism treadmill, it turned into something that Republicans were negatively polarized against. And I think what that turned into basically was like, things that are woke and gay. Like, so for some, I think woke means like a shallow idpol focus that's cynically deployed to your left flank, which is, the way I sometimes use it. And then for others, it's for the Republicans, it just means like any expression of empathy, right? Like for the right wing, for the reactionary, woke is just like, oh, you have empathy for someone who's not you. You're a fucking idiot. Like you should kill yourself. That's what they say is woke, right? Empathy is a sin. Vices are actually virtues. We're vice signaling. That's the way that Republicans operate. So it's at this point, it's like 15 layers removed from its origination, which is usually how it goes. Black people invent something cool in terms of new terms, downloaded, right? And then it gets mass adopted and turns into something entirely different, takes a life of its own. And then I used to say jokingly that the end point of the cool factor of a term that oftentimes comes from like queer communities and black communities is when a white newscaster in a local news in the heartland, like on the weather broadcast, starts using it, right? Crash Out's a great example of this. Even Cool, I think, originated in a similar way. Like it just gets appropriated, mass adopted, and then like old white ladies start using it, and then it's just like it's run its course. It's now a part of the lexicon broadly. Everyone knows what it is. Everyone is using it. And then, you know, decades later, you don't even think about who invented it, right? Like cool is a word that everyone uses all the time. It's taken a complete life of its own, when in fact, I suspect it came from the black community. So, you know, that's what it is. All right, so that's how it goes. But we'll get into that. I'm not an etymology nerd, but I got a very nuanced opinion on woke 1 versus woke 2, because I was there. I was there when, you know, I was there when the rules were being written. In any case, we'll get into all of that and more. But before I do that, I was talking about my own personal news. And yeah. Is this accurate about Zoran versus Abdul?
Mayor Mamdani, what are your thoughts on Donald Trump? You know, me and the president disagree on a lot of things, but I'm always open to have a conversation with anyone and, you know, have a discussion, because I think that's what's really important and what's great about America. You're so wholesome and sweet, Mr. Zoran. Abdul El Sayed, what are your thoughts on President Donald Trump? The guy who shits his fucking pants? Yeah, I mean, we could call him that, probably. Would you talk to him? Yeah, I'd love to have a conversation with him, as long as Benjamin Netanyahu isn't his mouthpiece. Ooh. Wow. God is ass. Yeah, you're right. Zoran, Mayor Adams says that you don't have experience. What do you say to that?
Okay, this is young phaillennial propaganda attacking older phaillennials. Okay, or this is probably like an older Gen Z. This is a zillennial shitting on older millennials. Okay, I know what's going on here. You ain't slick. Okay, you ain't fucking slick, big dog. Get your 27-year-old out of here. Okay, your 27-year-old ass out of here. You ain't slick, motherfucker. This is definitely a zillennial who feels a sense of closeness to the younger millennials, like Zoran Mamdani, and feels like the older millennials on the older side, like Abdul, are corn dogs and maybe way more aggressive.
Yeah. You know what? What Mayor Adams thinks I lack in experience, I gain in confidence. Good for you, Zoran. That smile is so infectious. Abdul, Mike Rogers says that you're dangerous. What do you say to that? Oh, really? Did he say that before or after taking the boot out of his mouth? Oh, I don't know. After? Yeah, look, as long as Daddy Trump tells him what to do, I don't give a fuck what Mr. Rogers has to say. Okay, Abdul. Roger that. Roger that. Yeah, roast the shit, Abdul.
How old do you think millennials are? I mean, I don't know. I feel like the older millennials are almost like 50 now. And we're like the youngest. I think the youngest millennial is basically like, what, 32? Another Vox segment. Yeah, it's separate, though. It's separate. Just taped with Neera Tanden and recording with Hassan the Hun later this week. How real is the Democrats' big tank coalition? Subscribe to America Actually whenever you podcast, whatever. They won't have me anywhere near these people, man. These people just want to talk big shit. They just don't want to have a direct conversation. It's fucking mad annoying. More Mamdani agitprop.
You did not see Spider-Man in Central.
We played this already, but I'll play it again.
Of course not, but y'all believe anything when you're not from here.
Whatever.
Hold up a second, I'm gonna order real quick.
Right.
Yo, can I get a bacon, egg, and cheese?
Nah, man, all of our systems are down.
Oh, that's cool. I'll just call Mom Donnie. He'll come fix it.
That's not how Mom Donnie works.
Did somebody say New York? Mom Donnie! How you doing, man? Another day making the city safer for New Yorkers. Problem should be fixed now.
Did he just fix an electrical issue by himself?
Nah, man, it was a couple of our highly intelligent public service workers. Now, who wants a drink from the new water fountains at the new soccer field?
Me! I got water in my house.
Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
I said I got water in my house.
Oh, yeah, we got that too, and all the new stuff, and the mayor, and the Knicks.
Hey, I'm gonna let you go, man. You breaking up.
Oh, the Wi-Fi from our fast and free bus must be breaking up. I'll call Mom Donnie real quick.
No, don't call Mom Donnie.
Did somebody say New York?
Mom Donnie!
Sorry for the inconvenience. To make it up to you, here's some ice cream and a free puppy.
Yay!
What? Hold on, sorry. He's talking this girl through a breakup real quick.
Why is he doing that? That's not his job.
Well, really, he inspired us to come together as a community and embrace her with the heart of the city. This is why I love living in New York. Did somebody say New York?
Mom Donnie! Hang up on me, bro.
And tomorrow I'm gonna get those potholes fixed.
Right now.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's actually bullshit. No, it's fucked up. I think it's it's fucked up, bro. It's fucked up. You don't get to have the most robust transit infrastructure in the country and be like a real city and have a good mayor. It's fucked up. Yeah, I'm peanut butter and jealous. What kind of stupid question is this? I've been talking to some rich people too behind the scenes. They fucking hate his ass. It's really funny. The Ken Griffin thing that he did and the pied-à-terre tax like revelation that he did, rich people are legitimately not having a good time. Like they are like, why would you put the crosshairs on like these wealthy investors in the city? And it's like, yeah, I don't know, maybe because he's putting the fucking working class on his back. They hated the Netanyahu video too. I was talking to a bunch of different people who were telling me like they fucking hated the Benjamin Netanyahu thing. They're like, I've heard from people who did the classic like, you know, I'm very critical of Mr. Netanyahu, but, and it's like, okay, dude. What capitoids you talking to? Don't you worry about it, baby. Stop, bro. I'm already jealous. And now rich people aren't having a good time. Yeah, they are. It is kind of funny. They are terrified of this man. Dude, I'm a fucking Singaporean shipping magnet. Like, what do you mean? Of course I'm talking to rich people. I do import export, big dog. Fuck you mean? What kind of capitoids you talking to? Hello? Hello? I'm a shipping magnate. An Ottoman billionaire. Fuck are you talking about? Shipping magnet or magnate? Magnate and magnet. I'm a shipping magnet and a magnate at the same time. I'm both. I'm both. Singapore, I'm coming. Okay. You might be mad at Mom Donnie for his new video targeting shippers like yourself. Yeah, bro, why do you think I don't have a second home in New York? Because he hates international commerce, dude. That's why. I have yet to purchase a multi-million, maybe $1 billion mansion, really, in New York City, in New York, because I'm terrified. Because he's gonna put me on the chopping block. I want to move units. I want to move millions, if not billions of dollars of commerce money into New York City, but I can't do it because Zoran Mamdani is the mayor and he is making it. He's making life a living hell for rich guys like me. Anyway, what happened to the Newsom interview? What do you think happened? What do you think happened? All right, so all jokes aside, let's blast it off. Let's blast it off. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it popping. Do we have a blast off meme for the folks out there? We're going to talk about Monday, Newsday, Ukraine drone strike, woke 1.0 versus 2.0. Public enemy number one. Still giving aneurysms to MSM. Wisco governor race tomorrow. Florida coming up. Noah Colwyn here. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Blast off meme. Condom hummus. Okay, we got a condom hummus. Do we have anything else? What the hell? Bro, I said, give me a blast off meme, and you sent me a photo of Jeffrey Epstein and Austin shredded. What the hell is wrong with you, man? That's insane. No, I will not be putting that. Okay, the Pokemon one is good. Stop. Is it news time, newsman? Yeah, get to the news, newsboy, they say. Well, fear not. The news is here. The news is here. I think I'm about to my involvement with political campaigns has actually created a very funny, very unique media environment. I will say this. I never thought that it would get to a point where like there is legitimately something. There is legitimately something going on where whenever people encounter what I'm doing with like the most negatively framed clips, okay, people for some very strange reason they don't have like a normal reaction. They don't just look at it and go, yeah, I disagree with this guy, but it's clear that like, you know, he's captivating the attention of the, you know, disaffected, disillusioned masses or anything like that. As an Iranian telling you, go to hell, motherfucker, you are terrorists for sure. Yo, anti-white racist trash, careful out there. What's going on, man? This is just as I said, there's just something that happens to the minds of people where they cannot see me as like a normal person. Immediately people jump to say it, like to prove the point. I find it very odd. Like people will be like, you want to like end the white race, right? Like there's people who legitimately and sincerely think I want to like end the white race through the consensual act of miscegenation, which is like inherently a white supremacist position, but a lot of people I think either don't reckon with that reality at all, or maybe at this point they do realize it, but they just openly identify as white supremacists. I don't know where the white supremacists are at. I don't know where they're at. But I think I'm a pretty chill guy. You know? I'm a pretty chill dude, I think. I like to think of myself that way. You know? I am the real Shah of Iran, big dog, alongside Patrick Bet Davido. I'd say you like pool parties, Law. Yeah, I mean, I'm chill. I like a nice Maoist pool party. You know what I'm saying? I like to attend a nice Maoist pool party. Not a normal one, but a Maoist one. Real talk, your Carvel might be better than your PBD. The suit does not give chiller vibes. Yeah, I like to do a Maoist pool party every now and then where we do a land acknowledgement and, you know, the cocktails are actually woke somehow. You know, we're making sure the cocktails are appropriately themed, you know, gender non-conforming martinis, stuff like that. Yeah, woke tales. But I don't know. I just find it so strange. I just find it so motherfucking strange that people just doing it. People behaving. No shots at the Maoist pool party? Yeah. Yeah, Maoist pool party, you know, we do a little bit of self-crit. Obviously, there's a struggle session podium there as well for people who have engaged in counter-revolutionary rightist behavior. You know how it is. Yeah. Bartender, please make me a consensual sex on the beach. Yeah, that type of shit. That's the timing we're on. You know? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Just voted for Mr. Oliver Larkin. Hell yeah. Early voting started in Florida. Remember, Oliver Larkin for Florida 25. Elijah Manley for Florida 20. Angie Nixon as well. We got a Florida slate, and they're fantastic. But do we get canceled now? We say woke and gay. First of all, I've been saying it, and I'm never going to stop. Like, I didn't stop being who I was during the peak of woke 1.0, right? With call out culture, cancel culture, that certainly was like super aggro. But I didn't stop being progressive either, right? Like, there's always going to be excesses. I'm just the guy who is progressive, cares about these things, but also, you know, wants to have fun and sometimes recognizes that it gets a little out of hand. But I don't think it's the end of the world, and it's certainly preferable to the neo-Nazi nonsense that we got going on right now. So that's my attitude. We'll get to that. We'll get to woke 1.0 versus woke 2.0. You need to legitimately do some sort of public campaign of these new channels that actually bring you on, increase the contradiction and the pressure. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think the news channels are going to have me on because they have access. They have access to my line, you know. They know they got my phone number. They could ask me on. They just choose not to on purpose because I think there's a couple executives that think it's more beneficial to disparage than to, in their minds, platform, right? You talk about 2020 like it was the Cultural Revolution. No, of course not. No, don't be ridiculous. I'm just saying it was like kind of annoying at times. That's it. We're very privileged people. We're very, very privileged people here in the United States of America. We're in the heart of empire. So like, at most, the excesses are going to be quote unquote social crimes or social excesses. It's never anything like material. This is an unbelievably reactionary country at the end of the day. Our systems are very far to the right, you know, whether it be unexamined whether it be unexamined white supremacy in our institutions or, you know, the draconian attitude that every American has towards the carceral state, towards crime and punishment. It's just, you know, I'm specifically talking about America shit, first world problems. This is a first world problem situation. This is not like anything material. At most, it just creates some kind of, I guess, quote unquote backlash or a negative response, right? It is really funny that these fucking neo-Nazis are just like, Hasan Piker, we're going to destroy the white race, bitch. That's what we're here to do. Huh. This guy goes, but he's white, isn't he? I like that the satirical assessment of the right-wing conspiracy of the Great Replacement has, you know, reared his ugly head once again. And not only has it done so, but they're just like, should I say I'm more white than you? want to say I'm more white than you, Italian man. You fucking meatball. Yeah, so shout out to Adri, who clocked this, by the way. The Fox News guy admitting that they don't have anything but the fuck Hasan card. Well, we'll start our day there. We'll start with that one before we get to MS now losing their dang minds. Here is Mario Parker on Fox News explaining why it's bad for Republicans to continue to play the Hasan Piker card. Now, by the way, Adri, let me say something. Your descriptions are getting a lot better, which is very cool. Like you frame it well. Look at that. That's good framing. You don't just put the quote in as it is. You leave no room for misinterpretations. You're cooking.
And well,
but yeah, here, let's take a look.
And well, as Francesca mentioned, you saw Chuck Schumer and other moderate Democrats try to beat that wave back. They ultimately lost, just like they did in places like New York and Colorado as well. What you see, I mean, you saw El Sayed refuse to denounce Piker. Also, Piker has a strong following within the Democratic Party. I mean, there's no other way around that. He's got about 5 million followers on places like YouTube and Twitch. He's solved some of the Democrats' problems around masculinity that they've had over the last few years as well. And speaking to those young men that Trump ended up taking in the 2024 and 2020 election also. So it's something that the party is going to have to navigate. Now, the problem for Republicans here, when I speak with them, is that this is the only card they have to play right now in many places like Michigan and elsewhere. You have to be careful, according to the Republicans that I spoke to, because
if you didn't say America deserved 9/11, Fox wouldn't have shit on you. Are you insane? Yes, they would. What are you talking about? Half of the quotes that they use are shit out of context post October 7. Yeah, Fox News would never be able to find a socialist anti-imperialist with the name Hasan. They'd never be able to negatively frame a guy like that. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, Fox News would never use some that's like totally ridiculous.
because at the end of the day, even with this socialist argument, they're still talking about rent, groceries, the cost of living. So you have to be very careful not to over-torque those arguments.
And Shannon,
yeah, they kind of briefly admit it. Like that's the meat and potatoes of it all, right? Like every time they're yelling about socialism this, socialism that, what they're kind of yelling at is like the policies that we are representing, the policies that we're advocating for. And of course, those policies are broadly very popular. Those policies are very popular because people are suffering. And they haven't stopped suffering. It's not like people were doing, great in 2016. They were certainly doing better than they are now. But obviously there was this underlying resentment, this anger that people were feeling. And that's precisely the reason why they voted for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton, right? Like something was fundamentally broken, that people decided that the resume of Hillary Clinton, was not enough for her to be a better candidate as opposed to Donald Trump, who was a baboon, in every sense of the word. I mean, he is a delusional guy. You trending on X? Yeah, because of Elon, brother. Because of Elon. Hasan Piker's old clip resurfaced, destroy the white race remark. The remarks from older live streams, like it's so funny. They've moved on. They moved on very quickly from like the shit that liberals do to me all the time to just straight up back to like white supremacist agitative propaganda. And it's very funny that they're just, you know, they're hitting the high notes again. What's next? You're going to talk about how I got banned for anti-white racism because I call someone a cracker-ass bitch? Is that what's going to happen? The 9/11 one didn't work. So now we're hitting all the best ones. Just wait till they get to this guy is a rich socialist. This kind of stuff doesn't bother me at all because it's objectively ridiculous. It's hilarious. The right is really bad at this stuff, so they will start hyper focusing on stuff nobody cares about, kind of like how their smears of Abdul now include that he's literally running on abolish ICE and Medicare for all. They're so insulated. Yeah, I almost don't want to talk about it too much because the Republicans are a little bit smarter than the liberal consulting class as far as like making decent attack ads, or at least that's what I used to think. But nowadays, I feel like they're not very good at it either because they just don't have anything at their disposal. And they are definitely watching. Abi burayı okuyor musun? Hayır. Okuyamam. Okumayı unuttum abi. I've seen the rich socialist comment today. Yeah, they'll do the rich socialist. That one does LeBron numbers with the stupids though. That one definitely. Like nobody ever goes, okay, but don't we want this? Like shouldn't more rich people be like this? Like, okay, yeah, he's successful. Like, who gives a shit? He's advocating for my values. I would want other fucking rich people to also demand a higher tax burden. Why is your pool so tiny? Let's not do this. Let's not do this. I know people do that. You know, I know people were like, oh, this guy is a, you know, this guy's a pool at his house. Yeah, John Ossoff's voting record reads like the DSA platform is so funny. I wish. Like they're trying to get our liberal populist John Ossoff to look more radical than he actually is. And it's really funny because like so much of this stuff is designed around like aiding people, even if it's incremental on the liberal side. So like, look at this. Look, DSA platform, universal healthcare at no cost, called healthcare a human right on CNN. What? I can't believe it. That's unbelievable. You mean to tell me he said healthcare is a human right? Don't these nasty poors know healthcare is not a human right? It's a privilege. Healthcare should be paywalled so that executives, lifeless, faceless, parasitic capital makes more profits off of your demise. Everybody knows that's what's supposed to be the case. It's like, dude, I don't know what to say about this other than like, what do you think the average guy in Georgia is going to think when they see what your position is? This is always what I have advocated for. I feel like my dreams are coming alive in real time. When you run on a platform of pro-Medicare for all, Republicans, inherently reactionary, have to position themselves as against that. It's a gift. And it's a gift that keeps on giving, even to those undeserving of said gift. Let's be real. John Ossoff has never said a word about being pro-Medicare for all, and yet now he gets the benefit from it because these guys are running against the DSA platform, terrifying DSA platform of everyone deserves health care. That's not a terrifying platform at all. Normies are going to look at that and go, you know, I'm an apolitical guy, but this John Ossoff guy seems awesome because I do think healthcare is a human right. I think that I deserve healthcare. Yes, please. Yeah, cancel all student debt. Push Biden for $50K blanket student debt cancellation. Again, beast mode. Awesome. End mass incarceration and police immunity. 2020 pledge to end. Wait, hold on. They didn't even say like abolish prisons. Oh God, I feel like I'm giving them tips. They didn't even say abolish prisons and abolish police. They said end mass incarceration and police immunity. Oh my God. So the author of this, Mike Collins, like the author of this wants to associate Mike Collins with mass incarceration and police can kill you and stay immune. No police accountability. Really? That's what you want to present your position as? What's going on here? Did Mike Collins hire a bunch of like actual socialists to run his campaign and they're just not so subtly signaling that the DSA platform is awesome? They're doing a better job than the DSA electeds that go on interviews and they give some fairly academic answers to these like questions that maybe don't market the positions to a very broad audience the best way that they could. Like they're doing a better job marketing this to, a mass audience. Free Palestine and end USA to no. Free Palestine and end U.S. military aid to Israel? Dog. You're supposed to say John Ossoff is pro-Islamic terrorism. You're not supposed to say John Ossoff is for a free Palestine and ending U.S. aid. What is going on here? What the fuck? Bro, they're doing so bad, I'm giving them pointers. I'm sorry. This is too easy. We got to give him some pointers, man. This is not appropriate. This is, what the fuck? You didn't mention Hamas? No mention of Hamas. You should say John Hamasov. Like it's right there. It's free ball. You should say John Hamasov is pro Hamas. Oh my God, I gotta stop joking about this. Yeah, it was, they got nothing when they were trying to get him to condemn me. We've never met. I've never done like a campaign for him at all or anything. I've just been like, yeah, he's an interesting. I just said he's an interesting candidate. Okay. And they were like, John Ossoff, why won't you burn an effigy of Hasan Piker? He said you're an interesting candidate. And he was just like, what? And he just moved on. Like they tried to make that into a attack ad. Has he even uttered your name on video? No, he has not. And it's very funny. Like at this stage, they want to turn it into like Hasan said, he likes this guy. Not even he likes this guy, that I just find him to be a unique candidate because I think he's young. I think he's dynamic. He does liberal populism, right? It's not like we're aligned on the issues, right? I mean, he's done a lot of horrible things, like voting for the Lake and Riley Act, right? Like he's done. And then to me, that shows bad instincts. And I know he's in Georgia, so like everyone will give him an allowance there because that's where Lake and Riley was murdered. But even then, I think it was like the environment shifted so rapidly, and someone who's smart, someone who wants to run for president should be able to see that in the near future, that kind of vote leaning into the reactionary anti-migrant wave of panic would have looked poorly on his record. Anyway, Senator, don't you think it's concerning that Hasan said you're an interesting candidate? Why won't you address this? No, that's literally what Mike Johnson tried to do. That literally is what Mike Johnson tried. Dude, or not Mike Johnson, Mike Collins. Sorry. That's not a joke. That's not like it seems so far-fetched. It seems so insane. But that's not a joke. That's actually something that happened. Yeah, wrong pedo protector. Not Mike Johnson, Mike Collins. And it's really funny because all of these guys, okay, so here's the thing. Virtually all of the staffers in the Hill on the Republican side are groypers, right? Like Nick Fuentes doesn't have a real audience in the real world where people are just like ride or die, openly white supremacist, openly neo-Nazi, but the problem is a lot of the young Republican staffers, they're all groypers, and this has become a real issue. There was a Politico article about it. I believe, what's that gay guy, Rod Dreher, who's looking like a yassified Will Menaker lately. He talked to Jeremy Boring of the Daily Wire podcast fame about this issue. He was saying like a lot of the young Republicans, a lot of the staffers, they're all groypers. It's like around 50%. And the thing is, that's real. They're like, that's the only real constituency that Nick Fuentes has. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because obviously Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist, a white supremacist. You guys know this, right? So what's funny about it is when these guys turn around and say stuff like, oh my God, you're hanging out with Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is this dangerous, scary, socialist, communist, terrorist, Hamas guy. Every single one of their staffers is an actual neo-Nazi on the Republican side. And that's exactly what happened with Mike Collins. Mike Collins tried to make a big deal out of Jon Ossoff, out of me saying, like, I think Jon Ossoff is a unique candidate, an interesting candidate. That's it, a throwaway quote. No connection there whatsoever. And then a week later, it came out that Mike Collins had a white supremacist problem, which is so funny because every single one of these Republicans has a white supremacist issue. Now, obviously, their platform is already white supremacist to begin with, but like, they also have real ties to open white nationalist influencers. Trump-backed Senate candidate Mike Collins' son-in-law, David Allen Scheer II, has shared anti-Semitic conspiracies and Nazi imagery online. And when I say this, it's not like, oh, are they anti-Israel and that's why they're being... No, like they're actual Nazis. Like they're actual anti-Semites. They're actual white nationalists and white supremacists, right? So like, it's so funny when these guys... It's so funny when these guys make a big deal or they try to do this thing where they're like, oh, Hasan is the scary guy. And it's like, dude, your entire fucking campaign staff is like white nationalist Nick Fuentes supporters. You know what I mean? Like there's no moral equivalence between what I do, what I say, what our movement looks like, and what Nick Fuentes is. And the reality of the matter is there's no equivalence between what we do in the eyes of the public either. Like people broadly know me outside of Twitter, outside of mainstream media now as like a progressive guy, which is true because that's what I am. That's what I represent. Most normies in the real world know me as like a bit of a rabble rouser, but a progressive spokesperson nonetheless. I think Jon Stewart said it best when he was talking to John Fetterman, where he said like, well, this guy's just a fiery advocate for a left populist economic agenda, right? Or fiery preacher of left populism in this country. And it's true. That is what I am, and that's what most people see me as, unless they have their brains completely fried by, negatively framed clips and stuff. So so for that reason, there's no real like equivalence. One, because socialism or a higher degree of socialization and like social democracy is not considered as odious or as toxic as like white supremacy is. And for good reason, because it's not. It's actually, these are really good policies. At the end of the day, we center the working class and their needs at the heart of our movement. Whereas these guys on the other side, they want to constantly, they want to constantly push this country and really any country they can to a far more violent, to a far more violent direction, right? So I think most people see that. Most people recognize that. Most people understand that, like, you know, neo-Nazi stuff is just a bridge too far. They don't fuck with it. So yeah. Lol, these are the people making electability arguments. The whole country, right and left, is uniting against MAGA billionaires on this deeply salient issue. We should oppose the supermajority position, classic populism. Yeah, data centers are good, and we should build a lot more of them. Every major argument against data centers I've seen is very bad. Yeah, a lot of these guys demonstrate their lack of interest in, like, winning elections or even caring about the needs of the masses, caring about the needs of workers across the board. They masquerade a pro-corporate agenda as like, well, you know, this is smart technocratic liberalism. This is what we have to do. And it's very funny. Trump just said he agrees with the DSA on abolish the Senate. Shut the fuck up.
Jihadism, it's a lot of friend of mine called up. He said, you know, really, you should use the word jihadist, because that's what's happening. And I'm not sure that anybody, if you take a look at what happens in other countries, I think that's not going to be necessarily the way we want to live. But when you look at the radicalism and the craziness of the candidates and the stupidity of what they're suggesting.
Yeah, his friend of his is Laura Loomer.
Let's get rid of the Supreme Court. Let's get rid of the presidency. Let's get rid of the Senate. They want to get, you know, sometimes I'd like to get rid of the Senate too. But I don't say it. And I wouldn't do it. But, you know, they want to get rid of the Senate. They want to get rid of, ideally, the House, but they're thinking about maybe keeping the House. You know, isn't that nice? These are people that have been not successful. They're people that have been, in many cases, failures. They come from other failed countries, and they come here and they tell us how to run our country. They come from places like, I won't mention because I don't want to get myself into a controversy, but they come from countries that are not great. They come from, let's say, as an example, Somalia. They come in and then they tell us how our Constitution, how our Declaration of Independence, how it works. It doesn't work that way, and they're not smart. They have no aptitude. They have nothing going, and they're telling us how to run our country. And I just don't think it's going to happen. I think that they start off, now I may be wrong, but, you know, they start off with a big disadvantage. People don't want to have radical lunatics involved in running our country. Look, and that's what we have. We have people that are saying things that are so great. Now they're denying it.
I'll be honest, I think racism is a very powerful force to win elections. Like, Trump has obviously won twice with that, right? But having said that, I don't think that it is as successful of a talking point as long as the opposing side is actually offering things for everyone.
Well, it's open now. We're taking a lot of shit. It's open now. Look, the only one that has control of the Strait of Hormuz right now is the United States Navy. We have a blockade that's been infallible. It's a steel wall.
He's using new words. He's using infallible. He said aptitude earlier. Wow. He's really on it today. Nice tie, too. He's not shy about showing his hand bruises. I feel like he's feeling himself right now, you know?
For others. Now,
sharp as a tack, sir.
Complex, because they will, on occasion, drop a mine, and we find the mines. You know, we've mine swept the entire strait, as you probably maybe heard, maybe you didn't hear, but we control.
Very different Trump than the guy who says old-fashioned word grocery.
But they're broke.
You know,
no money.
That's what I'm used to. Maybe he got he got fresh adrenochrome or something. You know what I mean?
They have inflation of.
To your point about the losing battle, watching significant segments of the right self-immolate as they realize affordability is a lost cause, and as such, pivot to pull yourself up by your bootstrap rhetoric is a deserved self-inflicted error. You live in a gerontocracy. What were you expecting? A majority of your own side literally doesn't care about you. They're boomers focused on perpetuating their own existence. What were you expecting? Them to lose out on profit opportunities and make life easy for you? You got played. Yeah, I do think that, like, obviously I'm an advocate for class politics. As you guys know, I'm a Marxist. I'm a socialist. This is what I believe in. This is what anchors my worldview. Having said that, there is truly a real motivator out there for, you know, anti-boomer sentiment. I will admit that. I do think that anti-boomer sentiment is going to be a salient talking point for our side in general. Like, no disrespect to the boomers, no disrespect to Gen Xers. I love you guys. I know there's some of you in here. I myself am spiritually a boomer, but you know, y'all have all the wealth, man. And I know many of you in this community don't, but like broadly, the boomer class has so much wealth overall, and they're just holding on to it with the death grip. Even when 20-year-old recoils in horror as these people lash out at him, he won't address the underlying issues. Easier to spaz out about immigration magically being the underlying root of all economic evils. Yeah. It's just like,
well, I put it out today on Truth. I do. I have a response. I put it out today on Truth.
Thank you.
Good response. The relationship is very good. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, press.
I went to a Seattle DSA fundraising party last night, and many of us were talking about this point regarding boomers. You're so wrong about Gen X, and you need to stop lumping them in with boomers. Yeah. I assume you're a Gen Xer and that's why you're upset about this, but Gen X is probably even worse than the boomer class if we're being real. Like, generational politics is inherently reactionary. I normally don't participate in it. I don't believe in it. I think class politics is more important. Class politics is everything. Having said that, Gen Xers in the United States of America are a unique behemoth. That's why we call them generation led. It's the most violent generation. It's the base. It's the real base, the true base for the MAGA movement. And it is you look at all of the polling, and there's just like this massive peak of maybe they're the Reagan generation. Maybe that's what it is when they got their political awakening. Ronald Reagan. And like Reaganism was popping. Neoliberalism was at its peak. You know, the end of the Cold War. We defeated those fucking commies. Like, America is on a upward swing. We will never be defeated. The end of history is here. You know, that kind of attitude, I think, certainly played a role in the lead poison generation. Again, I just hate doing generational politics because it's not real. It's bullshit for the most part, with one exception. I think the lead poison generation is, weirdly enough, noticeably more violent and more reactionary. I don't know why. I don't know why that's the case. Rare diagnoses, L. We were 10. Gen X is 46 to 61. I think you're dead on. Gen X had so much lead on food, water, paint, even on the gas their cars run on. Yeah. In any case, this is, I hate generational politics, especially because I do have a lot of older people in my community now, like a lot more than before. All the youth are too busy watching, kick streamers and Eden Ross and Kai Cenat compilations to give a fuck about politics. So I got to be more careful. That's my new base, My new base is the boomers. My new base is the Gen Xers. My dad thinks the gas was better when it was leaded. I love that. You're mad Gen X has the best paint? Yeah, that's what it is. It's jealousy speaking. But yeah, let's get to a fucking boomer talking big shit. Morning Joe slams DSA's extremist views and urges Democrats to call him out. Now this guy is ultra instinct, you know? This guy knows how to win races. Mr. Do not drop out Joe Biden no matter what is back again with another fiery hot take. You know, that movement that's like exciting the base for the first time in a very long time, making it seem like the Democrats are actually invested as a national party and solving some of these problems that people have been experiencing for the last couple of decades. You know, that group, the Democratic Socialists of America, a group that has now created some of the most popular politicians in the nation. Yeah, we should cut those guys out, says Joe Scarborough, former Florida Republican. Let's take a look.
Tomorrow to decide the Democratic nominee for governor. State Representative Francesca Hong is currently the frontrunner in the race, but the Democratic Socialist has faced scrutiny for past social media posts, including one calling for Thanksgiving to be canceled. Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, who has declined to endorse any candidate in the Wisconsin gubernatorial primary, weighed in on the race yesterday.
Francesca Hong, who is the Democratic Socialists of America supported candidate for governor. You haven't endorsed her. Are you going to?
No, I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning back the Congress, winning back the House, and positioning ourselves to have the best chance possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative races.
What do you make of this?
These races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's interesting.
And I think that what's important is that we have to...
Everybody gets mad at this, but like, what is the, like, what... I think I was going to get into the woke one versus woke two distinction and stuff like that in a little bit, but like, I don't think this is the wrong assessment at all. I think controversial opinion here, but I think AOC is, you know, trying to move away from some of the more like electorally not great positions of the national platform, especially because this is a moment where it is virtually impossible in a contentious media environment to describe like police abolition or a prison abolition as a North Star, like as a idealistic goal to move in the direction of. I mean, I guess she could say that, right? I guess she could be like, look, there's always going to be certain, you know, constructive criticisms for any platform. DSA National is an organization that you know democratically votes on a national program, a program and a platform that they want to move in the direction of. I think one of the biggest problems of the Democratic Party is that we are lacking a vision, right? We're lacking a bold vision. And you know, let's be real. Regardless of my disagreements, you can't argue that the DSA's platform is bold. For far too long, we've only had bold, radical vision on the Republican side, on the reactionary side, Project 2025 and things of that nature. How about we put the working class and their needs at the center of our movement for once? How about we try to move in the direction of a more just and more equitable society for once? Like, she could say something along those lines, right? The problem there is twofold. One, I don't even know if she agrees with, you know, that national platform. Anyway, there's also a little bit of drama, I think, with DSA National and her local chapter, New York City. There's also the DSA left-right distinction. You know, there's a bunch of different There's a bunch of different points here, right? So I think that's part of the reason why she said this, but I don't have an issue with being I don't have an issue with the way she's communicating around this stuff. I don't have an issue with Francesca Hong communicating around this stuff by saying, like, look, I think like police abolition as a governor is not something that is in the cards for me anyway. So a lot of people, I think, looked at what she was saying as like running away from the ultimate goals of Black Lives Matter. And I don't think that's the case at all. And I certainly don't think AOC is making that argument. I don't think AOC believes that at all. I don't think she is doing that in any way, shape, or form. I think people are either looking at it charitably because they like AOC and assuming she just meant exactly what they feel, or they're looking at it uncharitably and assuming she meant something that they find to be really fucked up. I think that's what it is. Because this is an intentionally vague way of sidestepping the issue. And I've seen so many variants. I've seen so many different variants of the same back and forth. Maybe people were a little too woke scolding online or whatever, but the boiled down genuine energy and racial justice, feminist, LGBTQ rights, and abolition movements and more to woke one was crazy is just handing the right of free win and diminishing real political energy. Yeah, I see. I don't see it as that. I don't see what she said as that at all, especially because I think AOC is too woke. I've talked about this before. I think one of her weaknesses is ironically that she is too like academically woke. She leans into the woke scold stuff maybe a little too much. She originally was the one who was mad about Bernie going on Joe Rogan, right? We were at odds with her at the time, right? So that's not, I don't think she's saying like fuck racial justice and LGBTQ. That's crazy. Like I think when you say, oh, woke one was a little crazy, we got a little out of hand or whatever, we were looking for real solutions, and maybe people were very excited at the time to take on certain positions. When I say that, I mean radlib tendencies, a lot of which still haunt me. A lot of which people associate with me on the internet. People think I'm the king of woke 1.0, that I was Mr. Radlib, right? I never was. I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress, but I also understand how people operate. Like I never did the Latinx thing. I never did the folks with an X thing, right? Like, but I don't disparage people who did. I understand that they were trying to be as empathetic as possible. But ultimately, these sorts of things they're inconsequential, right? I think they're inconsequential. I don't think it shows that you're like a bad person or silly or ridiculous, and you should be punished for doing that. Like, who gives a fuck? Whatever, dude. Whatever. That's my opinion on this. But I think when people talk about woke 1.0 versus 2.0, I think that's mostly what like people like AOC are referencing, where it's like, you know, we tried a bunch of things. Some of it was, a little bit annoying and that's it. And I would still far prefer a little bit annoying on the empathetic side to whatever the fuck unlimited neo-Nazi shit is going on right now, right? But we also have to be, because we're marketing our positions, right? This is something that I stress all the time. Like this is if you want to build a mass movement, you got to speak like the masses, you got to speak to the masses, and you got to be where they're at, and you got to lend a helping hand, right? And a part of that is also not leaning into certain inventions of academic circles when you're communicating. I think Abdul does a very good job at this. I think Bernie has always done a very good job at this, even though on the other side, Bernie has also sometimes come across as like not being as invested in black issues, which is very important for American politics, not just to like win Democratic elections, but just important in general. So I'm a little bit of a centrist on this woke stuff in many respects. I'm a little bit, the reason why I'm using Latinx as an example is because it's an easily identifiable one that pretty much everyone now recognizes was like a little too performative. Can we say that? Can we say it was a little too performative? You know? Is that appropriate? Because I always saw it as such, but I would never disparage Amy Goodman, who used Latinx, and I think she still might use Latinx. I have respect for the elders. I have respect for the people who are kind people, empathetic people, who are organizers, who maybe use some of this academic language and want to do right, want to help people. I just don't think it's the best way to market. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's my assessment. Right? I will never make a mountain out of a molehill in either direction, though. I'm not the type of guy who will be like, you can't call the master bedroom a master bedroom. You call it a primary bedroom now because woke killed it. And then that's my North Star. That's the only thing I care about. Right? That's why I say I'm a centrist. I'm a centrist with this stuff because I think it is ultimately immaterial. Okay? It has nothing to do with anything. It's just not the best marketing technique. But having said that, if that's your only output, like Zaid Jilani is a great example of one of these guys that I sometimes find myself in agreement with, but in many instances find him to be a little bit too hyper-focused on woke shit, culture wars. Like, I am not someone who gives a fuck about culture wars in any way, shape, or form. I don't care. One way or another, I don't care. Like, I think there are people who make it their life's mission to be on one side or the other of culture wars. And I think both of those sides are still very much involved in culture wars. I am involved in class warfare. Okay? I find culture wars to be an unnecessary distraction. This doesn't mean that racial issues are inconsequential. This doesn't mean issues around transgender folks are inconsequential. It doesn't mean that at all. It doesn't mean that we should just like cast aside black issues or trans issues, right? Never that. But the hyper focus on the identity of everything, the hyper focus on the culture wars, whether you're against it or for it, I think it's ultimately unproductive. And that's always been my attitude. That's been my attitude during Woke One. And I'm glad that people are kind of moving away from that a little bit, especially because people are post-October 7 a lot more aware of how cynically this is deployed, because so many people saw anti-Semitism and the feelings of Jewish people be placed as the primary way to silence the opposition against Israel's war crimes, against Israel's genocide. And I think that played a big role in waking up people to that reality. Now, of course, if we let it get out of hand, then they become anti-culture war warriors, and that's bad too. That's also fucked up because, again, it goes back to the same issue. We want to improve people's lives. We want to uplift the working class. We want to offer the American working class an opportunity for a better future. That is what we care about. Okay? T. Blasian says, Woke One obsessed over liberal aesthetics to the detriment of actual societal and policy change that black people wanted, so we're already fucking irritated when it comes up. The fact that you make the distinction doesn't mean others will, and we've seen this our whole lives. Why would we expect it here? Why would we trust people to make that distinction? No, I understand it. I'm just telling you what my position is. You know? And this has been my position. Look, T. Blasian, you've been in here for 68 months. You've probably seen me at the peak of woke being like, you guys are getting a little out of hand. I don't mind it. It's fine. But like, let's, dial it back a little bit. It's fine. I hate that shit because it was taken by white people, misused by white people, and discarded by white people after they hollowed it out. Shit's the biggest turnoff to black people to see our culture co-opted, our mass movement betrayed and abandoned, and tossed aside under the same umbrella as crazy tweets. Because now that it's been conceded to the right that some was too much, that's what centrists will do. Yes, of course, that's not my position, and I think we should always oppose that, right? I've always talked about, you are doing that? No, I'm not doing that. I think you guys are misunderstanding my position if you think I'm doing that. Because there's never been a moment where I backed away from defund the police. There was a lot of people who said like, oh, well, optically speaking, it's just like a bad way to describe a position. No, it was just bastardized efficiently, chopped away at bit by bit by the reactionary movement at the time that was pro-police, pro-police brutality. And then liberals basically fucking put the cork in it, right? Liberals took the right-wing framing on defund the police. Defund the police was a totally normal and totally valid position to have. These are some of the most expansive budgets that localities have. At a time when your library's in a state of disrepair, when your schools are not getting the adequate funding, we're just giving the fucking local law enforcement in Springfield, Ohio, another fucking tank, an MRAP? The fuck? No, demilitarize that shit. What are we doing? And offer police accountability. Take away some of the funds that they were supposed to get and put it into social services that will actually have a positive impact on reducing the crime rate in a much more resilient manner. That's what defund the police was about. The problem is liberals absolutely conceded to the right-wing framing because they were antagonistic towards it. They are also, like, liberal politicians did not want these necessary changes that people were demanding. You understand? I was there. I was covering it every fucking day. But that's not the distinction between woke 1.0 and woke 2.0. That's a totally separate issue. I think, like, when we talk about woke 1.0, what I mean and what a lot of people broadly mean is when, you know, people were doing the call out culture and presenting themselves as all or nothing and saying like people do not have an ability to change, like this kind of thing, right? That's all it is. That's all it was. We have the opportunity. We have a fairly large community of progressive people. We have an opportunity to frame it appropriately. So I'm trying to use that to the best of my ability. It's not a separate issue. It's literally the question AOC was being asked when she said this is 100% about defund and its abandonment by DSA elected officials. First of all, it's not about defund. It's about police and prison abolition. Okay? It's police and prison abolition, which is not something that even like DSA electeds are going to lean into unless it's like Chris Rabb or many others, right? Like there are some who will push for it, and I really respect them doing that. But this was packaged as like Thanksgiving tweets and police and prison abolition as the national platform. So it's a lot of different things.
That has this standing
Here,
I haven't endorsed in that race.
The race yesterday.
America supported candidate for governor. You haven't endorsed her. Are you going to?
No, I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning back the Congress, winning back the House, and positioning ourselves to have the best chance possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative races.
What do you make of this?
These races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot
right,
of that.
She's moved away from it. And
yeah, I think this is like talking about everything broadly. I don't think it's like defund at all. If I remember correctly, I don't think this was even about defunding the police at all. And Francesca Hong's platform still heavily features police accountability. So I don't know why you guys feel like she's running away from that. If you were to ask AOC directly, I don't think AOC would ever speak out against like police accountability or restructuring the way that we fund local law enforcement. Yeah, it's being packaged with like Thanksgiving tweets. That's the problem. So people are doing what they always do, which is understandable. People are taking away what they want to take away from this conversation. If you're like uncharitable to AOC, you're thinking, oh yeah, she's positioning herself as being a moderate so she can win the broadest electorate. She's doing the classic thing. She's doing the classic thing. She's abandoning us. She's abandoning the DSA, that sort of thing. I don't think that's what they're doing. I don't think that's what they're doing at all. How the fuck do you literally look at ABC News and think she's talking about academic bullshit? Also, woke one was crazy, came from a black man. I think it's time to contend with the fact that leftist discourse has leaned into monolithic thinking more than people are comfortable considering. I mean, there's definitely a lot of black progressives who, like, there's like 18 different conversations happening on this, unfortunately, as always. And especially in this clip culture environment that we live in now, it's impossible to have a long-standing, nuanced conversation about these sorts of issues, and it's never going to happen. But I will still try to do my very best. Like I described it early on in the beginning of the broadcast, but I guess I'll repeat it one more time. Woke as a concept initially originates from the black community. And woke as a concept in like leading into the 90s was very different than woke as a concept post 90s in the black community. Early on, it was about hoteps, right? Like hotep style, like woke guys, right? Unks. And then it turned into being aware of white supremacy, being awake to the realities of white supremacy and anti-blackness, right? And then in the 2014 leading into like 2021 era, okay? No, it was not who told you that. No, I'm saying like the OG concept of wokeness was like that. This is, I'm right about this. You guys don't know. You guys don't know the history of it, I think. Highly inappropriate use of hotep? No. Stop taking the biggest L you've had all fucking year and just play the clip. What? That's not even the main point that I'm trying to make. No, I think FD Signifier said the same thing as well. Don't listen to what that chatter is saying. Longtime black chatter here. Yeah, the unks know. Okay? The unks know the truth. We ain't got to tell everything to everybody all the time. Your audience is too white for this. Yeah, I know, but like, you know, I'm trying to be their Sherpa a little bit, you know? But yeah, old heads, like the origination of wokeness is very different. It's a totally different concept at its inception, as its origination, and then even internally within the black community, it turned into like, you know, from Nation of Islam, Hotep stuff to like, you know, just being aware of white supremacy, and then it moved into. And then stop unk jacketing people. That's so funny. Unk jacketing. So then it turned into something entirely different when it got mass adopted, right? And this is something that happens with virtually every term that we now use. It almost always comes to the black community, queer communities, right? Like, and then white people start using it. Everybody starts using it. And then it basically gets bastardized along the way. That's just how it goes. And as I was saying earlier, it's the same as like, you know, the terms that we would never think came from the black community, like cool, right? So it gets whitewashed, slay, ratchet, right? So basically, it gets mass adopted, And at that point, it evolves into something entirely different. So in the early 2010s, leading into the 2020s, it was wokeness basically became broadly progressive, right? That's what it meant. That's what people were using it as. That's what the masses were using it as, right? Just meant broadly progressive. It wasn't like a total bastardization of the way that at that point, the way that the black community was utilizing it, but it wasn't like specific to anti-blackness and specific to white supremacy. It was just everything else, right? It was broad. It was broad progressivism. And then the right-wingers started using it in disparaging ways. They associated it with right-wingers and the reactionary movement broadly started associating it with anyone that has empathy at all. Okay? Anyone that has empathy for anybody that's not themselves. And it turned into this dog whistle where it flipped back and it was like, oh, you're woke. And for, I think, some in the black community, that dog whistle was just a replacement term that white supremacists and reactionaries were using for black and blackness and black culture and black issues, which is understandable because in many respects, because the origination of the term woke was correct, right? That is the underlying principle of a lot of reactionary movements in this country, associating everything with blackness and even brownness, but specifically anti-blackness as like the primary vector of hatred for the old reactionary movement and the contemporary reactionary movement. It's never really changed, right? So therein lies the problem. There's the euphemism treadmill, the etymology of the term, and how people understand it. And given that we now exist in these like isolated silos, especially on the internet, many of which are right-wing, many of which are reactionary, and that a lot of the right-wing commentary actually ends up dominating discourse or leading discourse rather, there's this like two different conversations, or maybe even certain instances like 10 different conversations happening in real time at the same time, and people are just like speaking over one another. That's the issue. That's the issue here. And a lot of people are associating it with, a lot of people are associating like woke one with like all of the advocacy. A lot of people are associating woke one with all of its advocacy, including Black Lives Matter, including, demands to end police brutality, police reform, restructuring the way we fund local police departments, and taking away some of those funds and giving it back to social programs and social safety nets in an effort to reduce the crime rate by tackling poverty, which is the most resilient way to eradicate crime. And that's not the case. I don't think AOC is advocating for that at all. I think, if anything, she is still very woke. So that's it. That's what I think that's what a lot of people are misunderstanding here. Right? That's what a lot of people are misunderstanding. And I think part of that stems from how many failures we have experienced. I mean, I've talked extensively about the amount of apathy that came from the youth movement in the aftermath of the assassination of George Floyd in the hands of Derek Chauvin, as, 4 or 5 officers looked on and didn't do a single damn thing. It was filmed by 42 different camera angles, right? And the discourse that brought, and the anger and the resentment that people had, righteous anger that people felt in their hearts. And what's interesting about that is people went out, they protested. Some of these protests, because of the police brutality that they experienced, turned into riots at times, right? Some of them did. And But people ultimately did the right thing. They protested, they exercised their First Amendment rights, they made their demands very clear. And what did they see from the Republican side? They saw hatred, anger, you want to kill cops, fuck you, you're all terrorists, we have to brutalize them further. And from the liberals, they saw a conciliation or a conciliatory tone to the right-wing framing. What was the first thing that the Democratic Party did when the calls, the decentralized movement of Black Lives Matter that became an international movement, the calls were to defund the police? This wasn't a demand being made by NGOs. This was a demand being made by the streets. Democrats kneeled with the kente cloth. Total aesthetic nonsense. And then they created their alternative justifiable legislative package, right? Which was already bullshit. That legislative package was 8 can't wait. Okay? Not only did they engage in the performative pandering, but then they also turned around and gave us a legislative package that was totally diluted. They did that on purpose. They did that to neuter the movement, right? We got murals, but we didn't get policies. And even the policies that the Democrats, the legislative package that the Democrats actually brought forward, that was already super conciliatory to the demands being made by the Republicans, even that legislative agenda never got passed. So then what did people do? 2020 rolls around. We got an old, decrepit, racist man running for president. His name is Joe Biden. It was another big fuck you to the movement. It was another big fuck you to the activist base. It was another big fuck you to the streets and the demands that they were making. The architect of the crime bill, running on funding the police more. That's what Joe Biden ran on. And he was backed by Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn played a major role in his election. Okay? Jim Clyburn played a major role. The South Carolina victory that was inevitable was presented as this amazing underdog story where finally the scary Bernard Sanders was eradicated by the establishment Democrat that all black people wanted. It wasn't all black people that wanted Joe Biden. There were plenty of black people that wanted Joe Biden. He was the vice president of Barack Obama after all. There were a lot of young black people that didn't want Joe Biden. They got cast aside in the same exact way that anti-Zionist Jews get cast aside in the media. They never get talked about. You'll never hear from an anti-Zionist Jew in mainstream television. There's a reason for it. Just like you will never hear from a young black leftist in mainstream television, because it doesn't fit within the neat confines of permissible messaging. Okay? But in any case, people plugged their noses, myself included, and voted for Joe Biden. We wanted to get Donald Trump out. We knew how dangerous Donald Trump was. And then none of the marginal changes that were presented to us were actually implemented. How do you think people feel after that? How do you expect people to put faith in the system when they did everything by the book? They went out and they protested. They exercised their First Amendment rights. And then they exercised their civic duty and voted. They plugged their noses and they voted for the guy they knew was far too old. And nothing came out of that. No changes came out of that. Just murals, no policies. That breeds apathy. Of course that breeds apathy. That's precisely what happened. So all of that was by design. The establishment, whether they be Democrats or Republicans, rely on your apathy. They want to show you that your initiatives are not worthwhile. They want to prove to you that changes will not happen. Perhaps that's a big part of the reason why they're so angry at the Democratic Socialists of America right now, because the Democratic Socialists of America are showing a different vision. The Democratic Socialists of America actually care about these issues. They're not directly associated with the Democratic Party. Their goal isn't to sanitize the Democratic Party. Their goal is to put a platform first and push for that platform. Perhaps that's the reason why they're so angry at this. I think that is the reason why they're so angry at this. Both the Republican politicians and their consultants on one side and the Democratic politicians and their consultants on the other side are terrified of our movement. But they're not just terrified of our movement. They're not terrified of me. I'm just one guy. I'm a media figure, right? I'm a mouthpiece, a megaphone for your resentment and your anger. What they're primarily terrified of is democracy. They're terrified of the democratic process. They're terrified of having to face the masses. And we've seen this. We've seen this in the last 3 years since October 7, 2023. The attitude on Israel changed dramatically. It changed dramatically, and now people are demanding these changes. But there is unbelievable amounts of enmity towards those demands coming from the masses. They're trying to plug their ears. The establishment on both sides are terrified of hearing what you have to say. And the more we become undeniable, the harder it gets for them to refuse to hear our demands. And that's why the electoral process still matters. That's why they're pushing back so hard. That's why they're pushing back against me. That's why they're pushing back against our movement. That's why they're trying to do their very best to nip this in the bud before it gets out of hand, before 2028 comes around and the national conversation is very different. Sometimes people at the DNC directly plug their ears. I remember. So yeah, as far as woke 1.0 versus 2.0 goes, I think our politicians, whether they be AOC or anybody else, they're not running away from progress. I don't read it as that at all. I think they're trying to go back to a more Bernard-style attitude where it's just policy first, a more serious attitude. That's the way I read it, at least. That is the way I read it. I don't read it as anything but that, especially from AOC, who is, I would say, a little bit too invested in the rad lib tendencies and the way that she communicates still to this day. So their pragmatism isn't to moderate on their policies. Their pragmatism is to moderate on their comms, on their communication. And unfortunately, in our modern reality, bourgeois democracy and all, the only thing we can associate with, the only thing that we can put our teeth into, sink our teeth into, the only thing that we see as tangible is optics. And that's why it becomes a big deal for a lot of people when there is even a subtle optics shift, even if it's actually a positive optics shift. Hassan's new pharmacist. I'm infinitely proud of Dr. Jihad right now. I wish he'd just make these points more regularly when this shit comes up. Redirecting to larger persistent systemic issues would prevent it from being misunderstood. I mean, I can't do a 25-minute rant on how post-BLM, the lack of interest from the lack of interest from the establishment Democrats and the establishment Republicans led to tremendous apathy every single time. You know what I mean? It's something that you've probably heard me explain before, but it's just hard. It's hard for me to do that every single time. It's a 25-minute rant. Feel me?
I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's interesting.
And I think that what's important is that we have to assess what
was it? I mean, did the movement go too far?
That may be a quote. That might be the newsletter quote of the day.
It's a T-shirt.
Woke one was crazy.
Yeah, you've got your headline.
Woke one was crazy.
Hong faces a challenge from Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, who was endorsed by outgoing Governor Tony Evers.
All right. So listen, Jonathan Lemire, first of all, there's no great conspiracy here. The reason why more people are talking about the DSA right now is because you have the mayor of the most important city in America who, first of all, is identified as DSA. He's proven to be, I think, extremely pragmatic in many ways. And while there are a lot of people...
I'm sorry, what leads you to believe that democratic socialists are somehow antagonistic to pragmatism? Yeah, he's been pragmatic. Yeah, he wants to get shit done, my man. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Why is the automatic attitude that, like, of course, these guys are pie in the sky idealists. They can't be pragmatic at all. Okay, I agree with you on your view, but if these electors are doing it, I don't trust the left to be disciplined enough to maintain that message because centrist media still has influence and messaging power. Just look at the absolute mess that dark woke is edgy white liberals lashing out with stereotypes and slurs at Republicans instead of disciplined advocacy. Yeah, I think there is that element of it too, but again, it's vague. It's too vague. It's too vague. Like, what does dark woke mean? Does it mean like you're allowed to say slurs now as a white guy? No, of course not. That's not my attitude on it. But does it mean that you can be like, I have been dark woke before dark woke was invented. You know what I mean? Like, this is the headquarters of dark woke. 90% of the fucking clips that Republicans slam all around and centrist Democrats lean into, those are dark woke moments where I'm just like yelling at a white supremacist or someone who is personally tokenizing themselves to be a soldier of white supremacy. And I'm just like, suck my dick, old lady. And they go, oh my God, he's saying that to an old Asian lady. Meanwhile, they don't listen to the fucking message of the old Asian lady. The old Asian lady is not just like some random geriatric. The old Asian lady is literally saying, fuck immigrants. Donald Trump is my president. You need to vote for Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Or even like the anti-blackness messages, right? Like that's one of the classic ones. That's one of the classic ones that people always go to, and it actually plays such a great role because I'm white. I read as white, so when you see like a auntie or an unk that doesn't understand internet culture at all, and you see a white guy be like, I don't give a shit about this, or even like the tone I take when I say black with a hard B, people immediately assume that is just another white guy who thinks he knows better than someone's lived experience and a black person's lived experience. I've never made that argument, right? And I never will. So that is the problem. It works well. It works well for some people in the base. Being against defunding the police is that exactly? First of all, when the fuck did I say I'm against defunding the police? I've never said that. Hello? I have always explained that I am in favor of it and I think it's the right thing to do and that it was given up as a message by established Democrats because they were not in favor of it. And they were the ones who landed tremendous attacks on defund the police, and they allowed that message to be bastardized. Black Lives Matter, in the same exact way, was attacked by Republicans first. Okay? When people said Black Lives Matter, what did Republicans go? Oh, you mean white lives don't matter. You mean police lives don't matter. Blah, 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 blah. What about all lives matter? All lives matter. But liberals, who were also antagonistic initially, like liberal Democrats, Democratic establishment under Obama when BLM first started, who were actually antagonistic to BLM, decided not to play that game when Donald Trump positioned himself as being anti-BLM during the Kaepernick protests. That's when the liberal attitude broadly shifted to favor Black Lives Matter. And because liberals consolidated around that message, they explained what it was. And that's why nobody believed the right-wing reactionary framing on Black Lives Matter. Whereas with defund the police, liberals did not allow that. There was no consolidation around defund the police. Liberals immediately were like, this is bad. This is not us. This is not us. Fuck those guys. Right? That's usually how a slogan invented by or policy prescriptions invented by the masses get destroyed. If there is if the Democratic establishment leans into the right-wing framing on the issue, on the agenda, they give the reactionary framing legitimacy. Okay? And they certainly did that with defund the police. Because defund the police is the dumbest messaging possible? I don't think so. I never thought so. You wouldn't think that way either if liberals explained what defund the police meant. That has always been my position. These are just slogans. Slogans that are supposed to identify key policies. And I'll give you a perfect example of this. Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani hasn't been great on cops. Let's be real. I will say that. However, Zohran Mamdani literally said, "Oh yeah, I don't believe in defunding the police." And then he would just simply say his opinion on policing is that it's a really tough job, and that we shouldn't increase the head count, and that we should instead hire social workers for some of these calls to reduce some of the bandwidth or some of the tiresome work that the police engage in. They shouldn't be going to all these calls. It's crazy. You know, they're supposed to be solving crimes. That's a big deal. That's a huge issue. And then also, we should be funding some of these social safety nets. That's defunding the police. And everyone was like, that's beast mode. I love that. Thank God he dropped the slogan. Yeah, he dropped the slogan, but not the policy. Because that's what the fucking policy was. That's what the policy was. Always. He just explained the policy instead of leaning into the slogan because everyone had destroyed the slogan at that point. These things unfortunately matter in elections because elections are about marketing. And at the end of the day, we got to sell our ideas to the masses. Yeah, BLM can be construed into vague platitudes, whereas defund the police is a policy prescription. One is candy to the establishment. The other is anathema. That's a beautiful way to put it. That's the other side of this story. Because once you start making fucking demands, if you say like black people matter, yeah, everyone's going to be like, yeah, that makes sense. But if you start making fucking demands as black people, they're going to be like, whoa, know your place. And that's kind of what happened with defund the police versus BLM. But the reason why I bring that up is because BLM was also negatively framed as well. But the Democratic establishment, which was initially very antagonistic to BLM, leaned into it because Trump positioned himself as against BLM. Something I didn't realize until recently is also that people think defund means take away their entire budget. When DSA said defund the War Department, it was treated as if they were saying get rid of the military altogether. Yes. But that's a crisis not in the bad sloganeering. That's a crisis born out of the fact that nobody wants to listen to what you actually have to say. Okay? That's it. It's a crisis in literacy. That's why I brought up the Zoran example where he was like, yeah, I don't want to defund the police. But then he literally explained what defunding the police meant as what he would do for policing. Everybody was like, yeah, I love that. That seems great. I don't know, man. Maybe make a better slogan. No, that's being optics cucked to an unlimited degree. Okay? Mike from PA gave an example of a shit sandwich. Steak, horseradish, iceberg, lettuce, tomato. Calling it a shit sandwich would put people off rather than tell them what it is. I know, but this is the wrong attitude. This is the wrong attitude to a certain degree because, again, I'm such a fucking centrist on this, okay? If people were explaining what defund the police meant, we could have identified what it is to the masses, but at the time, liberals did not want it. Liberal establishment Democrats did not want it. They were cucked because they just didn't want those policy demands at all. Okay? Because people made these exact same arguments against Black Lives Matter. People made the exact same arguments against BLM. I've been around the block, guys. I've been doing this for 13 fucking years. I was there when BLM started. Okay? I was by my lonesome at the Young Turks in progressive media advocating for Black Lives Matter when liberals were yelling at us. Okay? They were like, why don't you say Black Lives Matter too? Why don't you say this or that? That was the argument. It was the same exact argument that was launched against defund the police. It's always the same optics narrative that we go back and forth on. Always, why do you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Don't you feel like that's going to scare people? It's like, no, you're just giving into oppositional framing at that point. They did the same shit. Don't say river to the sea. Don't say river to the sea. Don't say free Palestine. Don't say this. Don't say that. Fuck, who cares? Just explain what you fucking mean. But also, there is a limit to it, right? There is a limit to it. That's why I say I'm a centrist on this. The limit to it is abandonment. My hard limit is abandonment of the policies. Okay? My hard limit is caving and capitulating to right-wing framing. However, on the other side, don't get out of hand. Don't get out of hand. Don't let it get out of hand. I think, police abolition and prison abolition is what I believe is an unhelpful way to communicate, but a lot of people will get mad at me for saying this. Right? Perhaps it's my own personal bias in this. I don't know. Perhaps it's my own personal bias in this. But while I agree in the spirit, while I understand that abolitionists are at the forefront of this movement and put in the necessary tireless work day in, day out, if you're going to try and win an election, if you're going to try and fucking communicate it to the goddamn masses, people are probably going to take issue with it because they don't understand that you're talking about how in the interim, the carceral state is unbelievably violent and torturous. So torturous that other countries, other OECD nations have non-extradition protocols where they don't send American prisoners back to the United States of America because that would be a human rights violation. Did you guys know that? Norway has a non-extradition policy against the United States of America. You want to know why? Because American prisons are so torturous that it would be at odds with their constitution. It would be a human rights violation for an American who's in a Norwegian prison to be sent to an American prison. That's how insane our carceral state is. So yeah, there are, certain points that I agree with in spirit or even agree with in principle. Defund is not one of them, because defund is already defund already is like a very neutered down version of police abolition or prison abolition, right? It's not even in the same fucking planet at that point. And if we're gonna tell them to shut the fuck up about defund the police instead of explaining what the slogan is and make sure that people understand what that slogan is, because that's how marketing works, right? Then what the fuck are we doing? Hug and kiss the police? Is that what we should be doing? Is that what we should be advocating for? It feels like half of these streams for the last week have been you explaining basic shit to chat. Buddy, that means you now understand some of these basic concepts and find them to be elementary. That's good. But everyone has a starting point. Of course, that's always what I do. That's what I've been doing for years. So yeah, that's a little sidestep on the woke one versus woke two. Defund the police, abolish the police, defund the carceral state, defund the military versus abolish the military. There's varying degrees of progressive thought here, right? Some of which is unfortunately electoral poison. You gotta moderate your message, even if you don't want to temper your movement, in order to sell it to the public. You got to help them understand. You got to help them arrive at these conclusions that you've arrived at. And I suspect that somewhere along the way, many of you benefited from someone holding your hand through this process. None of us are born woke. A lot of us had very different opinions maybe a decade ago, whether they be in this community, whether they be in any other community, right? So be that person for others. Be that person that I was for you to others. That's what I always try to explain to you. And that's why I'm going to go back to what I was saying. You got to be where the masses are. You got to speak to the needs of the masses. And you got to use the language of the masses if you want to build a mass movement. And you have to be patient. You have to be understanding. You have to recognize that everyone's starting position is different and that social conditioning is a very powerful force. If it wasn't, the parasitic capital class would not be deploying it so viciously by way of mainstream media, by way of our education. That's it. It's an unbelievable tool of control. It's an unbelievably successful tool of control. So we're always fighting an uphill battle. That's why I always say I'm a leftist. I've taken L's my whole life. I'm used to it. I'm a leftist in the United States of America. I'm a socialist, anti-imperialist. You know? I feel like what you're saying, don't fall for the rhetoric that is meant for libs, but then the police are not in the bag either. You just said he hasn't been good on police. If the answer is he has been better than the alternative, how is this argumentation different from centrists that push incrementalism and resent people for not backing their centrist candidates? Because there's no market for this. But there is a market for actual incremental gain in policies. The centrists don't actually offer incremental gain at all. That's the difference. That's the difference. Like there's Like, Zoran has a long way to go in terms of dealing with the problem, but policing as an institution, especially the NYPD, is probably one of the most powerful forces he has to deal with. I mean, these are guys who are around him at all times, okay? They're around him at all times. I've seen it. I've been around him. He's surrounded by like 8 fucking cops as the mayor wherever he goes, okay? What I'm saying that Zoran hasn't delivered on is not necessarily like shifting around the police funding, because they kept the head counts no matter what. So that's good. But he also said he was going to disband the SRG, which he did not. Least Racist Community Note in 2026 on White Lamau, an essay on the inequality of human races by Gobenau, published in 1855, has classified the Turks as a yellow race, mediocre intelligence at best. The Turks are classified as dense and ponderous, and obtained white traits through the practice of white slavery. Just another day on X.com, the everything app. Arthur de Gobineau was a French writer and a diplomat who is best known for helping introduce scientific race theory and racial demography, and for developing the theory of the Aryan master race and Nordicism. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be honest, I was rage baiting. Of course, I was rage baiting with the, great replacement theory. But it's even funnier that anytime they get mad at me, I'm like, I'm white. What the fuck are you talking about? Because I'm perceived as white by normies. Every racist, every race realist loses their dang mind, dude. It is so fucking awesome. It is so awesome. Where these guys were, I mean, I've been cooking up a firestorm on a couple of these things. The socialism but rich one. I said I'd rather be successful and advocate for the poor than be a broke Trump booster advocating for the rich. Even on X.com, the everything app, 60,000 likes ratio. But the other one was I'm White Lamau. This brought all the Nazis. They were so mad. Yeah, Hasan Piker controls the media. Yeah, Elon Musk has been losing his mind. Big dog, don't worry, I'm not cucking you, okay? I'm posting it. I said, wait, who has the father that stepped up photo, actually? Because I'm gonna post that instead. Does anyone have it? Does anyone have a quick access to that? No, not the video, man. Give me a screenshot. Give me a screenshot. Hold on. Okay, I posted it. So Elon Musk thinks I'm cucking him and hasn't stopped freaking out about it since. Nice knowing you. He's gonna fucking send a drone to my house to kill me, I feel like. Is it wise to personally anger a near trillionaire over and over? We shall find out. I mean, what am I supposed to do? He keeps losing his damn mind. He's like, he means what he says. Hasan Piker, we're going to destroy the white race, bitch. That's what he's here to do. Let me troll a little bit. Guys, stop sending me the James Carville tweet.
James Carville, fan.
Wait, Piers Morgan, he hates America. James Carville versus Hasan Piker and Tucker versus Trump with Vinny Oceana. Oh, they had all my ops. That's cool. Who's there to defend me? You don't want to see a retiree shit talk you from their luxurious bed? Jank? Uncle Chunky Weigert was defending me. Let's go. All right, let's keep playing this. I got to pee.
Who despise
and we'll get to all of that.
How successful he's been. His approval ratings are high. Murder rate, the lowest I think it's ever been on record. The economy, we're going to be reading something from the Financial Times talking about actually how New York City is thriving right now based on just about every metric. But you also have people in New York City that have been saying some whacked out things. I think most mainstream voters would say they're whacked out things when they're talking about going to pro-Hamas rallies the day after Hamas slaughtered more Jews than on any day since the Holocaust. I think 90% of Americans would think that is abhorrent. And so, you know, again, they'll try to blur lines going, oh, well, they just don't support health care for all. Or, oh, no, we're not saying that. We just support hate speech. But it is also very important, though. Why are we talking about DSA now? Because the Democratic Party has a choice to make. Now, I said this day in and day out leading up to Kamala Harris's election. You couldn't watch an NFL game without seeing 300 taxpayers are going to pay for trans surgeries for convicts ads on NFL games. And even though they still pretend, that did not move viewers. I think the Trump campaign spent $30 million on those ads, and it moved working class men, working class white men, working class black men,
it kept them where
working
they are.
class Hispanic men. It just did. And the Democrats had their head in the sand. So there's nothing wrong with the Democrats supporting economic justice. There's nothing wrong with the Democrats supporting, cutting taxes or getting rid of the Trump taxes and making billionaires pay more in taxes. That's legitimate. That's a legitimate mainstream debate for people to have. Health care for all. Health care is unaffordable. That is something most Americans would agree with. But please, I don't need people telling me, oh, you have to just turn a blind eye to people saying that women getting raped on October 7th didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. No, Americans aren't going to support that. This is not about.
Yeah, rape doesn't justify genocide, by the way. And that is unironically the position of the overwhelming majority of Americans. Like, that's literally the position. The overwhelming majority of Americans now recognize it as genocide. The overwhelming majority of Americans understand that Israel has done a genocide and it's completely unacceptable. So no, Sucks to suck, Joe Scarborough. But no, that position is actually one that the majority agrees on, no matter how hard you try to frame it. Dropside did a context response to it. Joe Scarborough used the eve of Wisconsin Democratic primary to deliver a fact-free 10-minute smear of Hasan Piker, Francesca Hong, Daria Eliza Avila Chevalier, and the DSA, built on butchered quotes, shameless distortions, and Hamas rape allegations no major human rights organizations have been able to verify. Here's everything you got wrong. Pro-Hamas rallies after at 10-7. Scarborough, referring to Democratic candidate New York 13 Daria Eliza Avila Chevalier and DSA co-chair Megan Romer, said people supported going to pro-Hamas rallies the day after Hamas slaughtered more Jews than any day since the Holocaust. The framing is entirely his own. The demonstrations he's pointing to were Palestinian solidarity gatherings that Avila Chevalier said she attended because she expected Israel to attack Gaza indiscriminately and disproportionately. She was right. By October 8th, 2023, the day after, Israel's military said it had already bombed some 800 sites in Gaza, a geographic area smaller than New York City, with the IDF military spokesman claiming entire cities nests of terror. By Sunday, late Sunday, Gaza's health ministry reported 413 Palestinians killed and more than 2,300 wounded. People marching on October 8th were reacting in real time to bombs already falling on one of the most densely populated places on earth, but Scarborough presents them as celebrating a massacre. 2. The 10-7 rape claims of the blood-soaked history. Scarborough leads hardest on sexual violence, chastising the left for ignoring women getting raped on October 7th, and to describe those questioning the atrocity claims as beyond the pale. The accusation of rape has been used for centuries to dehumanize people of color and justify their mass killing. Enslaved and later free black men were lynched by thousands on the strength of unproven rape allegations. Evidence-free claims of rape and mass rape were broadcast by Scarborough and MS Now as settled fact immediately after 10-7, and it helped justify a campaign that has now killed more than 73,000 Palestinians and wounded nearly 175,000, including over 21,000 children. Together, that is more than 1 in 10 people in Gaza killed, wounded, or permanently maimed. The black brute myth, the pretext for Rosewood and countless other massacres, the Emmett Till lie, the unverified sexual violence claims work because they short-circuit scrutiny. To ask for evidence is made to appear as defending the crime. That is exactly the function of these claims, served after October 7, when they were deployed in the war's opening weeks to pre-justify Israel's genocidal response. Scarborough and MS Now have not yet told their audience that no major human rights body has confirmed a single instance of rape on October 7, not the Independent International Commission of Inquiry, the UN's highest standing investigative mechanism on the conflict, not Amnesty International, not Human Rights Watch. None have confirmed it. Wait, what? Joe just admitting he's never watched you? Yeah, Pablo was there, I think, on the panel defending me a little bit, but we'll get to that in a second. Oh, here it is. The one UN document routinely cited as proof, the March 2024 mission led by Pramila Patten, was, by her own explicit acknowledgement, neither intended nor mandated by to be investigative in nature. The UN's own special representative of sexual violence and conflict has since acknowledged publicly that no human rights organization has confirmed rape occurred that day, which, by the way, is ironic because my position was not at the time that, like, there's no reality where sexual assaults could have been conducted on the day of October 7. I was literally actually arguing against that position, saying there is a likelihood that these sorts of things happen. Sexual violence is unfortunately commonplace in instances of conflict. We don't have the evidence to. We didn't have the evidence at the time. What? Fuck Pablo Jew. What the fuck's wrong with you? Anyway, but that doesn't justify a genocide that has unfolded in the aftermath. My opinion always has been that whether rape has happened or not on October 7 still doesn't justify a genocide. And regardless of the likelihood of sexual violence taking place on October 7, given that it is something that takes place in instances of conflict, such as, you know, every other instance of conflict historically, that the atrocity propaganda that unfolded in the aftermath of October 7 was unfortunately fact-free. There was no evidence whatsoever presented for it, and they leaned into it heavily in an effort to justify what Israel was doing at the time and continued to do, which was a genocide of largely children. That's it. And there have been a fuck ton more evidence of Israelis committing sexual atrocities, instances of sexual violence against Palestinians since then. And certainly before then as well. Dark humility. That's a pretty weak genocide with so many of them alive still. How is this considered a genocide with so many systematic methods available? Why wouldn't they employ them if they were serious? Because Israel cannot. I mean, look, this is a classic like Holocaust denial, genocide denial that you're engaging in. And of course, you feel comfortable being able to say that. But I'm going to take it sincerely and I'm going to respond to you sincerely. Okay. Dark humility. Hopefully you can have a little bit of humility in this moment. Same with Srebrenica. The Genocide Convention states that in order for something to be considered a genocide, you don't have to literally wipe out every single person. It would be like saying, well, there's still Jews around, so is the Holocaust a genocide? If you were to make that argument, you would be branded an insane person, right? It's not necessarily just about the entirety or the numbers. Sorry, Srebrenica. It's the intent and the actions that are taking place. And there's plenty of evidence for both on the Israeli side. Okay? Do you understand? Yeah, but with the Holocaust, there was a clear goal in mind with systematic methods such as burning, gas, etc. Here you just have militants dying. Really? 21,000 children. The most conservative estimate is all militants. 21,000 children. The overwhelming majority of those killed in Gaza are women, children, and the elderly. Overwhelming majority. And the rest of them are not militants either. Like, military aged males are not all militants across the board. But even if you were to add that on as the most conservative estimation, it still doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, no, you're going to say human shields for the militants. Yeah, that's not the case. There's no evidence for that. It's completely fucking made up. You're just doing the classic but Hamas argument. You're literally trying to justify it by saying, well, sucks to suck. The overwhelming majority of children were killed because they were in the wrong place in the wrong time. Gaza is the most densely populated open-air prison on the planet. Okay? Gaza is 24/7 surveilled. What you're doing is genocide denial. It's disgusting. I think most people now recognize it as such. And I'm glad that the overwhelming... Well, if you were Israel, what would you do? You were being attacked by rockets constantly. Great question. October 6, 2023 was when the Euromed Monitor revealed their reporting that 2023 was the most violent, most deadly year for Palestinian children. Okay? Israel should have abolished this apartheid and its occupation a long time ago. And if there was any, if there was any justice in the matter, that's precisely what would have happened a long time ago. And therefore, there would be no, ascetic militant response in the form of like a couple bathtub-made rockets being lobbed in the direction of the Green Line every now and then. How do you defend yourself if the militants are willing to do anything? That question, I think, should be presented to the Palestinian side, because they are the ones who are withstanding a genocide. You know what I mean? Like all of this, have you noticed that every single argument that you've presented is like, well, genocide is the only option because these guys are barbarians. Like that's all this is. You have to ethnically cleanse the land because they're barbarians. Like that's your argument. You are no different than a neo-Nazi in 1938. It's not like the Nazis were like, oh, we're doing this because we're evil. They created a sufficient mode of propaganda against organized Jewry, which was obviously all fake and bullshit, in an effort to justify the concentration camps, in an effort to justify the Nuremberg race laws first and foremost, then the denaturalization of Jews, socialists, communists, and then the subsequent concentration initiatives, the concentration camps and the death camps. There's a similar pattern that Israel has deployed against the Palestinians. Or sorry, regular Nazi in 1938. Did I say neo-Nazi? So yeah, Okay, what about Palestinians that aren't bought by Iran? I don't get it. I don't justify genocide. I mean, you have been doing that this whole time. The open air prison is a result of them never giving up on jihad for 100 years. Yes, brother, you think all Palestinians are Muslim, which they're not, ironically enough. And you think all Muslims are engaging in this like scary jihad against the Jews. That's what you think. Okay? It's not. If I were to come to your home and kill your family, burn your crops, and take your ancestral homeland, you would probably rise up in arms against me as well. And under international law, you would have every right to do so. That's what the Palestinians have been doing. Okay? No, I feel bad for the people not involved that live there. So you would take up arms against me, right? If I were to come to your house from afar, from a land far away. No. I'm talking about the people who rose up in arms. If I were to come to your house from a land far, far away with weapons, superior weaponry, and burn your crops, kill your family members, rape them, and then throw you in a prison, you would probably want to fight back against that, right? If you saw that happen to your neighbor, you'd want to fight back against me. That's what the Palestinians have been doing. And this resistance has taken many different shapes and many different forms over the last 100 years. But it's not about being against Judaism. If they were Christian, it would be anti-Christian, I guess, right? I get it. That's why Hezbollah exists in Lebanon. Okay, well, if you understand why Hezbollah exists in Lebanon, you understand why Hamas is the current contemporary iteration of the Palestinian Resistance Front, the Palestinian Resistance Movement. Also, this is a misconception about the Holocaust. The vast majority of deaths was from the Einsatzgruppen Nazi death squads who literally just went across the countryside in all parts of Eastern Europe and just indiscriminately murdered people. Yeah, that too, obviously. Death camps are the most notorious part of the Holocaust, but not the most prolific in terms of death. Pretty similar, if not identical, to what Israel's currently doing. Yeah, with different means, of course, with time-adjusted means. But yeah, I mean, that's what they did in Ukraine. They would literally fucking go to the villages, right? They would go to Jewish villages in all of these different places with collaborators, ironically enough, and then they would line up every single Jewish person they could, man, woman, children, and assassinate them, execute them in broad daylight, and dump their bodies into mass graves. That's how they did it. Heinous. Also, saying Hamas is jihadist, but being neutral on Hezbollah is so fucking funny. I know. He's like, no, they're the party of God, brother. One is Harakat al-Muqawwama al-Islamiyya. The other is Hezbollah. One is the party of God. The other one is the movement of resistance for Islam. Very different concepts. Okay? He's like, please, I make a very clear distinction between the party of God and the movement for resistance for Islam. Very big difference here. Okay? I will say this, like, the party of God is a beast mode name across the board. And, you know, for most of history, whenever a group called themselves the party of God, they were doing some dark shit for the most part. But it is like kind of a metal name to name yourself. Yeah, it's giving mandate of heaven, you know, that kind of thing. I am not Arab, but that was good Arabic. Yeah, that's why you think it's good Arabic. It's not good Arabic. I'm trying to do my very best. Shias, Ayatollah Khomeini, Sunnis, Hasan Piker, I rest my case. That is crazy. What the fuck? I am the Ayatollah Khomeini equivalent of the Sunnis. That's wild. Anyway, I think many Shias would also be offended at the fact that you are putting me as an op. Okay? I'm not going to lie, fight back. If it were me, I would be pushing back. No, it's the classic. Also, Hamas is Sunni. What are we talking about? What a contrast. Anyway, also Treasure Train 35% off, 5+ gifted subs, level 2 hype train. We're going to continue. So, Scarborough's most incendiary charge was someone said a woman being raped doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, clearly aimed at Piker, whose "it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th" clip has become the single most circulated attack line against him, cited by Richie Torres, the ADL Dana Bash on CNN. The 17-second clip is severed from all context. In the full segment, Piker was arguing against a viewer who was pushing the hypothesis that Israeli former captives describing sexual assault have been coerced by their government into lying. Piker called that idea ridiculous and urged his audience not to dismiss non-firsthand accounts. His pushback was that whether or not one accepts these accounts, it does not retroactively justify a genocide or strip Palestinians of the right to live free of occupation. It was the opposite of rape doesn't matter, as Scarborough now puts Piker's words. Even outlets covering the controversy have noted the clip is used to claim Piker denies assaults, when in context he was refusing to let a viewer wave away allegations. The end. Oops, wrong one. Joe Scarborough continued condemning Hasan Piker for, in his words, saying rapes of Jewish women don't matter. That is insane. That is an insane statement. It is completely ridiculous. I've never said that. But of course, you can get away with saying whatever the fuck you want in mainstream media against the person who is a prominent critic of Israel. This is the unfortunate reality. For many, many years, I've been around. Okay? I've been an advocate for progressive values my whole life. Okay? For my entire professional media career. Up until October 7, I never received this level of anger, this level of universal anger, universal enmity. It is unfucking believable that there are so many diehard loyalists to the Israeli cause that they just straight up find it completely unacceptable, and they will go to any length to lie and besmirch and smear. It is fucking ridiculous. The anger from media elites should be understood not as a political argument, but as frustration that they're losing market share. They are mad that fewer people are paying attention to corporate media, which means media elites are losing relevance, power, and ultimately business. They are wrapping that rage in electability arguments and political punditry. But the rage, the really deep anger exemplified here, screaming at a Twitch streamer and effectively demanding politicians stay away from independent media, isn't about political ideology or what particular strategy they think Democrats should adopt. For these media folk, it's about something way deeper and way more personal, their loss of status that they've enjoyed for decades and that they feel entitled to. That's exactly what this is. That's the secondary component in this conversation. I think the primary component is zealotry. Joe Scarborough is a Zionist. Joe Scarborough has grown up in a media environment, in a political environment where it was unquestioned. The loyalty that America is supposed to have to Israel is unquestioned, right? And he's never had anyone in his immediate orbit that has ever questioned that loyalty, that has ever questioned the allegiance that we have. So from his perspective, he's like, what the fuck is going on? These youths, they're going crazy. From his perspective, the only opposition to Israel could be concocted from an anti-Semitic perspective. That's his primary reason for behaving this way. He is reminded of his, in some respects, mortality, okay? He is reminded of his mortality, that changes are happening all around him in ways that he cannot comprehend, and he's angrily lashing out, okay? So it's not even just about Zionism necessarily, but it's about living in a universe where the reality has shifted from under his feet, and he cannot control it. The reality around him is changing and he cannot control it. This is a terrifying prospect for a lot of boomers, okay? This is the motivation for why they refuse change so aggressively. To concede to these seismic shifts is to recognize one's mortality. It's that simple. For many, that zealotry doesn't come from some kind of weird sense of loyalty to the nation state of Israel. I mean, I'm sure there is plenty of that as well. But that's why it's so difficult to get boomers to understand, you know, current cultural shifts. They got a death grip. But here in the media, Joe Scarborough has obviously enjoyed a position of prominence and influence for his whole life. He's worked hard. Okay? He's worked hard to get to this position. He sucked the right dicks. You know? He has this wonderful career. And now, all of a sudden, some random 35-year-old with an internet connection and a fucking camera gets to command the attention of a far larger audience than his? Are you kidding me? And now they're saying unthinkable things about the nation state of Israel? Are you fucking triply kidding me? Get the hell out of here. That's his response. That's why he's like losing his mind. That's why he can't come to terms with the fact that these unspeakable things are not only being spoken, okay, but they're also reaching people and they're changing people's minds. These are forces completely beyond his control. That's the reason why these guys lose their fucking minds. That's the reason why they have no investment in trying to contend with these narrative changes. They don't want to understand why people are arriving at these conclusions, and they certainly don't see children in body bags, children in trash bags being carried into hospitals in Gaza. So they just swing wildly at the fences. The comments are ripping him apart. Lamau. It's not. The link is broken. Shannon, I get the U80 fine. We can disagree, but is there anyone who has turned the under 35 crowd locked in the way that he does? Do you see how the GOP is trying to divide Dems and take away one of the Democrats' biggest weapons? I don't hate anyone. I'm repulsed by his excusing rape, engaging in bigotry and racism, and spreading conspiracy theories. He's a weapon because he's vile. We must embrace him because the very online look up to him is the same thing the right said about Charlie Kirk. Same. I don't hate anyone. I'm concerned when people can't distance themselves from statements like it doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th. That is offensive, whether said about Muslims, Jews, or Christians. This is not hard. This is why I've spoken out aggressively against Islamophobia and called out those who attack Muslims, pushed for Muslim registries, told Muslim members of Congress to go back where they came from and treated Muslim Americans as others. I'm not... Oh my God. It's fucking ridiculous. Joe thinks sexual assault justifies genocide. Pierce said you're ducking him. I might go on a show, but I think it's too much of a... I mean, eventually, we'll see. No more excuses for you not to move to New York, buddy. A Staten Island judge has granted a temporary restraining order against New York City's rollout of Mayor Zohran Mamdani's PETA terror tax, pausing enforcement while a lawsuit brought by a group of homeowners moves forward. There's something so funny about this being in Staten Island Because who the fuck is getting their second $5 million home in Staten Island? No one. Wait, who is this for, man? Corrected link from the dashboard. I mean, there's only 23 comments, dude. Joe has more disdain for the left than the Republicans. Why is that? He's right, you know. Amen. Free Palestine. Joe, please shut the fuck up. Did they delete him crashing out over Hasan? I saw him getting ratioed in the comments. Now the post is gone. Oh, this is the new post that they put up. Blue Sky post for today. Yeah, I saw that. Tennessee Hall are doing the work. In case you missed it, Joe Scarborough just went on an unhinged rant against Hasan Piker, taking his comments about 10-7 out of context. He won't have Hasan on to discuss it, so we put Hasan explaining what he actually said after Joe's red-faced diatribe. And I never watched them again, and I never will. Between them and Ali Velshi, I don't watch either. I haven't watched Joe or Mika since 2016 when Trump got elected. Yeah, Blue Sky Liberals got me. If nobody got me, Blue Sky Liberals got me, okay? Which is cool. Facebook boomers. Far left Twitch streamer Hasan Piker recently defended his rhetoric, calling Hamas 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state of Israel, despite acknowledging it was intentionally provocative. I say that on purpose, Piker said. I want to force people to really think about what I'm saying. I want to challenge them to think about it a little bit. The streamer made the comment in a social media post earlier this year and has since doubled and tripled down on the claim while facing backlash. Though he conceded that he would likely alienate fewer people by simply saying Israel was worse than Hamas, Hasan Piker said it wasn't his style. His statement does not mean they're good or commendable. Would a resistance militia exist if there were no occupation? The worse Israel treats its colonized, the more violent the resistance would be. This is a very natural and objective expected counterforce response. I guess after that, he said something provocative. No one under 50 on either side of the aisle disagrees with this. Would I want to live there? No. Would I want them to live there? No. Do I respect their resolve? Yes. Would I do the same exact thing in their situation? Absolutely. It's not even a debate. It's just common sense. There is a thing called math. In the context of victims is true. And that was the context he was using. I mean, all you got to do is look at the numbers. He's right. Not saying Hamas is good, of course, but Israel's much, much worse. You are just making him cooler. I see, not lie. He's right, and he should say it. I mean, that's a measurable truth. Where is the lie? The facts prove this claim. I don't support what Hamas does. However, all you have to do is understand the history to understand how Hamas came to be. That's all I'm saying. Well, that's like saying the rebellion is better than the empire. 54, and I do not disagree either. That's not provocative. It's truth. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Ah, yes, the lesser of two evils argument. Not just thousands, but millions. Most of America agrees with this. Most of the world outside of the U.S. has known this for decades. He sounds well informed. I mean, he isn't wrong. Then go live there if it's so great. There's like every couple comments, there's like one boomer who's like, well, fuck you. Go live there then. Brother, the suit method radicalized the Facebook segment? I think so. We are winning the people, man. We're winning the people because we are on the side of truth. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Me. This is about the Democrats once again fumbling the football on the 2-yard line when they have a chance to make great gains, but being so woke, I don't know if you want to call it woke 1, woke 2, or woke 3, but being too woke to call out the obvious. I swear to God. It's crazy that we're even having this conversation. If somebody says a woman being raped doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, it's okay to call that person out and demand that candidates distance themselves from those people. If you want to rule, over a party and win elections.
He's losing his mind. Bro, was he this mad when Trump won? Because if I recall correctly, when Trump won the second time, he went to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring and the tip of Trump's penis. You bitch. Suck my dick, Joe Scarborough. Oh my God. God damn, dude. Boomers and their emotional support apartheid state. Holy fuck. God damn, dude. You tell a boomer, hey, man. Hey, can we have more housing? They go, I will literally do everything in my power to destroy you. You tell a fucking boomer your emotional support apartheid state has gone too far. They did a genocide that's unjustifiable. They go, I will do everything in my power to destroy you. Oh my God. We get it, bro. You think the Palestinians deserved it. We get it. Oh my God. I'm so glad the two of you are finally communicating. Yeah, we're not. He'll never have me on his show. MSNBC will not have me on any of their broadcasts. There's a couple executives at CNN, MSNBC, and all these other media properties that have decided I am too odious a figure to have on the broadcast, and it's far better to just talk about me. I am willing and able. I will go to CBS. I will go to ABC. I will go to CNN, and I will discuss these issues. I'll go on MSNBC, MS Now. Sorry for dead naming. It's not like I'm not accessible. I am accessible. I'm a media person. I'm a media figure. I'm a media figure that commands the attention of sizable audiences, just as you do. We could just easily have a conversation. Y'all have literal fucking psychopaths all the time on your shows. You've had Stephen Miller on your broadcast all the fucking time. He's responsible for all of the ICE activities on U.S. soil, including but not limited to kidnapping our neighbors, sending them to El Salvador without due process, murdering white Americans, right? Not just brown Americans, white Americans as well. And you have him on. You have Benjamin Netanyahu on. He's a genocidal war criminal. He's responsible for the deaths of more than 20,000 children. He's murdered more than 20,000 children. You have him on and you yap around like he's a normal dude. He has a fucking arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court. But a Twitch streamer is a bridge too far. A Twitch streamer who, unfortunately for you, has the overwhelming majority position on your emotional support apartheid state.
To pro-Hamas rallies the day after Hamas slaughtered more Jews than on any day since the Holocaust.
I missed this.
I think 90% of Americans would think that is abhorrent. And so, you know, again, they'll try to blur lines going, oh, well, they just don't support health care for all. Or, oh, no, we're not saying that. We just support hate speech. And
he does. There it is. He does. He does support hate speech. You joined the ranks of Gore Vidal and Noam Chomsky on that blacklist, except there's a difference here. We don't live in the same media environment that they lived in. That's the big difference. And that's also part of the reason why these guys are fucking losing their minds. Because back in the day, you could just blacklist someone. Norm Finkelstein was blacklisted, right? That's why you'll never hear a prominent anti-Zionist Jew explain their position in mainstream news. You think that's weird? Don't you find that odd? Are there no prominent anti-Zionist Jews? Like, with the exception of Ezra Klein, maybe interviewing. Edward Said is not a Jewish person. And you'll never hear from a Palestinian any longer, regardless. Back in the day, at least Edward Said would like go on TV every now and then. They don't do that. Nope. Brad Lander is not an anti-Zionist. Brad Lander is not an anti-Zionist. You will never hear from Gabor Mate. You will never hear from Norm Finkelstein. You will never hear from Ilan Pape. You'll never hear from Avi Shalim. You'll never hear from Raz Segal. Why? You think these guys don't exist? You think these guys are not prominent academics? At most, you'll hear from Gideon Levy, maybe. Even then, you think Gideon Levy is inaccessible? These aren't just Jewish academics. These are Israeli academics. Half of the people that I mentioned are Israeli academics. These guys rush after October 7 to find as many Israelis as they can from the Knesset and the IDF to come and contextualize the violence. They don't have Ofer Kassif's phone number. They can't have Ofer Kassif on. I had Ofer Kassif on. He's a minister in the Knesset. Why won't these outlets have him on? Is his voice not relevant? Are their voices not relevant? There's American anti-Zionist Jews. There's Israeli anti-Zionist Jews. Why don't they ever have them on? And I've given up on the idea of ever having a Palestinian on, of course. That would be a bridge too far. I mean, they're barbaric savages. That's the attitude that these guys have. It's racism. Zionism is racism. It's an ideology that is a racist ideology. It's an ideology that determines the Palestinians to be barbaric savages that must be excised from the land. It's bigotry through and fucking through. And it has nothing to do with Judaism either. As I explained over and over again, Joe Scarborough is not Jewish. Joe Biden is not Jewish, right? These guys are very clearly loyal soldiers of Zionism. They're Zionists themselves. In 2015, Trump had huge polling lead in GOP primary when he first mocked John McCain's prisoner of war status. Most corporate media figures, led by the revered dean of political reporting, Dan Balz of the Washington Post, pronounced that Trump's campaign would now collapse over his McCain insult. Obviously, it didn't even remotely register because most people don't have the same narrow luxury concerns as the DC press corps. Nobody gave a shit about whether a candidate was sufficiently reverent to McCain. Only DC journalists and political junkies cared. Same with having so little to offer that you have to try to make the election about who campaigns with Hasan Piker. Nobody gives a shit. People have real problems and concerns. That's what they're going to vote on, not this manufactured cable news melodrama. Here's the hilarious Dan Balz article predicting Trump's instant collapse over his McCain comments. If you're Joe Scarborough and you and your wife make many millions a year for whining on TV, then you fixate on the evils of Hasan Piker. Most people care about real things. That's it.
If somebody says going to a rally the day after Hamas slaughters more Jews than any time since the Holocaust. It's okay for Chuck Schumer. It's okay for Hakeem Jeffries to call that despicable and demand that people distance themselves from that. That's okay. So why are we
demanding that people apologize for being right but too early in 2026 is crazy. You should be apologizing, you fucking baboon. You should be apologizing every day on your hands and knees for justifying a genocide, for continuing to justify it, for defending Israel. Anyway, I'm going to bring in friend of the show, Noah Colwin. Noah, I'm bringing in my Jewish advocate, my token, Noah Colwin, to. Oh no! Here we
changed it up.
We changed it. We have a go more further.
Oh, over this way,
all the way to the orange mark.
Oh my
See
gosh!
That?
Yeah,
you got a mark down there.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
you're wow. It's legit.
Yeah, come close into the microphone, of course.
Yeah.
But
that's neat.
Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Noah Colwin in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Noah Colwin is here. Visiting once again.
Hanging.
Yeah. And looking skinny as well. That's what people are saying in the chat. But I also noticed it. I didn't want to say anything, but a Jewish guy called Noah. You don't see that very often. I agree.
Pretty rare.
Yeah, very rare.
Although I'm bummed because when I was a kid, Noah was kind of a rare name. And now
you
there are
made it
like lots
popular.
of kids. Yeah. And they're all Christian, I'll be honest.
Yeah. So
I don't think if all Jews got called Noah, it really moved the needle on anything.
Yeah. Noah's Ark.
That's our story.
Yeah. It's her story.
No.
His
That's I don't know if you know that. That story actually belongs to the state of Israel.
Okay. Well, good to know. So we're watching Joe Scarborough fucking lose his mind. And
he's mad at you.
He's mad at everyone. He's
but
mad
didn't
at
he
Dottie
say
Eliza.
he's never listened? He said he hates you, but I've never spoken to him. I never listened to him.
Yeah, we didn't even get to that part yet. But
oh, good.
Yeah, Noah's mic is a bit loud. Okay, I'll lower
Noah's
it.
mic is a bit loud.
Okay, I'll lower it a little bit. You don't really hear that often on this broadcast about my guest being a little bit too loud. But here, let's get back to the video.
This up now. We're bringing this up now because it seems an awful lot like what was happening in 2024 when Democrats couldn't get out of their own way to win an election they should have won.
He's so mad.
Yeah, he's
so mad.
His argument also revolves around like electability when it's like, the electability argument is if you just shut the fuck up about Israel.
He's so mad, dude.
Yeah, I'm
sorry. I'm hung up on how like he's I don't know if I've ever seen. I mean, not that like I'm a Joe Scarborough scholar.
I'm a Joe Scarborough head.
Oh,
so I can tell you as a Joe Scarborough academic, this is what I studied in college.
Yeah, you were in regional studies with a focus in Scarborough country.
Yeah, communications degree. It's crazy. I did not see Joe Scarborough this mad after Trump got elected. He is more mad about this stuff, about my existence in media, and Dottie Eliza going to a pro-Palestine rally on October 8th, where she was right but too early by Joe's case. I guess like January 6th is the last time he was this mad. Like, I don't know. He wasn't this mad when Trump won. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, but he's like angry. Like he's had part of it. Look, I also believe a bit in the principle that like part of sometimes when you see people get spitting mad on TV, that's partly because they had to work themselves up into it. It's a lot easier to do your job of like being on TV and talking about bullshit if you can like amp yourself up. And I mean, this is like the trick to ESPN. This is how Fox News people do it, is that like it's way easier to and makes for better television if you're just persistently agitated and you work yourself up into that frenzy than it is to discuss things like an adult, frankly.
He's so mad. He's mad like Mika saw the meat pic. You know what I mean? Like that's how fucking angry he is. Like he caught Mika looking at the meat pic or something this morning.
He comes home, he saw the Rolling Stone spread, and he's just like, mother, like Joe Pesci, motherfucker.
And Mika's like, no, you don't understand. I was reading the articles. Like I was reading the article. It's just I don't know how the Schmeat pick made it into my time. It's crazy. Have you seen Debbie Dingle talking about?
Oh
that?
yeah, I was like, I don't get it, but he's handsome or whatever. I mean, I thought that was.
She's like, yeah,
I appreciated the honesty.
She's like, yeah, he takes his shirt off and he's working out. Anyway, let's continue.
To end your metaphor, the Democrats have the ball at the 2-yard line. Now they have to call the right play. And there are ways they could botch this. There's no question there. Getting at the ball at the 2 doesn't mean you're going to score. Seattle Seahawks about a decade ago in a Super Bowl is evidence of that. So this is where Democrats are, and that's why there is such scrutiny. It is understandable why there's such energy on the left, and we've just gone through all the reasons why. There's a lot of energy there. People are tired. People are sick. People think these fundamental issues need to be addressed. But that energy comes with a spotlight. And some questions have to get answered. And that's why we're looking at so many of these races right now as we head into the stretch run of this election year. We talked about Wisconsin. Joining us now live from Madison is MS Now reporter Will McDuffie. Will, good to see you. What are you hearing from voters ahead of tomorrow's closely watched primary?
That's right, Hank. I'm here in the streets of Milwaukee, and they're saying no to Hasanabi Piker. This is the primary concern of the electorate broadly, and that is what they are angry about.
Just imagining you're spending like all this money, like you send out like a camera crew, you've got producers, you've got like people doing all this money, all this labor intensive, and it's to have a guy standing out of state capitol so that he can answer questions about Hasan Piker.
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
Because of the candidates involved.
Well, I mean, we heard AOC kind of laugh off the idea of woke one, but that's resonating with voters here because Democrats we've met who don't like Francesca Hong are citing things like her tweets to cancel Thanksgiving and abolish the police. And she has said that those are bad takes that she made 5-6 years ago under the stress of being a small business owner and being a student. But mind you, like she made those comments when she was either running for the state assembly or is already sworn in. So she was a public.
I don't care.
Dave Weigel brought this
man.
up. Dave Weigel brought this up in his analysis before, but it's like very strange that like there's been a total reversal where like Francesca Hong comes on my stream and we talk 2 hours. We talk for 2 hours about policy, about what she's going to do for the voters, like what she cares about. And then she goes on mainstream media and they're like, well, you made a Thanksgiving tweet where you said folks with an X in 2020. Why don't you kill yourself? And it's like it's completely topsy-turvy. You would expect like independent media, people like myself to be silly and like, do silly things, care about silly things, talk about silly things. Whereas the sensationalized quick media hit environment has made it so that they're talking about silly things when they go on mainstream outlets for like, 2 to 3 minutes. Whereas when they're here, they talk about policy for 2 fucking hours.
I mean, look, I'll give my simple answer about why that's the case, which is, do you think that Joe Scarborough could lead an interesting discussion about like data center politics? Like the answer is no.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I just genuinely believe that the reason they're talking about this is because this is what they're equipped to talk about. Like why is ESPN like currently in this like stupid meathead era? It's because like they employ meatheads to like talk about takes and like they have fewer people with knowledge and we're getting reporters, which is to say that like this is not just in politics. It's just that obviously, politics arguably matters a little bit more than sports media. And at least in this case, it's like, yeah, Joe Scarborough is just like, that's not what he talks about. He's not the guy to explain like, like in Wisconsin, part of what's like powered Francesca Hong's, campaign to the position that it's in is like a lot of resentment and a lot of anger about a whole set of like policy issues and realities about people's lives that don't really have to do with Hasan Piker.
The Francesca Hong polls should be a wake-up call for the DC elite to be like, how are we getting this so wrong? And yet, in their sense of entitlement and their unbelievable smug elitism, they're like, we shouldn't even, look at our priors and maybe try to analyze what Wisconsin voters are paying attention to, what they care about. And instead of doing that, when you got like someone up 20 points, right? So against the established media narrative. Instead of looking at the environment of like what the voters are demanding, they're like, no, the voters are wrong. They're just stupid. They're just stupid, wrong, and unaware that like she is a bad candidate, and it's unfucking believable. Like 20 points. She's winning every demographic except for 65 plus, where she's tied with Crowley in the last poll that came out. She's winning every demographic by like 60 points. If you go back to like the 18 to 35, she has like a 69 point advantage.
I mean, I think another part of this is, well, and also look, 10 years ago in a different lifetime for me, when I was like a reporter covering Silicon Valley and media, I had a boss, a great reporter named Ed Lee, who told me, you know, just as like an exercise, like look at the average age for the people who watch MSNBC, I guess now, that's
MS Now.
Sorry, that's the dead name. MS Now.
Yeah, multiple sclerosis now.
And Fox and CNN. And what is the commonality? Like the average age, and this is in 2016, like every single one of those networks, the average age of their viewers was into the 60s. For Fox, it was like 69. I think CNN, it was 63. And MSNBC, it was 61. That was in 2016. That was 2016. I do not imagine that those numbers have improved substantially.
No, they've just gotten older.
And so again, I ask you, like, who is Joe Scarborough making this for? What kind of stuff is he equipped to make? And like, it's, you know, I don't think it's, when I say it's that simple, I think it's like that simple in the dynamic what's going on. What I think is not simple, however, is that these are places and venues where lots of people who do not think like the people on the TV screens, it's still where they get their information. Yeah. And so, you know, when we look at like Crowley's support, I just, you know, I'm not a Wisconsin demographics.
By the way,
I'm not a Wisconsin elections effort, but I can't imagine that it's like, it's such hard, incredibly like resolute support. It just has to in part to be a function of like, yeah, people like Joe Scarborough focusing on this shit.
This is who Joe Scarborough is doing it for. It's an it's tailor-made for the Republican midterm strategy that Democrats are in a state of disarray. The base is the base is not united. The base is actually very angry at like the left flank and its manifestation in the form of this like rabble rouser Hasan Piker. That's why it's immediately on Fox News. Joe Scarborough goes scorched earth on Democrats not separating themselves from Hasan Piker. So I repeat my message once again during the night of the primary victory party for Abdul El-Sayed, which is lock in to the consultant class, to the establishment Democrats. You have to recognize what they're doing. This is not a successful message unless you actively try to train the boomers that watch you into believing that the base is actually not united because they just can't get over this fucking hump. We'll fight no matter what, and we'll most likely win no matter what. But it's really annoying to have to fight the Trump forces, to have to fight MAGA, but then also on top of that, to have to fight establishment media as well that presents themselves as, you know, knowing the best interest of the masses, especially the 65-year-old audience that's like 40% of the base of voters broadly that are still getting their notes from MSNBC.
Well, also, I mean, look, I think some of this is a little bit about like these are also a group of people who they wouldn't frame it as such, but the way I see it is that like they want to say in their own decline. And again, I believe that what is happening is like a generational political transfer in a lot of ways. Like that's what we mean when we talk about like how age is such a factor here, right? That it is this like process by which like people who are older are expressing incredible and real anxiety about like the loss of position that they themselves has. They don't consciously see themselves as a generation, of course, but like that is the dynamic we see play out across people of a certain age, generally speaking. And to me, that's, you know, it's like, yeah, these people look and they see like, oh, we're getting displaced, but it's not by like Pete Buttigieg. It's not by like the chosen inheritors of our legacy. It's by the engaged, knowledgeable people who all tend to happen, you know, which I think it should tell you something that like most of the people who do have like talent and interest and charisma and who are able to reach other people in that way, that they do tend to come from like at least like one section of the tent. Figure.
David Sirota had a good point to you know, jump off what you're saying. The corporate Dem faction, from Carville to Tandon to Scarborough to Iglesias, Ezra, Chait, etc., got so used to issuing political directives from fancy TV studios and social media feeds and seeing those directives loyally followed. Now the populist faction is out in the streets organizing voters and winning, which makes the corporate faction mad. They're losing power and they aren't happy about it.
I'll give a qualified agreement to that, with the qualifying being that I don't think that some of those names were big enough to get used to issue any fatwas.
Okay,
but
fair.
I will. But I do think that like especially Neera Tandon seems extremely obvious that but like that essentially everybody that she has beefed with on the internet for the last 15 years is coming together to like root for, the death of the political primacy of her wing in the party. I mean, and also look, like she's
same with
like
James Carville.
if you're I just tend to think of it as like Neera's best years were the ones where she had a job that literally did not allow her to fight on Twitter. And now that she's back and doing this, I think it tells you something about the status of let's say like her movement and so forth.
Yeah, she's out here retweeting Epstein and like Rape Tone, who's I don't know if you know that one.
I'm
the
familiar
bald
with
one.
Tech Tone, yeah.
Yeah. Like he's retweeting these like reactionary forces because they're attacking me. And it's like, if you're in the fucking dirt and your primary focus is to disparage like a left media personality, you fucked up. Like,
well, also no, but I mean, like, look, like I think it's even dumber than that. Like Neera Tandon like literally does not do her job. Like straight up.
Yeah.
She runs the Center for American Progress, what is supposed to be like the most influential, substantial left think tank. It's supposed to be incredibly productive.
Yeah.
And she spends all fucking day, not as far as, and I say this as a guy who also spends a bunch of time on Twitter and doesn't mind making posts. Like,
yeah, we're the policy papers.
Like I
we're
don't
the
see
fucking
her,
policy
like
papers.
she was ahead of, she was a senior policy official in the Biden administration. I do not ever see her talking about matters of policy.
Bro,
I do not ever see her with ideas about like what the future of the country should actually be. All I see is her like getting really mad about elections.
Who is worse at their marketed jobs? Organizer memes, which never post memes or ever organizes, or Neera fucking Tandon, who's supposed to be at the Center for American Progress.
And also, look, like we just know that the evidence is that like she's quite bad at running that organization. There was the time that, she outed the name of somebody who had been a victim of, I believe it was sexual misconduct in the workplace, and she outed that in a public setting and caught a little bit of shit. There was a time that she targeted all the employees who worked under her who had been critical of Israel, and then she subsequently had Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, like I like Neera Tandon's actual record of actions speaks for itself. Sorry,
she was brought back. She was literally brought back to CAP so that she could come in, make sure that the previous president of CAP was insufficiently Zionist, was eradicated. His influence was eradicated from the group. And then she also ended up bringing in Anthony Blinken to the board of trustees for the Center for American Progress. So like, it's very clear what her goal is. Her design is to ensure that the prestigious premier left think tank or liberal, I guess somewhat progressive think tank is still churning out like Zionist propaganda. That's her fucking job.
And I mean, I think, look, I do think that there are a lot of people at CAP who do perfectly fine work and everything. I think it's more.
Yeah,
like,
I know people
but of course, we both
there.
do. It's
Yeah.
Where I see this though is that it's like, yeah, Neera gets to coast on the work of all those people who work for her, who do things that are perfectly anodyne and fine. And obviously, there are those who probably don't. But she gets to coast. She gets to benefit from all their labor so that she can like spend all day on Twitter whining about Abdul spending too much time.
Yeah, look at the board of directors. Look at this. Anthony J. Blinken, like
Who's
John Podesta, Neera Tandon, Donald Sussman. I mean, I guess you got Julian Castro. He's all right.
It's fine. I just think it's like, look, like I just think it's she's not a serious person. She's never been a serious person. She's a political liability in pretty much any context she's ever existed, and she treats everybody else on the left side of the aisle that exact same way, like that they're the carriers of the plague that she is.
Yeah.
Like that's bullshit. Sorry. I just don't, like it sucks. And it also, what I dislike about it more than anything is probably the like amount of oxygen that she sucks up from other people. Like she derails shit and it's irritating.
All right, let's
years
continue
ago,
with this.
under the stress of being a small business owner and being a student, but mind you, like sworn in, Milwaukee won in terms of Democrats who spoke to us. They were against Hong because of electability. They just didn't think that she could beat Tom Tiffany in a general election. I mean, we're talking about Wisconsin here, purple state. The success we've seen with DSA has been in like deep blue congressional districts, and now we're talking about a swing state. But she does have a bunch of appeal, and we'll get to that. But I do want to play some sound from a voter who expressed those electability concerns.
I think he is electable in this state.
The implication there is that
it's always so funny that like the primary purpose of mainstream media at this point is to just like badger people with an electability concern that has no proven rate of success, and then go to the people who literally listen to those concerns and interview them to be like, see, we succeeded in finding a guy who trusts our who agrees with our narrative that, like, you know, Crowley is more electable. Now, we've covered extensively why Crowley's not electable, and the polls don't seem to show that he is electable, but you shouldn't feel confident at all.
It's like we're how many years into this like lesson of learning that electability is also not something that exists on the left-right spectrum. Like Donald Trump was more electable than Hillary Clinton in 2016, which is a sentence that like should
he wasn't
and you know that like is because people had like different, you know, it's what is electable mean stuff. And I'm not saying that means, I'm not, by the way, saying that means like Hong is more or less electable than anybody. That's not my point. It's just that like I think electability is like it's you know, unless you're talking about like, did somebody say, I don't know, sexually assault somebody else, I don't know just why that might be have a relevant political concern to bring up in a candidate's credibility of late. Like, yeah, that's one thing, but like in general, like electability as like this idea of it's not, I don't know, it's like it's like something like as something for people among the masses and the chattering classes to get super head up about. It just feels boring, misplaced.
Here's a good take, by the way. The reason attack ads targeting candidates over association with Hasan Piker keep not working is because for 90% of the people that would care, it requires explaining who Hasan is first. And at that point, it's just an ad about some guy
this is
that
what the
isn't a
polling
candidate.
shows. Sorry, Hasan, I hate to break this to you, but like nobody knows who you are.
No, I know. That's what I've been saying, but nobody listens to me. None of these guys who talk about me
They
all
don't
day,
understand
every day,
that you have no motion.
Yeah.
You have no hose.
I got no hose, no
You have no
bitches.
stacks.
My weed is not fucking loud. My smoke is not loud
Like
at
you're
all.
pure mid.
Yes.
Pure
I'm
mid.
And for the people that do know me, if they don't like me, they are never voting for a Democrat anyway. And the ones that like me will go out and fucking knock on doors and canvass for a candidate. And it seems to be at least significant enough that candidates are invested in eating the barrage of like media attacks. Dude, this is so funny. This is like, they are so angry about the I'm white Lamau moment.
I mean, it matters a lot to them.
Yeah, no,
it's kind of all that you got is really, but that's my reaction to that is like, it's, you know, it's like, well, like, it's kind of all that they have, even if
you're not white, please stop.
Even if they includes like a blue check account in New Delhi that is posting pro-Israel white nationalist identity content all day.
Yeah. What is this? Fox News, racism is hitting a second tower. What is this? Tickets for Hasan Piker, 120 to 1,200. What the fuck is this? Hasan Piker's an anchor baby's parents. Communism is a rich kid hobby. Bro, this has 7 likes. You're literally, what you're doing at that point is just like you're giving this insane narrative more light than it is ever expected to take. Anyway, here's the second part where he continues on with Pablo, my goat. Pablo tries to defend me on the contentious Scarborough media hour.
But because there is a historical analysis instead of a political one, you are missing the opportunity to build a coalition. And so what do? I think you try to avoid the faculty lounge, which is what that sounds like. It sounds like an opportunity to have a conversation that you should be having, not right now in the middle of an election, but at some point more abstractly.
Yeah, did you see this pending community note? Least racist community note in 2026? I'm White Lamau. An essay on the inequality of human races by Gobenau, published in 1855, has classified the Turks as a yellow race, mediocre intelligence at best. The Turks are classified as dense and ponderous. I
just want to give a shout out.
White traits through the practice of white slavery.
I just want to give a shout out to Nikita Beer. You were the worst CEO, like in Silicon Valley for a time. No, of X he was. He was the head product guy, whatever. He ran the fucking thing.
Yeah.
And it sucked. You blew it. You blew it, dude. It stinks now. It's so bad. And it's like because you let stuff like this happen. You signed your name next to this stuff, dude. This is you. And now you're gone. Yeah, and this is like what most people are going to know you for.
Yeah.
Like this thing that you fucked up. That sucks.
Yeah, but
God, that sucks for him,
but he
dude.
changed the,
Doesn't that suck for him? I think it sucks for him.
He changed the Iranian flag for a day. Remember in the heat of the the Iranian.
Isn't it funny how the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed longer than he had that job? I bet. I bet you that.
Okay,
I bet
that's actually true.
I bet you that the Strait will be closed for longer than he had that job.
Straits will close. And Nikita no longer is capable of making these decisions at Twitter because he has to leave.
Because he got fired.
Yeah, it's crazy to get fired from Twitter. Like you were Elon Musk's strongest fucking soldier. You did everything he wanted, and you still got fired.
You still got fired. You made it. You screwed up.
Closed.
You made it worse. You did such a bad job, and you still got fired.
Oh,
still got fired.
It's not great, man. Not great. But hey, he left this wonderful white supremacist platform in the backdrop. All right, let's get back to Pablo.
And in the meantime, you try to point out, look, Hasan Piker. I've talked to Hasan Piker before. I don't think he's Nick Fuentes. I think he's more like Charlie Kirk. And the idea there is there are people.
God damn it, dude! That's your defense. We sat side by side.
That's pretty funny.
My ass, dude.
Yeah.
He fucking cooked my ass. Damn.
Carry that flame.
Yeah, we gotta.
Well, I think now he's more justified in saying it.
What do you mean? I do carry the flame.
Well, there you go. Then why are you bitching?
Every day of the week, I carry that motherfucking flame, boys. Okay, let's continue.
People who exist to provoke on the other side. And the question is, as a party, as Dems, do you then hold yourself to a standard that is beyond what, again, the other side equivalent of the aisle is doing? And that's a political calculation for a party that hasn't made a lot of those, frankly.
So I haven't spoken with Hasan Piker and haven't listened to him. When you talk to him...
Wait, so you went on this motherfucking rant? That's crazy. He just admitted that he just never watched me. That's crazy.
Did you ask him about 9/11, about the justification for 9/11, or him being unconcerned about Israeli women being?
No, because normal people don't do that. Like normal people are not like, hey, by the way, like I know we're hanging out right now, but when you said America deserved 9/11, what was going on there? Like I disavow you. Like that's not a normal fucking conversation that takes place.
Raped on October the 7th. That's not a leading question. I'm genuinely curious.
No.
If you had the opportunity to talk to him about that.
Have not debated him on those issues. I know that that's stuff that I would never say. And the reality of that analysis that he has is familiar. It's the idea of American empire, Joe, and like what have we wrought that we are now suffering, which is, again, this academic historical analysis from a million feet. But Abdul al-Sayed, from what he's saying now, right? What he's saying is, I would never say it, and it's unconscionable. And that's correct. But I welcome, by the way, that conversation. I don't even think it's a thing Hasan would debate at this point. It's something that you say when you're trying to make a point that forces the mainstream to reckon with all of the costs of what American militarism has done. And I would not say it's ridiculous.
I just don't know how talking about Jewish women being raped has anything to do with
horrible.
What America's foreign policy has wrought. And
yeah, I mean, this is the Newsbusters. I don't know what else he said. I don't know what else Pablo said. I haven't spoken to Hasan Piker and haven't listened to him. Joe Scarborough explaining that he has extremely strong opinions that require shouting indoors about a person he's never listened to.
Yeah, even Ryan noticed it. Like, he's shouting. Like, it's weird.
Yeah.
Also, it's because he has to work himself up because it's a non-issue and he has to like get all high and like it's also the talking about like Israeli women getting raped thing is also a gatelle because it's about like, well, listen, I may have been loudly insisting that Israel should have had any and all, means at its disposal to wage what like snowballed within a matter of hours into becoming like, a genocide by any like sane measure of it. But we need to focus on one of the guys who did call that correctly because of a point that he made in service of that argument that I didn't like. And it's like, all right, this is fucking boring, dude. That's boring. You're boring. You don't. Yeah. It drives me crazy. Because it's like, what do you do? Like, how do you, he doesn't want to have a conversation. Clearly he's not listening to you.
Yeah, this was a truc too. Hasan Piker's response to 9/11 was awful. The way he lied about WMDs and invaded the wrong country and manipulated the media into cheerleading a criminal war of choice and got thousands of innocents killed. Not cool, man. To which Glenn Greenwald responds, this is a key point about the endless Hasan Piker discourse. This media figure spewing rage and demanding everyone denounce him are friends with and have amiable chats every day with the world's worst war criminals, people who started immoral wars with massive amounts of blood on their hands, who tortured, who kidnapped, who caused the 2008 financial collapse. Whatever you think of Hasan Piker, he did none of that. He hasn't bombed anyone or obliterated families or caused generations of economic deprivation. His main crime, aside from the main one, hostility towards Israel, is that he streams for 12 hours a day every day, and they can find 2 or 3 things that he has said that they repeat over and over, particularly the 9/11 comment, which he retracted and for which he repeatedly apologized. Watching these media figures who are friends with Bush and Cheney, monsters, and Obama fiends who dropped drones on wedding parties and oligarchs who wiped out 2 generations of America's financial security act as if Hasan Piker is some unique evil is utterly farcical. Seems like they arbitrarily pick someone out to use as a symbol and scapegoat for channeling public rage in a politically useful manner. Considering he's a live streamer and the whole purpose of the medium is to be edgy, they also really have found very little to justify even that, as seen in the House resolution personally condemning him, which had almost no substantiation, bizarre and authoritarian system. Like, the wildest part about it is that, like, I've spoken for more than 22,000 hours since I started live broadcasting on Twitch, and it's, those numbers are going to continue growing, right? They have like 5 fucking things, and like 4 of them are not even fucked up, and one of them you could describe, you could explain, and most people would agree with. And it's crazy that that's what they're doing at a time when, like, it's very clear that, like, most of the public don't give a shit about choice words. They don't. They voted for Trump. They voted for Trump to win the presidency twice. So they don't give a shit. Like the whole, like, yo, you got to apologize for your fucking words. I think they should be apologizing for their words. They've been defending Israel even to this day.
But it's like, this is about like, okay, like if Joe Scarborough started asking himself those kinds of questions, then it would sort of necessitate asking a whole lot of other questions. And I just don't think he's ready to pull that Jenga brick. And so this is, like what's kind of sad about this situation, frankly, which is what I was saying about how, like, you can't talk with these people. It's what's sad and frustrating is, like, this is not an invitation to discourse. This is not a good discourse. What it is like
it's really good discourse.
It's a weapon.
For them.
I mean, like, look, it's
really good discourse for them because it literally takes away from having a productive conversation about anything.
It becomes a thing, like put it this way, right? Like, it becomes a question that they use, a framing device that they use when talking with an AOC, when talking with an Abdul, when talking with literally anybody whose politics are somewhere to the left of Rahm Emanuel. Yeah. Like, they will get asked about Hasan Piker now. Even if their politics are to the right of Rahm Emanuel, they would get asked about Hasan Piker now. Yeah. But that's not my point. My point is that, like, if you're a progressive, you are going to be held to account for whatever it is that you say, fine.
Yeah.
And that's just, like, it's not actually like they're not interested in, like, having a conversation about any of this stuff. Or having a conversation with you. It's they want to use your whole existence as a cudgel. So they're going to recycle the same 4 quotes until, and listen, we could workshop this today. We could give them a new quote.
Yeah, I'll say something crazy.
We could do that today. Like, right. Maybe that would be a good use of time.
Yeah. This is, I think, a pretty good button to end this this segment on. It's wild at the left's excesses because it goes back to the woke one, woke two argument that we were having, or the conversation we were having earlier. That like the left's excesses on woke one were just like bad tweets or silly tweets.
They also weren't. I mean, I don't know if you. I don't want to be totally duplicative, but like well, first I want to preface anything that I say on this with that, like, I despise the pejorative phrase of like how people talk about and use the word woke now. It has felt like racism won in that case, and that like people now use like a piece of AAVE in this like totally like desultory way that I've never particularly liked or found comfortable, and I think it's cheap and lame, but it's just the world we live in now, and so I despise it. So with that preface aside, is also that like I posted this photo on Twitter earlier, but like 12 years ago, I think it was like 12 or 11 years ago, when I was working for Recode, a website that Kara Swisher ran, and a news site covering Silicon Valley. It was later bought by Vox, but at like our flagship tech conference, Jack Dorsey was there sitting with DeRay McKesson on stage, and Jack Dorsey is wearing a hashtag Stay Woke shirt. Like, part of what feels like so frustrating about all of this to me is just like the broad conflation of like everything that people don't like about like, whether they call it cancel culture, what they didn't like about like racialized political consciousness or political consciousness along about issues of racial justice. Either one, take your pick. Like, all of this shit felt like it's just like, well, we're going to take the worst shit of that and we're going to lay that at the feet of like Francesca Hong. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that. Like, I'm just it's a way to rehash the same fucking narratives of like cancel culture. Don't you remember how annoying you guys were and how annoying you made us feel, how bad you made us feel for our remember how
positions?
bad you made me, like an executive at LinkedIn, feel for whatever fucking like fuck. Like,
and it's like, and they leaned into it at the time too as a marketing tool. And
it was cynical then. It's cynical now. Fine.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, I'm not really interested in throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
But doing it right now also is annoying because you're basically in some respects like, were there excesses as far as like annoying tweets? It doesn't matter at the end of the day because the excesses of the moderates, as Julian Brave Noisecap points out, are foreign wars with death tolls in the hundreds of thousands, and the right's excesses are like literal attempts at authoritarianism, putting people in concentration camps. Like, if the worst thing that a left politician has is a fucking annoying tweet or whatever that is technically not wrong, right? But just like it makes you feel bad about
and look,
American history.
And none of this is about like not learning how to like prioritize certain messages over others, having to like be approachable in what you talk about, like use it, like, also like beginning discussions that you can finish and sound credible in, like, which is not always easy with talking about things like defund the police. Like, granted, this is what being like individually judicious and personally strategic means, right? And disciplined, but it is also just like, that doesn't mean I just like I just don't feel comfortable with like all the woke one, pre-woke, woke two, all that shit. Like, it's not a discussion or a frame of it I particularly like. And I think
it was just fake. It was always the thing that annoys me is like the corporate the corporate, like the corporatized version of like the sanitized identity politics and social justice was like very clearly a marketing technique, and people weren't wrong to call it out. I mean, I called it out at the time too.
Well, yeah, I mean, I remembered like being like suffering the consequences for being perceived as a person who like might have called like it's just like it's a little bit through the looking glass right now. I think a lot of the people also like some of the stuff that like really grinds my gears are seeing a lot of the people who were like hiring managers and editors in chief and senior executives at companies that like led the charge in some of the more dubious aspects of what they are now calling woke one or whatever. And it's just like, I would literally rather just like skip this by, pay it no mind, and try and move on and find more productive ways to talk about any of this shit.
Yeah.
Just because like the amount of hypocrisy that I feel like as somebody who has a memory longer than 10 minutes with this is like, it's going to make my eyes roll.
I also
back
think,
into the, like, into fucking like 2011.
I also think it was really fucking annoying is the people who are like hyper obsessed with culture wars on the opposing side to be like, this is all culture wars. And then they become culture warriors themselves, like Zay Jelani, who literally has made it his life's mission to only talk about like woke one or how ridiculous it was, where you're like, okay, you're doing the same thing on the opposing side. Like you're and far worse because you happen to be also on the side that is like somewhat less empathetic, less moral, or less historically correct at the very least. And I find that to be just as unproductive as the people doing the opposite thing, or if not more unproductive, because you're still a fucking culture warrior at the end of the day. Like, you're no different. You're not above it. You're not above it at all when all your output revolves around identity politics and how the shallow nature of it, or the cynical deployment of it.
Well, I also think like what it really limits you with more than anything, right, is that it makes you into a certain kind of an idiot. And by a certain kind of an idiot, what I mean is that you lose, like, to me, a huge amount of like politics, and at least shapes what I think about what my own politics should be, is like where I see like the people, like where are the people who I want to be with and who espouse values and seem like talented and creative and have like an, you know, like a dynamic understanding of the world, and it evolves to suit it, and, you know, while retaining a commitment to the same kinds of values I hold. Like I think about where are the people and how to get to them. And I really never find that like any of these people who organize their identity, organize their perspective, organize their frame of reference around these issues and around like the you know, quote unquote backlash of all this shit from the last decade and a half or whatever. Like I just, the last 5 years in particular, I find that they're not with people. They're not in organizations. They're not committed to being a part of like the kind of fabric of life that I want to be in, or that I think is healthy. It's if anything, like they're often like kind of parochial, and they're obsessed with like real, like Norman Rockwell visions of what community life and relation are like. And I don't think that that's that surprising. These people also often struggle to make eye contact in real life. They dress badly. You know, they don't have I'm willing to go so far as to say that I find that like it is like an antisocial tendency, and that like the more and more you engage with people who think like that, the more and more it just comes out. And I'm not trying to talk about like specific individuals, like just more like as the last years have gone on, it's a thing I feel like I have noticed in encounters with people who think like that.
Yeah. All right. Now we're going to move away from this to...
The goal is to make him seem
the Pod Johns talking about unhinged Republican drops extremely racist ad. They're hitting the high notes about Abdul. They're talking about Abdul. They were early Abdul backers. Let's be real. Which I give them credit for.
In a very Islamophobic and racist way.
This was like a legitimately good ad. The grandma steals the show. She's so good in this.
Welcome to Political Weapons React. Joining me today is the Bulwark Sam Stein. Sam, how are you?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
Good. We got a bunch of ads to watch. It's been a very long week. We're recording this on a Friday after the Michigan primary. I'm sure, like me, you stayed up too late and woke up too early on that night.
Literally, I had to do way too early the next morning.
Oh, so look at you with your
3:45 a.m. I was struggling. Hey, Dan, I was a little bit worried about recording at this time. It's Friday, 1 p.m. Because the ballroom decision came out 2 hours ago. I know you're a big White House ballroom guy, and they stayed the construction of it. So if you want to take a beat and do this later.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for me, as I've been envisioning my first state dinner in the ballroom one day under this Democratic president. Okay. Let's get to business here. I want to start with, as I mentioned, recording this a few days after Abdul Sayed became the Democratic nominee in Michigan. Here is his Republican opponent's Mike Rogers' first ad.
I'm not here to disavow people's views.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
When I was in college, I took a
I wonder what the Bulwark guy is going to have to say about that. He's going to be like, this is a banger political ad. Abdul Sayed should bring Hasan on stage and put a bullet in the back of his head. Only then can we do true centrism. True centrism has never been tried. We just have to pivot to the center, and Abdul can only prove that he's pivoting to the center if he does a ritualistic sacrifice of Hasan. He's Muslim. Muslims do that kind of thing, right? Like with sheep and goats and stuff like that. He should just kill Hasan like that. I'm not Islamophobic, by the way. I'm at Bulwark. I'm a liberal now. Sam actually isn't that bad. I don't know. I don't know anything about him. I just assumed I'm painting him with a broad brush of the rest of the former Bush people that now work at Bulwark.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I'm not here to disavow people's views.
I am in support of abolishing ICE.
Because we're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the
Kill the
those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
The people who
I
listen
love
to
that
Hasan
one.
are engaging.
That one is
they
pretty
want
funny.
a way forward into our politics.
If you were on the El Sayed campaign or someone who wanted Mike Rogers to lose, how worried would this ad make you?
Not that worried, honestly. I mean, it's like basically what you would expect.
Okay.
I think
in
he's
fact,
right.
I probably thought it could have gone in a different direction because it did barely featured El Sayed, right? And it's like a bunch of.
So that's okay. Hit
characters who
pause
you
real
may
quick.
not know.
I'm sure maybe we'll talk about this. That's what I was struck by it is that it's like I wouldn't understand the point of that. Like, okay, imagine you're like you're like Grandpa Simpson and like you see that ad, I would be like, like what? Like it wouldn't. I don't
It's
know.
just like random black and brown people.
Well, but it's also like what? So what is it like? Is it reminding people that there's a Muslim guy on the ballot? Like
I mean,
I don't know.
That is their.
But even that is like to me, it's like they're gonna see his name. I don't think it really matters. Like that's my point. Is like I'm not. I don't know. I'm unpersuaded.
This is gonna really hurt my chances of winning the Senate
exactly. That's
seat
what
in
I'm
Michigan.
saying, man. You're really cooked right here.
Yeah, I just I had a lot of great ambitions of carpetbagging to the beautiful state of Michigan to defeat Abdul El Sayed.
Somebody's got to make like a supercut of all the ads against you, frankly, and we can probably make from that like an actual ad that is against candidate Piker. Like at this point, there's got to be like like hours of candidate be like.
I think I've probably gotten at this point since I started moving this community's weight around a little bit to push for Zoran. And then all these other candidates, I probably have more attack ads against me than like a small market, like a smaller district Democrat.
I think in some larger district ones too, to be honest.
Yeah, because the New York City mayoral ad push, the Zoran is hanging out with Hasan, best friends with Hasan, buddies with Hasan ad. That was $3 million. And a part of that is because the New York market is like very expensive. But like that was $3 million worth of ad spend on just that ad alone. That was Michael Bloomberg, by the way. Shouts out to Michael Bloomberg and the Tisch family for spending those $3 million. It didn't work. But like that literally on its own is a larger amount of ad spend than most districts in the country.
When we live in the woke imperium or whatever, we're gonna make them disclose anti-Hasan ads, just like they have to do for the real candidates. They're gonna have to get reports on those.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I don't think
Almost no one knows who they are.
Yeah,
Almost no
exactly.
one. Maybe Mamdani. Maybe Mamdani they know, but that's it.
Maybe Mamdani. And if you know who Hasan Piker is, you're voting for El Sayed anyway.
That's right.
He's right.
That's what I've been saying.
That's
okay,
it.
my
See,
mistake. This
yeah.
bulwark guy isn't like weirdly obsessed.
No, he's like, I was waiting for him to prove you wrong by opening his mouth. He's a reporter. He's fine.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
have the historical knowledge to answer this. Has there been like an effective campaign run by just going after a candidate's associations? I mean, obviously Jeremiah Wright is like comes to mind, but like Obama won, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but the inverse of that, or the response to that is, well, Obama cut Jeremiah Wright out. But I think he cut him out after he won, right? I don't even think it was before. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be
no, it was in the
misremembering.
campaign.
It was in the campaign. Okay.
It was in the campaign. I mean, it's the.
Also, Jeremiah Wright wasn't. I don't think Jeremiah Wright was like campaigning with Obama.
But it's like fucking stupid. Sorry, it's like the comparison doesn't work because it's like the whole the way that like the conditioning. I'm not calling them. It's just like why I don't think this comparison works and why people are typically right to avoid it. And like they're criticized in the middle of criticizing it, but it's also because the thing that people are actually describing is the Bill Clinton Sister Soldier thing, and then the Obama version of that was rejecting Jeremiah Wright or whatever. In the way that he did, which was to like great rhetorical flourish, say that he wasn't rejecting him while rejecting him. But that doesn't work in this case because like they campaigned with you. And like they included you at some point, so there's also like the political calculus is different.
Yeah, no, it's
because
100%.
it's like you're either inventing a mistake for yourself to admit to, or you're just acting as if no, this isn't a thing, and you proceed normally, and then it goes away because that's how these things go.
Yeah, no, that's what I've been trying to like explain to the centrist Democrats, the centrist Democrat consulting class on Twitter, who have been like obsessed with trying to get a scalp because they lost the race. But at least they can get like one off on like me because they weirdly enough center me in this fucking candidacy for some reason, due to their personal animus. And what they fail to realize for some weird reason is if Abdul were to do that, you're right, it would make him look bad. Because then, first of all, we know nobody gives a shit about apologies because I apologized for the 9/11 comments in 2019, and that's still prominently featured in every ad. That alone is evidence that like no one gives a shit about apologies. As a matter of fact, sometimes they'll use the fact that you apologized as a weapon against you to be
and then if you keep apologizing for it years later, you just make it worse. No, I mean like there's no, again, this is like why then they'll be like, well, that's why you shouldn't ally with people who say these things in the first place. When it's no, you're just gonna continue beating a dead horse until you hope that your enemies fail, and then you can claim that their failure was because of the dead horse that you've been beating.
And by the way, this already has happened. So we have proof. Like they'll just simply, the only weapon that they have to wield here rhetorically is the fact that it hasn't worked in a swing state and a statewide race yet, which it will. It's not going to work here either, in Michigan either. But like it didn't work in the mayoral race. Then they were like, oh, that's the New York mayor. It's super woke. New York City's super woke. And then we did it in other districts where it didn't work again. That affiliation, that guilt by association didn't work in any of these races.
There's
so
also
far.
no short to medium term. Like I think a lot of what's also important to emphasize, right, is that a lot of what's part of why I find like Neera Tanden's marvelous, insightful, truly spectacular interventions on Twitter and electoral politics is that like clearly what is happening in so much of electoral politics right now is not just because like, oh, progressives are doing all these incredibly, strategically savvy things, or democratic socialists are doing these strategic things. It's because like the environment has shifted such that those people now have advantages that they didn't have before. And those advantages that they've been given, for example, it's that, cost of living issues did not get better when Trump took over. They have gotten worse, and they're getting worse all the time.
Yeah.
You have the new the data center thing, and the fact that the Republicans have literally made themselves the party of data centers such that the Biden administration was all the AI people, they all more or less like got in bed with Trump prior to 2024. And now, they're reaping that whirlwind. Like they so identified with him and so identified with the hegemonic position that now that is like, now that that's powering a lot of campaigns around the country. Like to me, again, it's like you're essentially like by trying to do this whole thing of like beat again, like trying to like wage the war on the faculty lounge, to use that awful metaphor that like David Axelrod introduced. I really didn't like it at the time. Like if you're like trying to do all that, it's like, okay, but like just so you know, that is a little bit like you're not picking a particularly good fight, because like if you look at the macro environment, like Democrats are poised to be broadly successful no matter what kind of Democrat they are in this cycle, and it is because of how the environment has been arranged.
Yeah, and it's really annoying that they keep like giving credence to the Republican attack ads. Like the Beltway pundits are consistently giving credence to the Republican attack ads and making it seem like the Democrats are in a state of disarray. And that in and of itself becomes the narrative. And every moment that is wasted on that is a moment where we're not talking about cost of living crisis, endless wars, and all the other and unlimited corruption from the Trump administration for his close allies and associates, including the Epstein class. So this person said, I talked with a bunch of legislative consultants in Washington State, and they mentioned you a bunch. They view you as a consultant like them, and they see you as fucking with the bag. And I think that's a big part of the reason why these guys are fucking unbelievably annoyed. Because unlike consultants that get paid to do this shit, I don't get paid to do this shit. I do this shit because I believe in certain candidates, and I spend money out of my own pocket to do it. And not only that, but also those consultants don't have a base. Those consultants don't have like an army of fucking volunteers that will then get primed and activated. So they're very fucking frustrated. And simply put, just as for a lot of the people in the media, they're frustrated with the changes that are taking place and the lack of relevance and lack of attention that the mainstream outlets now hold as opposed to independent media, consultants feel it as a similar thing where they're like, oh, you're coming into my environment. This is my space. I have to justify my level of, my level of knowledge in this field, and now you're fucking it up for me.
Well, also just like, I mean, in general, like consultants are, I think, not like, I mean, the election, the progressive victory, I think it's just, you could state it even more simply, right? That the campaigns that have been so successful in the last few months and that have sort of, changed the narrative on its head a bit, like some of them employ consultants, but I think it's extremely clear that what has made those campaigns win is not anything about the consultants. It's about the positions. It's about the organizing. It's about the energy for them. It's about the environment. Whereas I think in general, the conventional understanding, like entrenched in narrative, like the sort of intuitive understanding that many people in politics and around politics have of campaign politics is that consultants and staff matter, like they're everything. They're not nothing. That's to be clear. There's such a thing as talent and perspective and knowledge, but there is also such a thing as avarice and incompetence and graft and also ideological, capture and blindness. And, it's certainly, I think we can see how that's affecting the way these establishment versus social, democratic socialist races have been playing out.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's continue with this analysis.
I was struggling to think of like a case where someone got really harmed in a way that
the amount of volunteers for Abdul and Donovan that I met last weekend that specifically mentioned you by name as the reason for being there was insane. I know you like to say you're not that big of a deal, and that's what a lot of centrist haters of yours have been saying, but your impact was made known last weekend. I hope you know Hasanabi has showed up and showed out. Yeah, of course. We're everywhere. We're fucking legion, dude. We are. We're impossible to ignore.
Cost them the election because of the people they associated with.
Yeah, I've thought about that as well, because for Obama it was Jeremiah Wright, but also Bill Ayers, one of the Weatherman bombers.
Yeah.
And that was a big push from Sarah Palin in the end of that campaign. That did not really work with voters. When there's an association, it usually is association. It's a consequence of a policy decision. The most successful one is obviously Willie Horton and Michael Dukakis. But that's different than just you palled around with the person or you were a surrogate on your campaign. I mean, this ad presumes a lot of knowledge of who Hasan Piker is, because then it says they don't really identify him. And then at the end, you have this hard to hear quote from Abdul saying, something complimentary about Hasan right after Hasan talks about the blood of capitalists in the street, which is not a helpful quote, I would say, generally. But
true.
But it does, where like the goal is to make him seem extreme in a very Islamophobic and racist way.
Also, it's funny because Abdul's like, I'm a capitalist. And I like him. So what's up? Is this like a sincerely held policy position, or am I fucking LARPing with a person that I was talking to in 2018 in a 10-second clip?
I just
like, what's that about? Like in 2026, I'm literally, I'm literally sitting side by side with a person who's a self-avowed capitalist.
Yeah, me. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Way, and this is a mediocre execution of that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying is, and maybe it's coming, but like the more effective.
All he said is that it wasn't helpful. I mean, it's true. He's also right. Of course,
yeah, it's not like
ridiculous.
I mean, it's
a ridiculous quote. Like, what do you mean?
Version of the strategy is to actually have El Said saying the stuff, as opposed to just sort of insinuating that he has the opinions of the people who have endorsed him, and none of whom they will know. But yeah, and also it was just like a franticness to the ad where it just jumps around. You have a few F-bombs. It doesn't really say anything about El Said other than he says, like you mentioned, that he welcomes Hasan Piker to the political discourse. So, as far as like, and I'm not saying scare tactic ads don't work, because they do, obviously. But I didn't think this one actually delivered much of a punch. It seemed kind of
like, what is it scaring people with?
Bunch of random people.
Yeah.
If I were doing it, I guess I would have focused
out of context clips.
And then, like, this guy, El Said, apologizes for Hasan Piker, and then just go into the sizzle reel.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, I'm not sure it would be effective. There's another version of this ad that is, I can't remember if it's from which Republican super PAC it's from, but it has, it basically shows these people and then has that, there's a quote of Abdul saying, I'm dangerous, which is about dangerous to the system and the billionaires and all of that, but using that over and over again. That's a more effective version of this. This strategy they're going to use, of which I think this ad is a poor execution of it, is an interesting test of whether this sort of post 9/11 scare politics still works in America.
Yeah, how does it work? They're going to run this ad, and they're going to see audience reaction
And
to
which?
it, and they're going to ask them, does this make you more or less likely to vote for El Cid? And then
And what rather?
is that
not
it?
which.
And then they'll figure out if that actually is sticky.
Well, they probably
tested it beforehand. Yeah.
They probably tested it beforehand. And ad testing, there's a lot of debate in Democratic circles about the effectiveness of ad testing because you're watching ads in isolation.
Right.
And so if you're seeing, because you see the ad and you react to it, but you're not.
Pause this.
That's not.
This is the other thing, though. If it's also about like you're making ads that flatter the people buying them sometimes, and like I don't know if that's the case here, but I'm sure like this is a phenomenon that people bitched about a lot with like a lot. Like I would say like earlier, like Bernie Warren era, like kind of DSA candidates was that like there were a lot of campaign ads that got cut that people like not cut like deleted. I mean cut like that were made and published that. Rallied a lot of people on the internet and felt like they were probably pretty good at raising a certain amount of small dollar donations from across the country. But also there was the problem of the fact that like they didn't register with the people who were actually voting in a given district or anything. And you never really saw these kinds of candidates like take those steps. Like I'm reminded of like Canilla Eng ads, from like years and years ago.
Okay, here's a suggestion. I want to hear your opinion on this. Since the Republican Party has decided that they are going to put my clips out there and like mass blast them as like their only midterm election strategy, what if I made a political campaign ad for myself talking about how I'm not running for office and how the only reason why they're doing these clips out of context are because...
See, this is the problem, man. That is a good idea, and you take all the air out of it by telling everybody, hey, or asking everybody on stream, like, hey, yo, is this a good idea?
I think they don't watch. They don't listen. They do watch. They take fucking notes. But I was thinking about doing it and then just like fundraising for it, like a GoFundMe or something, like an initiative specifically, and just hit like the peak... media.
Yes. No, that would
peak
be
media fucking
it would be very
slots.
funny. It would be very funny.
Like a real Mad Men.
No. That's not how you do it. The way you do it is
Mad Men had an episode where they were talking about Nixon where they like canceled out the JFK ad spend because there's only a finite amount of hours that you can buy TV slots on.
Yeah, but like that kind of ad money is like you're gonna put Kaya in the poor doghouse. No, you have to. What you have to do is you got to do what like every company ever does when it's like the Super Bowl, which keep that in mind, which is that it's like what you do, right? Like okay, every company will say like, oh, we cut a Super Bowl ad. And then what they do is like they will buy ad space for the Super Bowl in like one part of South Dakota. And so they've bought an ad that aired on TV in the Super Bowl and they can honestly say that, but then they just publish it on YouTube and they go to like, ad week or whatever. And are like, hey, look at our Super Bowl ad. And so that's what so when you do this,
well, I could also do when you do
I do one.
When you
do this next year, so people can go back to this clip and they'll see.
I'll do one small market. And then the rest is just all streamers, which is cheaper and like the space that I occupy anyway, like YouTube and all these other platforms, and we just do like a YouTube push.
Can you buy ads on Kick and Rumble?
I don't even know if they have.
That's what I'm asking. I don't know if they have. If they just gave up on that.
Yeah,
I'm scared. I don't want to. I actually kind of don't know if I want to know the answer to that question.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Just, ads for 501c4 that exclusively centers its attention on lowering the age of consent.
You literally have to be elite. Like the thing that you are advertising has to be illegal for you to try and advertise for it on there.
Yeah. Oh wow, they deleted the fucking initial. They deleted their initial post with Chris Hayes and Alex Wagner. I don't know why, and then they re-uploaded it. Since you deleted and reposted this after, I assume, having big feelings about commenters calling you out, adding my comment again. Piker's not being paranoid here. Yeah, everyone, dude. That's the funniest thing about the Pod Jaws is like their audience is literally like every time I'm on their show, even if they're like criticizing me or whatever, the audience is like, no, we love what he's saying. You're fucking wrong.
Well, this is why, like, I think people in general, like, part of why, like, this weird moment that we're in politically, that I do, you know, like, I'm not saying that, like, a bunch of people with, like, you know, like that a bunch of essentially, like, small millions, you know, like 7-figure millionaires getting in their feelings about, like, in the Trump era, all of a sudden means that we're gonna have a communist revolution. But it is, like, extremely clear that there is something like a political conscious shift going on vis-a-vis the Democratic Party and what people are willing to do to challenge power within it. That is pretty novel. And if you look now, you know, the Podjohn's comment section is an example of this. But for years, I've always told people, look at the New York Times comment section. There is no group of people more antagonistic to the editorial output of the New York Times than their own commenters. The same thing, by the way, is also true for the Atlantic. Like a lot of these publications that like aggressively orient themselves toward an imagined center.
Yeah,
their audiences are just liberals who are mad that they're not liberal enough.
Yes,
and so then they support leftists.
They're constantly fucking rage baiting their audience. Like that's all they do. It was the same with the Ross Douthat interview that we did. I was looking at the comments. They had to like shut off the comment section after like 1,000 comments of everyone being like, Ross Douthat, you're a fucking right winger. What the fuck are you talking about?
This is because they know that if they aired the Seth Harp, this is why they know that if they aired the Ross Douthat Seth Harp tape, they know that the comment section on that would move so quickly because of all of the war justification going on that it would ultimately, like, it would lead to the heat death of the universe.
Yeah, dude. Shannon Watts, why did PodSafe delete the clip critical of Piker? And then she recorded it on her phone. Dude, what is wrong with her? Yo, Shannon.
Well, I mean, we don't know that she recorded it, but I love the idea that she's sourcing its like what, because they reposted it though. Why did they? I mean, do we know why they deleted it?
Elijah Cohn says, "Hey, Shannon Watts, we just wanted to make the clip longer and add more context. We do this sometimes. Not uncommon for us. Could have waited to take it down until we had the longer version cut, but it's back up now. Thanks, as always, for the interest in Pod Save America." This guy, another one of these like centrist consultant guys, Caven Schroff, Big Hill Dog.
Wait, no, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Kayvon.
Kayvon. No, it's a
Kayvon.
No, it's a real name.
Okay.
That wasn't what it looked like from a distance.
When's the last time you did it, and what context was so important to add? Last one was a joke about Spirit Air that we felt like wasn't landing on social. For this one, we wanted more of Chris's answer on the assertion that establishment Dems support Rogers over AES.
This is the thing, man. Is like these blue anon people. These, I mean, this is actually, people don't know this, but this is actually like a mutation of an earlier strain of a virus called Puma from 08.
Dude, they're insane. For the sake of transparency, will you say if there was any request by Hasan Piker to take down the clip? Dog, why would I give a shit? Every outlet is up my asshole right now. You think I care about fucking a Podjohn clip that's like half-heartedly defending me?
He's lying. Last night, dude, you should have fucking seen him working the phones.
Yeah, they're going to clip this and be like, it's proof, by the way.
Last night, dude, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Shannon Watts.
I was making the boss
Shannon
call.
Watts.
I'm
telling you, I'm not lying. I am not making a joke. I'm telling you straight up. Last night, Hasan was he was on the phone for like 2 hours. He was like Tommy Vitor, I'm gonna come for your kids if you don't take this clip down.
No, literally.
Like you're so cooked.
Yeah, no law. Hasan Piker did not reach out to us and edit a social clip. This was all producers and social people like. Picture a bunch of mid-level people bouncing an idea in Slack, thinking nothing about it, then waking up to it being a thing online. How much is Piker paying you? Is he threatening you? Are you in duress? Blink 5 times if so. This person is a fan of mine. They're making a joke, I think. It is strange you just have a new post ready to go if that was something being talked about in Slack. What the fuck? These people these people are insane. Shannon Watts wrote a manifesto. A manifesto takedown. Why do I feel so strongly about Hasan Piker's rise in the Dem Party? I started Moms Demand Action in the day after the Sandy Hook school shooting in 2012. You know what? I'm
gonna be honest. Those two sentences do not connect. Just a writing tip. Even if you have a topic sentence that's a bit different than what immediately follows, you are supposed to typically make them connect to one another.
Yeah.
But that's just a.
You know what's crazy about this? I spoke at one of her rallies in like 2016.
And what did she say about that?
She doesn't know. She doesn't remember.
Wait,
that
really?
I spoke at one of her rallies. Yeah. Move more. No, hold on. Move more to the.
Oh yeah. No, I slipped from the thing.
This is a professional studio, sir.
No,
move more to your mark.
Sorry,
please.
I got to hit my. You've done all this great work blocking, and here I am blowing it.
Yeah.
So wait, sorry. You played a Shannon Watts rally?
Yeah, I did. I spoke at a Shannon Watts rally. I think it was Shannon Watts. Moms Demand Action was part of it. Yeah, it was like David Hogg was speaking at it and stuff. Back in like 20, like when it first happened. I forget when it. To fight Piker, Centrals will use necromancy to revive Gobenau, Lothrop, Stoddard, and Madison Grant. Yeah.
They're old They're old racists.
Yeah. No, centrists are unearthing the ancient science of race realism and race determinism, race realism, race science.
Jamie, can you pull up the Kalshi odds on the first university to offer a physiognomy course in the next year? Thanks.
Phrenology is back, baby. I literally did her rally back in the day, but that was before she became this insane Zionist for some reason. Someone's got to be paying her, I think, or she's just lost her dang mind.
Look, no, we know it. I don't want to say that because if I don't know it, but I think it seems extremely clear these days that there are a lot of people for whom Israel is an incredibly fierce attachment, and they are willing to let their inability to see justice on that issue pollute their ability to see it in anything.
Yeah.
It's quite sad. Many such cases.
She's like comparing me to fucking Alex Jones here, which, I gotta go pee, so I can't even go through this, so I'm just gonna let this run instead.
Real world simulation of what people are actually seeing, because you're not, if you're actually seeing this on the news, you're also going to see a pro-Abdul ad afterwards, or you're consuming content in social media or conversations that can be counter to the ad. So, and also open question of whether this is a media play and they're actually putting money behind it, which the use of Hasan suggests it might be.
You think so? It's too long. It felt like too long for me for that, right? Like if you're going to do this online, you'd want a little bit of like a 15-second clip or something.
Well, yes, if you're actually putting money behind it, but if you want to do an ad so that people like us will talk about it and they'll put it on cable news or local news, then it has to look as much. I mean, it's all a fake game that's been going on for decades, but you just say it's an ad, you give it to the press runs $6 behind it.
Six figures behind this one.
Yes,
five.
Yes, depending on how many decimal points you go out. If you like this video and you like Pod Save America, I promise you'll love Message Box, which is my Substack newsletter where I break down what's happening in politics, give you real analysis based on years of experience and data about what's happening in the midterms, and actually help you initiate that conversation. Let's look at an ad that he ran in the primary.
Where did Abdul al-Sayed come from?
Here.
We're his champions.
We helped raise him.
He became a doctor.
He always wanted to help people.
He got all those kids glasses.
Good crowd pop on that one.
He buys us groceries every week. He knows what things cost.
Now he's running around with Bernie Sanders trying to change politics.
We love him, and so will you.
Too much. I'm Abdul al-Sayed, and I approve the heck out of this message.
Language.
I died when I saw that. I mean, look, the grandma steals the show. She's so good in this. She has a future in
that was
acting.
A nice ad.
I thought it was honestly, and I know people.
Did you see that ad?
Bulwark the podcast. This was like a legitimately good ad.
Is this the ad with his Abdul's parents and his grandma?
This person's funny. I will remember that ad. Like I will remember that ad. And obviously the point here is to humanize.
The point here is to humanize. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know. Political ads are boring. That's okay. Noah, how do you reconcile Verso with being revisionist? I don't. I live with it. Oh, nothing. It was going further, and they watched a good ad, and what do you have to say about a good ad? Him
to make fun of and poke fun of the idea that this is some scary
on night. This race has become quite contentious, got a lot of attention. Talk about old tweets and positions and whether a DSA candidate can actually win. Francesca Hong is leading this race, presuming the polls are correct. Let's take a look at one of her ads.
It's so stressful to get by these days, and I know a lot about stress. I work in restaurants. I started in this kitchen 15 years ago, and you might recognize what's across the street. A lot of people in that building don't get why it's so hard to get by right now. I'm State Representative
Are the cameras
Francesca
flipped?
Hong. I'm a service worker, community organizer.
When we look at
and
each
a
other,
mom.
are we looking at each
5
other on
years ago,
screen?
My community sent me to the
I
Capitol.
don't know.
I think so.
The
I think
system
so.
is
Kind of,
rigged.
yeah.
I'm running for governor to fix it.
I saw Austin Ox talking mad shit on Twitter. Yeah.
For years, we've been told that doing better isn't possible. Well, let me tell you, that's bullshit. All we need to do is fight together. We can fully fund our public schools. And
I don't
have
think there is
universal
into this
childcare.
ad.
We can guarantee paid leave and have cheaper health care. We can fix a rigged system that puts oligarchs over workers and small businesses. We can do better. I'm Francesca Hong, and I'm running for governor because I know that together we make better possible.
So as I mentioned, Hong is leading in the polls. She got a pretty sizable lead. There's a poll out today that has her up 22 points. So even if the polls were as incorrect as they were in Michigan, she'd still win by double digits. She has been on a media tour recently. She was on Pod Save America earlier this week. I
saw millennial music.
CNN, other places.
Really, that was
responding
like,
to
I was
a
like,
bunch
that
of
is some
tweets she
stomp
had
clap shit, bro.
in 2020 about canceling Thanksgiving, about defunding the police, about white supremacy, a whole bunch of things. And I think if you watched those interviews she did, you might wonder sort of why she was leading the race by so much. But I think if you see this ad, it kind of makes sense. What do you think?
Oh, you
of the
like
ad?
the ad?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think the ad shows why her message resonates and why people would go to her. Because if you she's not great in contentious one-on-one interviews, but there is real charisma and a message of hope here that I think helps explain why she's getting in this poll out today. 44% of Wisconsin Democrats.
So we'll have a disagreement on this one.
Yeah,
but
no, disagreement is
you're
good.
obviously right because she's doing great for the primary, right? So like clearly proof is in the pudding, which she may or may not make at her restaurant. I thought the ad was very frantic. It made me unsettled. It jumped around a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it was a good ad, but it's not because like I disagree with the content. It was just like very
biographical.
There are a bunch of different sequencing, and like you don't really know what it's
vanilla.
Well, you don't know what it's about until like you're kind of in it. Like 'cause she's in the kitchen, and then it takes like a little minute before it like flips to the legislature thing, and also like I like the Rosie the Riveter bandana worker thing. It's nice. But it just like the ad's a little bit cluttered. Like, what's it about? Like Abdul's ad, for example, what's it about? His family. Like, what was Francesca's ad was about? She's a worker. It's about MAGA controlling Wisconsin. It's about her campaign platform. It's about, she's in a library. It's about
we're part of the Hong dynasty, so they're saying we're sending you to Siberia.
This is constructive criticism. I'm not saying anything about the content. I'm just saying it wasn't. You want honest criticism when you get Noah Colwin, okay?
Okay. Well, you're going to Siberia nonetheless.
Okay. Take me away.
All right. Let's see.
It's dumb for that to be out there.
Voters debate candidates cancel Thanksgiving comments.
You love Thanksgiving.
Yeah, everybody goes home for Thanksgiving. When are you going to fight with your family if you don't have Thanksgiving?
It turns out that hot takes about canceling Thanksgiving don't go away easily. We're in the final hours of the...
We're making sure that it doesn't go away as we're in the process of making sure that this is the only salient narrative right before the right before the fucking election. If you think Hasan Piker, a guy friendly with many Jews, including myself, and who clearly has issues over people associating Judaism entirely with Zionism, is the high point of anti-Semitism, you have no idea what's coming. Yeah. Oh, this is my goat.
Oh, well, yeah, that's Lewis. Adam Lewis Claude. Yeah.
Yeah. What Piker says here all sounds completely logical, even articulate and compassionate. Oh, well, thank you for recognizing that. Unless anti-Zionism is also thematized as bigotry. Anti-Zionists will always claim to reject anti-Semitism until their anti-Zionism itself is called out directly. Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah. Notice also the amount that Piker has been repeatedly and aggressively taken to task for his anti-Semitism has not remotely changed his proclivity to blame Israel, spread anti-Zionist libels. Anti-Zionist libels. I like
or repeat hackneyed anti-Zionist talking points like Zionism isn't Judaism. It's had zero effect.
It's actually anti-Semitic to say
Sorry,
Israel.
also, what the fuck is he saying? What does that mean? It hasn't.
No.
Zero effect because
his number one thing. This guy's so funny. He's such an insane person. His number one thing is to say it's actually anti-Semitism isn't anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
He's the most like. I don't read anything he writes because for so long it was so obvious that he was just feeding his shit into an LLM. And it was like, you lose, like, even as a hater, I won't engage with your shit if you're just putting it into, like, you know, like whether you're Kyle Kuzma or Adam Lewis Klein, I'm not going to read it. Sorry. You lost privilege. You lost Noah attention span privileges.
Yeah. I like that that's his primary concern, though, and I respect it. That's his primary concern. Notice also the amount that Piker is repeatedly. We saw that. Sammy says the shit I see on Instagram Reels is infinitely more hateful, blatant in his use of anti-Semitic stereotypes, and gets hundreds of thousands of likes. And those aren't even strictly political. Those are just normal people. Israel's making life miserable for Jews is true.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm a big proponent of the idea that, like, if we like snapped our fingers, right, and like Israel as such, like, didn't exist tomorrow, and like there was a state of all of its people. From the river to the sea, like a single democratic state or whatever. The amount of worldwide anti-Semitism would go down so dramatically you wouldn't believe.
Yeah,
and it's not.
Or even right now,
even
right now, if like the most prominent Jewish institutions weren't doing exactly what they've done for the last like 80 years and been like, we are the most vociferous defenders of Israel because Israel is everything to Jews and it's all Judaism. That association is one that favors Nick Fuentes, is identical. Jake Tapper and Nick Fuentes believe the exact same thing. Nick Fuentes hates Jews. Jake Tapper loves Jewish people and thinks he's doing a sufficient line of defense for Israel and Judaism when he does that. But that association between Zionism and Judaism remains identical in their commentary.
I mean, and now they're like, what I think is getting harder and harder like to prevent, and I mean this not in as a judgment of the value of people who make this association, even though I think it's wrong, but like the conflation of Jews with Israel, like I feel like powerless in many respects to stop it. That like when I tell people like, listen, and I say, fully and honestly that like, Israel is not the end all and be all of Judaism or Jewish people. It's increasingly hard to make that case, not because I don't think it's true, but because the amount of like very obvious evidence for most people who don't think too hard about these kinds of things, is weighted to suggest that no, like, well, Israel is like the Jew place, and it is like associated with Jews in this way. And part of the way I know that is because all of the people who are Jewish that love Israel and Israel itself, they both claim that, and they get the privileged voice in media.
Yeah, there is never any prominent anti-Zionist Jews that are given space in the media ever. I talked about it earlier, like no Gideon Levy, even like Ilan Pape, Avi Shlaim, Ross Segal, like anti-Zionist Jews are blacklisted openly, like Ross Segal was, who I think he won his court case as well.
He got a settlement from the University of Minnesota because they rescinded an offer for him to get a genocide studies chair.
Yeah,
and they
had to pay him $250,000.
Like Minnesota got to sign one of those agreements. They got to say something that like they're not admitting fault, but they had to pay $250,000.
Yeah, and it's like Brad Lander, who calls himself a Zionist, is the closest you can get to like a critique of Israel that revolves around calling out its occupation, its apartheid.
I mean, I think we periodically get people like Ta-Nehisi Coates was, when he was touring his last book. No, but that's true. Sorry, we're talking specifically of Jews. It's also like there's been now this issue though of how and this is like I will say, like, I can't totally put this on the media. Like this is in part like a failure among like like I'm saying it's a failure of my people in this one. That like there is just the open embrace of the conflation, and that like this after like talking for many years out of both sides of our mouths about like It's actually anti-Semitic to conflate Israel with Jews now that Israel is being existentially challenged in discourse, as was always bound to happen in a moment like this.
Do you not think that it would be productive to at least show Americans that there is discourse within the Jewish community on this issue? If your goal is to simply say that this is a topic of debate.
Because they don't want to let a kind of discourse thing happen, because the truth is that for a lot of people who are very smart, very sensible, very responsible stewards and purveyors of discourse, the idea that you would take seriously that like Israel would end is like a sign of like, that's, you know, more defund, abolish the police, like, you know, delusion, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Like you and I, right? Like when we say stuff like that, we think we're describing like a practical reality, a thing that is going to happen.
Yeah, 100%.
Like not soon, not in some particular time scale, but that is going to happen because the contradictions that sustain it, you know, won't allow it to persist. And that's not a critique that we have of every institution that exists, but it's certainly true of the Israeli government. It's just not, it's not going to be able to sustain itself for a variety of different reasons over a long period of time. And I would be happy to go into all of those. But I think that there is now like what we've now like what those like these smart protectors of discourse or whatever, what they have done by marginalizing this is that they've made it really, really difficult so that now that this discourse does exist and now that more and more people are raising it, is that as we move further into that reality, they're just not going to be equipped to actually like process the reality in front of them. You know, just as in the same way that like when October 7th happened, they were not able to process the reality of what was going on there because like they were, you know, like they were all stocked up on horrible, like, you know, stale preconceptions of what Palestinians are, what their lives are like, and what their struggles like.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I think there's a deliberate effort to refuse to reckon with that reality, but there's also a deliberate attempt to try to consistently keep up the image that like every Jewish person, no matter what, believes in the state of Israel existing in the ways that it currently does, and there is no room for discourse that definitely exists, especially amongst younger Jews, that will ever be featured in mainstream media, because Americans are broadly like Americans, we understand simple messages, right? When you see a Jewish guy criticize Israel, that means a lot to, I think, Americans who have never been around Jewish people, that only know Jews as like, you know, being in media and doing Seinfeld.
I mean, I think to me, the biggest piece of that angle of it is just on the simple level. Like, I don't think that there is, and I don't really like, I don't think that there is anything like it just should be practically acknowledged on like the surface level that like we live in a world and in like a media environment in which Palestinian voices are so, and like the Palestinian perspective is so marginalized, so diminished, etc., that the most valuable corrective, not valuable in its moral value, not valuable in that it's like the bravest, but just valuable in the sense that it is the most like, you know, like fingers into the eye of the, you know, hegemonic way of talking about this stuff, is to present an anti-Zionist Jew, because it's just like it immediately upsets a bunch of premises, right? And so it doesn't mean that every voice, far from it, or even a majority or even a plurality of voices on this issue should be anti-Zionist Jews. I mean, it would never even want to suggest that. But it does mean that when we do not represent those perspectives and we don't represent those views, all it's going to do is exactly what you're saying. It's just going to like create this,
the idea,
the monolith.
Create the understanding that, yes, Jews are monolithic in their approach to Israel. And it would have worked, and it did work for, you know, the last like 78 years, but it's just not working anymore. And these guys are still holding out hope that like it'll go away. Like the notion that you can just say simply that something is anti-Semitic and then that stops the conversation in its entirety, that's gone. It doesn't work anymore. I mean, it is also creating an environment for actual anti-Semites to become thought leaders.
Well, it's worth splitting the hairs here.
Anti-Israel movement.
It's worth splitting the hairs here, right? Because it does not work in the sense that like it's not persuading anyone anymore, right? But at the same time, at the exact moment when it has lost all persuasive ability, you know, you've got like just this week, right? Like Haverford College in Pennsylvania, a Quaker college, you know, celebrated for pluralism, you know, social justice politics, things like that. they just did a deal with the Trump administration where they're agreeing to accept that anti-Zionism is a protected belief, as a protected class. That Zionism is a protected class, just like being Jewish.
Just like on Twitch.
And so there is now this, there's a codification of this reality at the exact time that nobody believes it or is persuaded by it anymore, as people.
Yeah.
And so to me, there is this really sad and kind of frustrating thing that we're going to have to live with, and we're going to have to continue talking about this, because even though nobody's persuaded by this, and even though, it's not like a useful, constructive part of discourse anymore, we're going to have to be undoing damaging legislation, punitive policies.
Yeah.
We're going to have to be fighting against powers that be for years and years, generations really, to undo the damage of this. In a lot of ways, it is more damaging, I would argue, in terms of the long-term correction that we're going to have to try to do than, a lot of what went on in the McCarthy era.
Yeah.
Wisconsin governor's race, and that is still hanging over it as Francesca Hong, the Democratic Socialist candidate, is still answering questions about that social media post from several years ago about wanting to cancel Thanksgiving. This is what she said about it now.
I had some bad takes and some hot takes on Twitter, but like all everyday Wisconsinites, I had to express my frustrations that the system wasn't working for us.
And there are several examples of things that she has had to walk back, take back, backpedal on, including defunding the police, abolishing the U.S. Senate, and yes, even saying that Halloween should also be canceled. Now, these aren't the major issues driving this governor's race, but voters are talking about them, and many don't like what they heard.
It's ridiculous. I don't know what she was thinking about that.
Now, other supporters of Hong say that she was misunderstood, and it's fine for candidates to change their minds.
Is there any politician on the planet that hasn't made a stance on something and then realized that maybe that was a bit extreme and I have to back up and understand how the voter population is feeling?
It would be a sad person if you just had your ideas at 18 and you kept them all till the day you died. I mean, certainly as you get older and experience more things, see things.
Wisconsinites are my favorite people, by the way. Like everyone I met, I mean, some of these people are, attacking Hong or whatever because they're trying to create a narrative here that like her tweets are really top of mind for these voters. But Wisconsin has some of the coolest white people. Let's just say.
I mean, Wisconsin has like a really great, obviously great radical history, but it is like a very, to me, it's definitely like, it's a state that like when you're in the right crowds or with the right people, like when I've been in Milwaukee or Madison, it feels like one of the most like pro-social places.
Yes.
Like people
100%.
are like, I mean, that's one of the, like a lot of the Midwest does not feel like that. It feels the opposite, but I often feel like the coolest moments that I have in the Midwest.
The only other place I felt like that is Minneapolis.
Minneapolis definitely like that,
and like Minnesota's like that. Wisconsin's like that. I think Michigan to a certain degree is like that for sure. Like Illinois, Chicago gets into like real city territory, and I feel like city folk is a little different.
It's a real city, but like I don't know. I love Chicago. You'll never well no, but I mean like I feel like it's also like it's a city that has like that does have a bit of that. Like it's got some of that. I don't know. Like
but it leads,
happy to see you. Je ne sais quoi.
It leads me to ask a question: what the fuck happened to like Indiana? What the fuck happened to Iowa and Indiana? If like all these other places are so, a certain way.
It's a good question. I mean, I have no like. I'm sure there's a bunch of actual good answers to that question. I don't have them.
Yeah.
You do take different positions, and you regret some of the stuff you did.
Now, Hong's leading opponent is David Crowley. He's the Milwaukee County executive. He told us this about Thanksgiving.
I love Thanksgiving.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, today in questions, we are asking a second grader.
Dude, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, candidate, your thoughts about Thanksgiving.
Dig deeper I can't do this. Socialist push faces major twist.
Bro. that was so good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then we sit around and wonder why people don't fucking tune into mainstream outlets anymore. And it's like, this is why, dude. You guys don't give a shit about anything. Like, people are ready to start doing illegal things to, and are doing illegal things to flock cameras. They want to start doing illegal things to data centers. And you guys are out here being like, I wonder why the pro data center candidate is not actually gaining momentum, as opposed to the anti-data center candidate who's made it a central fixture of her campaign is doing LeBron numbers.
And you know what I will say? I do think what I find very interesting, right, is that like I think the media is actually kind of lagging behind a lot of the some of the other parts of the establishment political base here. Like, I think a lot of, like, I see a lot of the people in the think tanks that are attached to the AI industry and attached to a lot of the, you know, sort of foundations that are interested in studying from a pretty industry sympathetic perspective, like how to do build outs that can accommodate the data center stuff. And like, those people are freaking out about this data center backlash, and they're not underestimating what Francesca Hong represents or anything.
Yeah. That's why they're
taking it quite seriously. And I think it is like, it just shows how bad our media is, that they're not even picking up on this, on the gravity that people are associating these campaigns with. They're instead just arguing about Thanksgiving because, again, it is their only way of processing and understanding like what an election is, which is just a relative question of competitiveness. It's not like an evaluation of what like motivates how people engage with an election, what people participating in the election consider the stakes of it to be. It's like literally they're asking some guy, so is the guy who doesn't have a statistical shot at winning this election more electable or not? What do you say, Mr. Voter?
But they did it. They did this with Haley Stevens, and it fucking worked to a certain degree to get her up there. So, you know. I do worry. I do worry a lot.
No,
I do worry a lot.
It did to a point, but like it wasn't the only thing. And I also think that like that was a case also where like I think the polls really clearly shaped a lot of the narrative making that was going on there, which is why the Noah Colwyn rule is no polls. Get rid of them.
Francesca Hong's policy positions, the ones that she thinks aren't a good or a bad take, we don't know. The Wall Street Journal's lead editorial today, though, Francesca Hong, the socialist next hope. It argues even a fraction of her agenda would be ruinous. That's what the GOP's presumptive gubernatorial nominee, Representative Tom Tiffany, is saying. And that's what he'll tell voters if their other option is in November and it's Ms. Hong. And he would be correct about that. What an opening for Republicans after 2 terms of Governor Tony Evers. Power panel now. Cassie Smedley, Republican strategist. Megan Hayes, former director of message planning for the Biden administration. Great to see.
It's so 2 anti-Hong politicians.
I mean, but this is fine, bro. I mean, I'm not. The other people, I'll like get a little more head up over, but like this is a little like, yeah, water be wet, dude. It's Fox News. They're not going to have on.
Yeah, Fox News quoting another Murdoch-owned outlet, Wall Street Journal, to fucking complain about radical socialist Francesca Hong. They always sneak your name in all these segments, of course, because that's like, because look, whether Francesca Hong wins or not, like, of course they would love to make her lose in the primary so they don't have to deal with it in the general. But I'm not going away. So that's the reason why they have to keep peppering these attacks in every conversation they can, because this movement is not going away. And this movement, they understand something that many others, unfortunately, in the edges, in the liberal side,
also,
that are
like they're just mad that she's good at speaking to the people that want to support her. Sorry, that's like a lot of the like what I get irritated with about the Hong stuff is that it's like, I mean, one, I do think I agree with my friend Jay Kang. I do think a lot of it is frankly racist, and just like that's like all the faculty lounge stuff is like I with her specifically, I find to have an edge that I don't love because it's like like why are they racing to assume that this candidate is a books person but not a service industry person? I think we know the answer there.
Yeah.
But it is also like they're just completely discounting from the jump like what it is that people do see in her that is not tied to the environmental component, the structural components of this, right? And it is like like why do they view her as like a credible avatar for a bunch of these ideas? And that matters, and they're just not considering it at all.
I just don't understand why these guys also do the same thing that they do to China, where it's like, even if you hate China, it's probably important for you to understand like what the fuck's going on there. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's going to catch you by surprise, as it kind of has. Like China's rise as a global behemoth has like caught many Western analysts by surprise. Many of those who like wrote extensive foreign policy mag articles about how like they were building ghost cities and shit like that are now going, how do we get here? Why do they have so many tier 1 cities that are like, massive?
Well, yeah, they believed that we just believed that they would always be better at quantity, but never at quality. And
but I don't get
shocker,
it. Shocker,
that wasn't going to last.
At this point, even if your goal is to defeat China somehow in this war that we're waging against them, then like you should probably try to do a better job of like understanding what their ideology is, what motivates them, how they operate, rather than just like consistently hit the same notes over and over again. Not dissimilar to the argument that I was presenting with the anti-Zionist movement growing, and like how Zionists are still deploying the same techniques of like not trying to understand where people are coming from and assuming that the animus driving this counter narrative against Israel is of course by it's
an incredibly it's because they're like what these people share in common, right? Like anti-Zionists or China hawk, or sorry, not anti-Zionists. If we can make that mistake lately, Zionists and China hawks is that they're both like hardcore idealists. Like they believe in like they have like these idealized notions and they act according to those notions. And they don't really give a fuck about empirical reality. They don't really have like much of a connection to it, frankly. And like that satisfies their needs. It allows for, you can stockpile missiles all you want. You can spend money on, new submarines that are meant to counter hypothetical Chinese actions 50 years out or whatever. Like you can do all that stuff. You can invest in those things and not invest in other things. And so you give yourself, it's idealism like of that kind is a kind of alibi. It becomes the way that you understand that you do certain things so that you can get away with, is the way you and I think see it, is that they can get away with self-enrichment and self-dealing, and they can acquire more power, all the while telling themselves that, they're doing something else.
Yeah.
Cassie, I'm going to start with you because you've got Tiffany about ready to take the stage. You've got former Governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, going to talk with him. Tee up this race for us.
Yeah, good morning to you both. I just got off the plane from northern Wisconsin. I spent the weekend with my in-laws up in Chippewa Falls, which is the northwest side of the state bordering with Minnesota. And this is all you heard about this weekend. Francesca Hong was essentially on an apology tour, trying to spend the final days of this primary to reset the record for herself from these problematic positions she's taken about canceling Thanksgiving, abolishing the Senate, abolishing the police, etc. And then you had Tom Tiffany, who was essentially on offense, running his campaign, talking about I-94 expansion, talking about higher ed, talking about...
Interesting. Why is the Republican candidate so invested in the Democratic primary? And why is the Republican candidate attacking the quote-unquote weaker candidate for the general? That's interesting. This is the Republican strategist who is attacking Francesca Hong and saying that the supposedly weaker general candidate, Francesca Hong, is interestingly enough, all of the enmity is directed at the supposedly weaker general election candidate. If Republican strategists thought that Francesca Hong was easier to beat, they would probably be hyping her up, right?
Well, but this gets to the fact that there are obviously certain advantages that like a more centrist inclined candidate will have in a general election. It's just a fact. There are certain advantages that they get, right? But like there's certain disadvantages that come through people getting through a primary process without having, motivated voters, without having like a particularly credible or, like defensible, legible platform. There's a bunch of reasons that have more to do with, again, than just like a kind of like rank left to right ideology thing that have to do with this. And again, the biggest part of this is like, okay, who is going to be better positioned to win on the issues that seem to matter most to people who are at the ballot box in a few months? And it's like Francesca Hong, it turns out, despite of all of the quote unquote concerns about her or whatever, like she's making it through this primary process because she is able to, at least for now, present more competitively on that level. And yeah, obviously, like if the Republicans really believed all this shit, then why would they be like, why, if they really believe that she was so beat, why would they say this? I think the other thing I will say is like, when it comes to this stuff of like, the Republicans would freaking love to run against this, Democratic Socialist. Like, okay, I remember the Jonathan Chait, Neera Tanden. We would love to run against Donald Trump in 2016. If only we could run against Donald Trump in 2016 stuff. Okay. Just from all perspective, from all sides, like, just don't say that stuff. Like I'm saying, even to my allies, like, don't say that stuff. You will get your ass, like, you will get exposed for it at some point. The point will not work out for you. It's in some way. Like electability is just so often, right? Like just make the argument on the merits of your candidate and why you think they're a good fit. Like this stuff of like trying to pick the perfect opponent is not always going to work for you. It won't. Like, you know, I still think in some ways, like we've never gotten the full explanation right of AIPAC and the NJ11 and trying to go against Malinowski. Like that's still not clear. Like it just doesn't seem that like when you play these games that you necessarily end up getting what you want.
Yeah.
The economy and making sure that Wisconsinites have the opportunity to live the lives they want to live for them and their families. A real contrast, and certainly for Francesca Hong, not how you want to be spending these final days. And oh, by the way, as Alex laid out, the sitting governor is campaigning with the guy who got out of the race. He dropped out already, and he's no, we need you back in because I don't believe this lady is electable in November. It's a real quagmire for Democrats.
Well, I know we keep talking about Thanksgiving, but the real headline from last week was her quote-unquote proximity to whiteness. She made it all about race, using her own biracial children. All right, Francesca Hung has not gotten endorsements from some of the socialist big guns like Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who seems to be trying to distance herself a bit.
I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning back the Congress. My understanding is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. So we're in chapter 2 now. It sounds crazy too. AOC has, however, endorsed Socialist Senate candidate in Michigan, Abdul El Sayed, whose policies exactly align with those of Francesca Hong. Here's Hong with Hasan Piker. Take a watch.
Abolishing ICE.
Yes.
A 1-year data center moratorium.
Yes.
Breaking up big ag.
Yes.
Public grocery stores.
Yes.
Right to I love when they show this because this is banger. This is like
this is like you're now asking her to like give yes to all the stuff that polls get.
Yeah.
Showing it like
no, literally. I don't know why they don't realize that. It's so strange because like I guess they're so hugbox that they genuinely think that this actually is the reason why she's popular. And it turns into a fucking free ad. Even for some of the Fox News watchers.
Oh no, they hate
the data centers. They hate big ag. They want to right to
one
repair.
Of the scariest days for Fox News was the Bernie town hall years ago. Like when the crowd pop that Bernie was getting at a Fox News event.
Yeah.
It's tough, man. Like the Fox people have to be very careful about how they package this stuff. And sometimes they fuck up. Like I think this is
a fuck up.
Clipping this is a fuck up, I think.
Pair.
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis.
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United.
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights.
Yes.
A free Palestine.
Yes.
So that anti-American streamer that you just saw, Hasan Piker, who's by everybody's side right now on the far left,
it's not funny.
That is mad funny.
It's not funny.
It's really funny.
She's clocking my shit.
Anti-American streamer that you just saw, Hasan Piker, who's by everybody's side right now.
Dude, I
on the
love
far,
this.
far
The way
left,
that they got the scroll going, like it's a now that's what I call music. Like some of your favorite pop hits.
Yeah, tax millionaires and billionaires more. Close corporate tax loopholes. Like half of this shit is like what Trump lied
No
about.
Scrubs by
half
TLC.
Of this shit is literally what Trump lied about doing, including close corporate tax loopholes or the carried interest loopholes.
This is the litmus test for what it takes to run as a Democrat socialist, apparently, and she's taken that test.
Like strengthen antitrust enforcement. Why are they posting this? Regulate artificial intelligence.
Awesome. Protect workers from harmful uses of AI.
And yes, there's a lot more. A lot more. They share all these radical left policy positions. This is pretty unbelievable. Megan, we have gone a distance.
I'm sorry. I think this actually might be okay, I almost don't want to say this because I think they're
hyping her up.
No. I don't want to say this because I don't want to risk exposing our undercover king. But I actually think that this is the work of somebody who works at Fox News who understands exactly what they're doing. You know what I mean?
We were even a few weeks ago. Your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Again, she's not a Democrat. She should not be winning the primary. She shouldn't be.
You think they
Sorry,
don't-
that one is awesome. Saving the one for last that every Fox News person is just like, if they saw that, you know, they like.
No,
like,
there's no way. I don't think they see it. I don't think they are looking at the. You're right. I think there's a producer that's just like, I'm gonna put this in here. Let's see how far we can go with this.
we see you.
King.
Keep it up.
There's a king that's working.
Winning the primary. She shouldn't be running on the Democratic ticket. And I would hope that the other, her opponent actually does win. And we saw last week in Michigan that polls don't always tell a complete story.
Excuse me,
I think
Megan, but if she's not a Democrat socialist, what is she? If she's not a Democrat, I mean, and by the way, Bernie Sanders was an independent since 1990, and he ran for the Democrat nomination.
My favorite is they're so used to saying Democrat instead of Democratic that they say Democrat socialist. That's
I didn't even notice that.
Oh yeah, no, they always say these are Democrat socialists.
I
It's my
hate
favorite.
This is like one of these things too, where it's like how like Trump just like completely like controls their brain now. Like they all have to, you know, like
the little Trumpisms, little quirky ways
and
of
caucus
speaking.
with Democrats. So, what is your
The Democrat Party
description
should not
of
allow that.
Francesca Hong? Is she not part of your party?
She absolutely is not part of our party. Democrats are
I have
actual
some news
capitalists.
for you. I have some news for you, lady.
It's just such a sad state of affairs.
You're gonna want to sit down for this.
It's a sad state of affairs for a lot of these Democratic consultants that like we are literally more the party than she is. And I think that's at the end of the day, that's what the problem is. Cause like she represents fucking Aetna and Blue Cross Blue Shield, where we represent the actual fucking voters. So much so that in spite of the barrage of money that they dump into these races, the voters still actually overcome all of those smears and still go and vote for the insurgent left candidates.
I mean, you know, like these things come and go the other way, etc. What I just find like, you know, I can easily imagine a world in which, you know, like, you know, again, these tables turn. Like, you know, our side may have less sway within the Democratic Party at some point. It's, you know, these big wheel keep on turning, whatever. The thing is like, I can't understand the hubris here. Like to say, like, could you imagine any left winger right in this moment saying like, seriously, like you're saying like the party represents her less. You're not saying, oh, you're not in the party. You're not part of this. Like, there's not like a, like there's there's a recognition that you,
I do say that for people who actually lend their support to the Republicans.
well, that's, yes, supporting Mike Ross. I think that's
Like
a bit of a,
Mike
that,
LaRosa,
that makes it
like that
yes.
Mike LaRosa fucking
yeah, the guy
dickhead.
who fucking like was essentially pushed out of his job in Biden world for being. There's a daily Google Michael was it LaRosa.
LaRosa. I
Michael
always say De La
LaRosa.
Rosa
Yeah,
too, but
yeah,
it's
Michael
LaRosa.
LaRosa. Daily Mail. There's a story that has the details on what went down with him.
fucks. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was illegal to fuck
Oh, I'm
a
sorry.
lot.
I'm sorry. It's illegal to be cool.
Yeah,
it's illegal to be a cool guy on a work trip and bringing
Yeah.
back people that I want to hook up with to the same
Secret Service.
to a Secret Service protected floor where members of the first family is staying. Ooh,
Yeah, oh,
that's a
big deal,
problem
big deal.
now.
I didn't realize.
And
Yeah,
now
this
I
is
work
all-
for Ballard Partners, which literally has contracts to represent Libyan warlords and
the Trump administration, I think, right?
Well, not that. Well, you don't lobby. You can't represent the Trump administration, but I think he's representing the UAE or Saudi.
Oh,
I forget which, but you get the idea. No, but like the like I don't. The point is that like I just don't think these,
representing
like,
the Trump administration.
Like I don't know a single like DSA person who just like doesn't subscribe to like the reality principle that these people are clearly rejecting.
Yeah.
Live in a free market society. Nobody in the Democratic Party with
So
any
El
sense
Sayed
believes
is not
that
in your party
independent-
either.
No, El Sayed actually doesn't associate with being a socialist. He has some far left policies, but he actually does say he's a capitalist. So that is a Democratic stance. So there's a little bit of a difference here. But I do think if Hong does win the nomination, we have a better chance of winning the governor's race in Texas than we do in Wisconsin.
Well, I'm confused about why you think El Sayed is a capitalist. I mean, he's got some of the same policies that Mom, because
Wait,
he
what'd
said
she
it.
say?
Well, she
Because he said it.
Oh, because he said it.
He says she loves Thanksgiving, but she's also anti-American.
Oh my
enough to say she doesn't.
god. Oh my god.
Can you trust these brown people, these non-whites, and the things that they say about Thanksgiving, and also whether they're a socialist or not?
Come on.
Can you even trust them, really?
Bro, I'm so tired. Like, we're gonna be hearing about this Thanksgiving shit for forever. And it's not for just I want to be clear, like this is so not her fault. Like she did, like vindicated. Like she's doing fine. This is like I feel
Shit
so
about to make me say cancel Thanksgiving.
I mean, seriously, dude. Now like my any feelings of like oppositional defiance that I have are just like kicking in. I just want to be like we are doing like at this point. I want people like
You know how like with Zoran, they wouldn't invite him to the 9/11 memorial, or they're trying to get him.
Yeah,
They're gonna be like, Wisconsin is holding a Thanksgiving turkey dinner, and Francesca Hong is not invited.
They're gonna do something even dumber, where it's like we asked for Thanksgiving turkeys, and they don't want Francesca Hong at their dinners. Like, that's I'm calling my shot on that one. Somebody's gonna do a version of that.
Yeah,
love it. I mean, when does it count when you say it? It doesn't make it true. You got to show us through your policies, and he's aligned with Mamdani, which is all day long taking from the rich to spend on whatever he wants to spend it on, whether it helps the people or not. At least that's what it looks like if you live in New York right now. Cassie?
Well, but I think this gets to a larger point. What Megan is saying, if they're not Democrats, and if the majority of Democrat voters are saying, I don't identify with these far-left candidates, then the problem for not just DSA, but for Democrats is winning in November. What do? You've allowed your party to be totally co-opted by these people to run on your ticket, and you're not giving people an option because the Democrat Party nationally and writ large, in these state parties as well, was asleep at the wheel, didn't take them seriously. Mamdani was an outlier. Colorado was an outlier. Al Sayed is an outlier. Now is Francesca Hong an outlier? This is the National Democrat Party this cycle. And so either they're going to win with a bunch of Democrat socialists and have to embrace them, or the Democrats are about to find themselves completely obsolete and completely taken over, and will they ever win a local, state, or national election ever again? It's a big issue.
Well, some headlines today are blaring the alarm over the rise of socialism in America. Viva la DSA, for Democrat Socialists of America. Revolution abolishing the Senate and presidency are only a few things on this list. Another socialism is here, and it is serious. As religion recedes, politics takes its place. One tenet of socialism, massive taxes on Americans, its leaders deemed wealthy. And one would think the co-chair of the Democrat Socialists of America would understand the assignment.
Pretty funny.
Watch this.
We do believe in taxing the hell out of millionaires. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what does taxing the hell out of them mean?
Yeah, you know, I don't have like
I'll
a
be right
solid,
back.
but I think.
But shouldn't you? I mean,
That's a good-
if you're the
that's a good
co-chair,
question.
if you're the co-chair of the DSA, shouldn't you be more specific than just taxing the hell out of something?
I'm gonna keep it $1.50. David Remnick cooked her a little bit on this one. This is the only time where I would say this was a little bit of a like we gotta. You know, Megan's great. I love her. I respect her. I think she's done a lot of great work. I just, you know, I wish she had an answer on the spot with that one.
What exactly do you mean?
So yeah, we need to look at what we need to pay for in the interim, what sort of tax base we need for that to happen, and then and build from there.
So Megan, we have to take.
Because here's the thing. This is not a friendly conversation. If you're DSA, none of these conversations that are taking place are friendly. You have to treat it like a hostile media interview, no matter what, even if they are being friendly. And David is friendly, broadly speaking, but he's doing that on purpose. He's doing that to create a false sense of security so we can get clips off like that. For sure. There's got to be pre-cogged pre-canned responses for all of it.
Their word for it. We have to believe what they say, according to you, but can you even make sense of that?
No, absolutely not. Again, these people are not Democrats. They should not be allowed to run on a Democratic ticket. And I agree with Cassie that the national party should have stepped in long ago.
What are you saying? Like, that's more than half of the fucking voter base. Is the plurality or the majority of the voter base? Like, what are you talking about? Who's we? How many votes have you won? Who the fuck is we? What elected position are you in? How many Democratic voters have voted for you or your platform? Because we can look at the numbers. It's the voters that are making these decisions. It's the Democratic voters that are making these decisions, and they like these candidates. That's why they're voting for them. It's very strange.
Go, but we're in this situation and we have to figure out what we're going to do now. But again, these people have extreme policies that do not make sense. The governor is a different animal than, of course, people running for Senate. It's much harder to make laws when you are one of a body of 100 in the Senate, like El Sayed. But the problem here is that she's running against
That's
someone.
why you all are
election
arguing.
denier.
I want to give
It's plain and
Cassie the
simple.
last 10 seconds before we have to go. Thank you, Megan. Cassie?
Listen, I don't envy Megan's position. I don't envy pragmatic Democrat voters' positions. But on the Republican side, there's an opportunity here that history tells us we should not have right now. And I hope that all of our candidates, I think we are, Tom Tiffany being a great example of one.
Oh, is it because your president sucks dog shit? Like it's his only source of substance? Why is it? Why does history show? Why does history show that the Republicans shouldn't have an opportunity here? Did I say substance? Sustenance. I apologize. I'm eating. How much longer until they start yelling at voters? This is a way to yell at the voters. Yelling at me is a way to yell at the voters.
Who's taking the issues head on, meeting with the voters, and not having to deal. And we would welcome the opportunity to debate the people like Francesca Hong and put these issues on a November ballot so that they can be settled once and for all.
That would be spicy if it happens that way. We'll be watching that primary tomorrow in Wisconsin. Thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full. The big dim stars are out. Democrat heavyweights rallying behind far-left Senate nominee Abdul El Sayed after he won the Michigan primary last week. And he was campaigning and going around with a guy who's got that toxic stream. Even so, El Sayed now is scrambling to distance himself from his friend, influencer Hasan Piker, who, among other toxic things, has said America deserved 9/11. El Sayed said he spoke with former President Obama after his Michigan primary victory. He said it was a really warm and inspiring conversation. The night before his victory, El Sayed was hanging out with Piker at the pool. Watch El Sayed play dodgeball here.
Do you plan to continue to campaign with Hasan Piker in the general election campaign?
Look, I'm less concerned now with who I'm campaigning with, a lot more concerned about who I'm campaigning to.
Do you disavow those comments that America deserved 9/11?
Of course. Of course it was a dumb statement. And of course, I think Hasan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11.
Saying something is dumb does not even elevate your disavowing it to where it should be. It was cruel. It was thoughtless. And it could have been true. We still don't know.
Wait, what did they want him to do? Kill me? Yeah, clutch your pearls harder, Fox News. It's so funny because it's exactly the type of the kind of statement that I would expect Trump to make, and then Fox News to defend endlessly. Yeah, now that he disavowed the statement, they're like, he didn't disavow it hard enough. First, they say he didn't disavow it. Then they're saying he disavowed it, but not hard enough.
Senator John Fetterman thinks El Sayed's ties to Piker and his anti-Israel stance could cost his party a must-hold Michigan Senate seat. Watch.
I dare you to continue to campaign with people like Hasan Piker, because he now will quickly find out it's easy to campaign in the echo chamber as a Democrat, but when you have to convince other people or people that are open to voting on either side, I think you're going to be interesting to see how he chooses to disavow or now pretend that he hasn't just said and done these things just through this entire campaign.
And as Fetterman says, just pretend.
Why was he wearing a suit? Was it Netanyahu in town?
Saying, I dare you to campaign with Hasan Piker.
AOC, Kamala Harris. Now notice their names are being thrown into the pile for, well, they might run for president next time. So of course they have to cozy up to the guy who just won Michigan. Veteran strategist, or the primary there, veteran strategist James Carville, you'll notice is not on that list.
I think that the progressive left, they're very tech people. I think they've come up with an AI random stupid idea generator. And I think the stupid idea generator can think of things that humans can't, like canceling Thanksgiving or being against interracial dating. So I'm just waiting to the next stupid idea AI generator that comes out, spits out of that.
In focus with me now, Ben Ferguson, podcast host. Just want to get your top line thoughts.
Wait, what?
Yeah, look, I think what you're witnessing right now is the Democrats have created a mad laboratory for Marxism, and these are the candidates that are coming out of it, and these are the ideas that are coming out of it, and the test ground for this is the battleground states in places like Michigan and Wisconsin. But let's also be very clear. This all started back when Barack Obama was president. He bottle-fed these ideas. He bottle-fed these types of candidates. He created them and brought them into the tent. And when you have these now radical Marxists and communists and socialists who have taken over the Democratic Party, this was not an accident. This is where the Democratic Party has been going for a long time. When you have people that say that America deserved 9/11, that is not an accident. They believe it. When the Democratic Socialists of America say last week in an interview, they believe that Israel doesn't have a right to exist from the river to the sea.
I don't know if I can
what
hear
terrorists,
this
Hamas
guy.
and Hezbollah chant and what they say. This is now the Democratic Party. They created this, and they're endorsing it. They're advocating for it, and most importantly, Harris, they're now funding it with.
The DSA's national platform has declared Estonia has no right to exist. Notice how that doesn't do anything for you. Maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe you have a special place in your heart for Estonia. But it's like so funny that these guys are just like, oh, I can't believe that's a DSA position.
Yeah, but again, this is I don't know, man.
Who the fuck cares?
Yeah, it's why is there like a video game we could be talking about? I mean, like, literally anything would be more
millions and millions and millions of dollars.
You know, just moments ago, it was announced, and maybe it came out earlier, but now it's official that former President Barack Obama is going to have a new podcast. It's basically taking people through books that they don't have time to read, simultaneously with getting back out there. We know he had
I saw this list of Obama books. And some of them I don't care about. Some of them I don't care about. A couple of books I do care about are on there. Specifically, Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy by John le Carre. And everybody should read that book. Everybody has time to read that book. Everybody has time to read books. That was an incredibly condescending remark of hers. Everybody should read books. Thank you. That annoyed me.
Nerd.
Like, why did reading catch a stray there? She was yelling at you. Stay yelling at Hasan. Why does reading?
What do you mean? She's speaking to her base. Well, they're illiterate.
That is fair.
90% of commentary on this fucking dog shit ass platform is literally talking about how if you're learned, you're woke and gay, and you should kill yourself.
That is true, and people kind of forget that, like, that for a long time. I mean, now, like, this is part of what the culture war stuff obfuscates, because, like, you can launder being, like, stupid and hating learning through, like, resisting experts and questioning authority. Yeah. And, you know, like, hating going to the doctor is now, like, medical skepticism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, no, you're just a lazy piece of shit and you didn't grow up. Anyway, I think of
It's messed up that you said that. It's called called realistic vaccine scrutiny.
I assume you also. I don't know. Did you talk about the vaccine news earlier?
The child vaccine.
Yeah,
thing
that bummed
Trump
me
did?
out. Yeah, that bummed me out, man.
No, we just heard him deliver a speech after he JD Pondon struck once again to eradicate to continue his war, permanent first world genocide.
It's also this thing of like, there's no, like, truly with this stuff, I do not understand it's for. I'll be honest. Like, I understood the like humoring the RFK Jr. stuff when you were running for office because of what he thought it gave him and everything. I just don't like.
No, he doesn't have anything.
Like,
No,
who's
that's
the fucking? So it's just you're doing it for lack of
why.
doing
No,
anything else.
you don't have anything. So you.
I mean,
have
great.
to-
Okay, sorry. That also said Trump does. He's never said it publicly because he's too pussy, perhaps. But like, there is clearly a like thing with Trump about vaccines and autism because of like
No,
the
he
link,
has said it.
because of the link between old guy's sperm and whatever. Like he's got that same anxiety that other old men with young children have about vaccines and autism.
Yeah, he has said it. It's because he thinks that in the past he tweeted out that like you got to space the vaccines out. So technically, the policy that he signed into law, he has actually advocated for. I do think it's funny though that's like, I think he genuinely cares about that, but also more importantly than that, he's just like, he knows his base is hemorrhaging, so he's trying to hold on to whatever he can. And this is probably one of the easiest ones to
Was how
get a
El
bone in.
Sayed put it together over the weekend after El Sayed's win. What do you make of Obama in all of this? Does it matter? Does his endorsement matter?
Look, I think Obama's endorsement matters, and I think putting out there, quote, we had a warm conversation, tells you, wink, wink, nod, nod, I'm absolutely behind this guy. And
Why would it matter? Isn't he a Muslim commie? I thought he sucked. It's just strange. This guy who sucks, his endorsement matters for the other guy who sucks?
It's also telling the rest of the party, you better get in line. You have one thing that's also happening while we're seeing and witnessing the growth of this extremism, and that is the former leadership of the Democratic Party, the Chuck Schumers. They are paralyzed because they don't know what to do to stop this. And they realize no one's listening to them anymore. Barack Obama is pushing it this way. The Democrats fall in line. They're looking, by the way, at 2028. Let's be clear. This is a mad scientist laboratory for who they're going to put out there in 2028. If I made a prediction today, it is AOC.
This is a mad. I love these people, dude. Like, they commit new like crimes against.
They're illiterate.
Like, this is a mad scientist laboratory.
They're illiterate.
A mad scientist. What the fuck does that mean? It's a mad. It's a mad. Hasan. It's a mad scientist laboratory.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know what you don't understand.
No, Hasan.
It's not Dexter. It's a
It's not
mad
Hasan.
scientist.
You don't understand. It's a mad scientist laboratory.
Yeah, they're making mad scientists in the laboratory.
I hate this, man.
Where do you think they make the mad scientists?
In a
In a
laboratory.
laboratory. Where they work on mad scientists, like in the invention of new mad scientists.
It is Chuck Schumer hoping she gets a nomination so maybe he can stay in charge as a figurehead for a little bit longer. Otherwise, she's probably going to primary Chuck Schumer. She says, oh, I'm just looking at Congress right now. No, she's not. The Democratic Socialists of America are saying we're coming for the entire country. We are winning and winning often now with the.
Again, shouldn't you be excited at this? Because they suck, right?
Well, yeah, this is their. I mean, well, this is like, I mean, admittedly, this is like an age-old, like, reactionary, like, anxiety, right? Which is that, like, they're powerless, they're feckless, they can't deliver possibly on any of these, like, ridiculous dreams they have, but also they're a direct threat to our way of life, and our tolerance of them is a sign of weakness that we must suppress at all turns because we have to exterminate them.
But I don't understand, because it doesn't seem like they're it doesn't seem like they're confident they could defeat the socialists. Kind of feels like they're worried.
These types of candidates and ideas. And the message is also clear. We hate America. We think it's fundamentally flawed. We want to destroy what it is now. We hate Jews, by the way. You're not welcome either. We also believe America deserved 9/11. This is who they are. When they tell you this, believe them.
Look, you mentioned AOC. It's interesting because part of the far left, those Democrat socialists, they want to get, not part of it, part of their platform and the DSA platform is to get rid of the U.S. presidency. So what are you running for?
Yes.
I mean, it just sounds like a bunch of made up stuff. El Sayed, by the way, if you're keeping score, is sticking to his support for government-run socialized health care. Watch this.
Yeah.
We don't have to live like this. We have an opportunity to guarantee cradle-to-grave health care.
Would you need to increase taxes?
As I've said across this campaign, I am for taxing billionaires their wealth.
You are effectively acknowledging that people making less than $1 million could see their taxes go up. I just want to be very clear. Is that a yes?
Damn it, I hate them so
I'm saying
much.
that we'd be paying for health care in a
You
different
know, less
way.
than $1 million, that number that a lot of people make a year.
But also, all she's doing is soundbite mining. Because he describes how...
No, it's about they just want to fish for the answer of like, will you raise taxes on the middle class?
Yeah.
Like that's
so
what they
can,
want.
So they can hit like so they can hit that in attack ads. Like she's trying to farm an attack ad clip moment.
I mean,
and it's
I think
really fucking annoying.
Well,
because,
it's listen, man. It's
like,
only
it's clear
it's
you
only
pay
no,
less.
it's only Meet the Press. You know, the marquee interview program in NBC.
Yeah.
It's important that we not ask questions about the budget implications of something. It's important that we frame it in like this incredibly.
No, this is after I listened to the interview. He very clearly describes that you pay so much in premiums right now, and all
so this is actually just the farming clip because she did the substantive part, and now they're
she goes,
oh,
okay,
that's even worse.
You've brought up the
that's
fact
shameless,
that
dude. That's even worse.
She literally goes, okay. She goes, okay. You're saying that your statement at the end of it, like your what is this?
I thought Abdul's campaign promise was more money in your pocket. This sounds a lot more. This sounds like a lot like
more money for the
lot
government.
like
I know
more
it's
money
complicated
for
for you,
the
Habibi.
government.
I'm happy to teach you how this works at our next debate if you're not too much of a coward to debate. Damn, 50K likes. Dude, his whole like Taylor Swift dancing, like everything that he does that I think is like cornball shit, I think plays so well for like the millennial moms and stuff.
What? Which part?
Him dancing to Taylor Swift, doing the Blues Clues shit, like even his like Roger.
I mean, look, like I think people underestimate the degree to which like charisma is like just not like a it's a thing that like not everybody has it. Sometimes it hits you and like like because like look like right like if I'm Mallory McMorrow, I'm pissed because like I did the dancing ad and everybody made fun of me, and Abdul El Sayed dances and everybody likes him. And you could say that like there's probably something that's fair to be said about like men and women and representations of them in media and misogyny, sure. But I think we have to, if we're being honest, right? Like we know that it's because like Abdul Sayed, he's a charismatic guy. He kind of exudes it. It's natural for him. It doesn't look forced. He like sells it. And not everybody sells it. And that's okay. There are people on the other side of the aisle who unbelievably, like, in fact, there's some people like our president who in the act of how little he tries to sell anything is like his own kind of authenticity that people relate to. That's a kind of charisma too. And that's not taught. So it's like, to me, that's part of the like Abdul magic in that situation, or like that piece of it, right? Is that like, it's not just that like he's corny or whatever. It's that like,
it's the hello human resources.
Yeah, exactly. There is just some guys like, people are happy to talk to him.
Yeah. Well, Haley Stevens was that charismatic, but the voters made the wrong decision because they're stupid.
I see Israel in my dreams.
He doesn't know the answer to that question.
Israel,
I mean, come on.
me in my dreams.
Yeah.
Glad we're on the same
Slogans
page
sound great,
there.
but we know nothing is really free. And also, even if you tax the blank out of the billionaires, like that one far left socialist said, it's still not going to be enough to cover this. Government-run socialized health care would mean a massive new tax burden on just about everybody. Estimates put the increase from $1.5 trillion to more than $4 trillion, taking the middle ground of those estimates equates to roughly 15 to 21,000 per tax return every year. Nationalized health care would also reduce employer contributions.
They're so nasty. One, the concept of a moral hazard is never mentioned. She didn't even bring up moral hazard because that's like old school Republicanism, but the concept of a moral hazard is never mentioned when it comes to unlimited corporate welfare. And two, on that same exact same wavelength, they never talk about how many billions we are fucking burning to fight Israel's war against Iran.
Well, this is though where it's like, I think in this case too, it's like, do I trust the Mercatus and Paragon Institute? I know what Mercatus is. I don't know what the Paragon Institute is. And their presentation of this, like, no, I don't especially do. And also, like, do these expenditures create savings elsewhere that are not accounted for in these particular estimates? Like, I don't, like I trust the estimates that come from the people with whom I'm ideologically sympathetic. Sue me. They typically bear out on the evidence more because that's why I share that disposition. Anyway, point being as well, like, I think that there is just like you're never going to get like a particularly, it's Fox News, man. You ever see Chinatown? Have you seen that movie?
No.
There's a line in it, forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown. Forget it, Hasan, it's Fox News.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And take away choices for family. Remember that stuff that Obama's camp used to say, you can keep your doctor. No, you can't. You absolutely can't, because you can't afford for everybody to keep their doctor under their plan.
Why?
Yeah, this is the largest tax increase we've ever seen in the history of this country that's being proposed now by these socialists. But this is about control. And if you can then take away everything,
the populist counter to this is so easy. And it also automatically makes them look like weirdly technocratic and therefore on the losing side of this argument. You're like, we're burning $1 billion a day.
Yeah, no, that one is simple because it is just like, if you believe that money is this, that like our resources are that finite in this, then it's like, why are we, why is the strait closed?
Yeah, we're burning.
Why is straight close?
We're burning $1 billion a day. Shut the fuck up. We have enough money for healthcare. You just want to make sure that it reroutes back to, corporate pockets. Which is, there is truth to that as well. So like the cost saving that the average American will face, instead of paying sky high premiums, they'll be paying a little bit of it as a, let's say, national insurance.
Well, also there's just access that will expand, both on the level of there are people who, if they're not uninsured, like they're insured like I am.
And it's cheaper
with policies that are
it's cheaper overall.
The admin costs are way more efficient. I mean, there's no, I don't know. There's
but that's the problem.
Yeah,
GDP fucking diminishes.
Well, but this is like there's a joke about two economists, and it's like, what? Do you know the one?
Everyone always makes fun of me for using that joke.
It's a good joke.
That's why I look at chat.
It's a good joke.
Look, they're all going, we all know it. The Hasan classic. Two economists walk into the woods. There's a piece of dog shit on the ground. First one says, hey, if you eat that, I'll give you $100. They keep walking. Second economist sees a piece of dog shit, says, hey, if you eat that dog shit, I'll give you $100. Second economist says, sure. Eats it, gives the $100 back. They keep walking. They go, why do we do this? The economist says, hey,
don't feel so bad.
We just increased the GDP by $200. $200 of economic activity, baby.
No, it's a great joke. I love it.
Yeah, end joke.
Same party, let's be clear, that says if you've got a really nice house, we don't think you should be able to have it. New York is dealing with this right now. Yep. If you have a lot of money, we want to take not some of it, Harris, we want to take all of it from you. And we want to take your doctor from you. We want to take your plan from you. We want to take private health care away. You are going to live under our Marxist rule. This is Marxism. It is
It's so funny. Because the pied-à-terre tax is for like 5 million and above, I think, right?
Yeah, it's like I don't know what to.
I know it's New York City, but like,
I mean, he's just bugging. I don't know what to say. Like, what do you? And also, like, it's also the pied-à-terre thing. Like, I'll say this: one of the things about like, I think Kathy Hochul is one of the better political weather vanes in the country right now. Like, if you want to see where somebody thinks the wind is blowing in the Democratic Party, look at what she's doing. And I'm not saying that she's earnestly convicted on a bunch of stuff, but like, she pays attention to what's going on, and she's made to because of Zoran's success in her state. And so one of the ones that I point to on this is how she's approached the pied-à-terre tax, which is the fact that the mechanism by which they've gone about revealing how, all the pied-à-terre and everything, like, and evaluating it, they're also digging up all these people who
are tax cheats.
And so there is like, there's no world in which like a politician who breathes oxygen, you know what I mean, is going to fucking like run away from the ability to like go at like fat cat tax cheats where like the proof is in the pudding there.
Yeah.
And it's not like,
I love, that was my favorite. That was my favorite revelation of people being like, wait a minute, I live in New York. And it's like, okay. So you're just not paying New York residency
and it's not
tax.
like, it's not a concern of industry as much, right? Like, you're not going to get like industry lobbyists like pouring in and so on. Like, it's a much like, there are reasons that it's like a political issue that somebody like her can get her arms around more than others is what I mean.
You're just pissing off like, what's his name? Scott Galloway.
Yeah, you're not angry. You're not like taking on like all the landlords, for an example.
Who I personally don't like. So I'm glad that he's getting.
Well, he's just mad because his whole thing now is that he's a guy who tells people, like, pay attention to young men. Like, young men need role models.
Yeah, and now young men are saying he's also another one of those guys who's like weirdly very invested in Israel.
I don't. 10 years ago, Scott Galloway was an NYU business school professor of marketing who accurately predicted that Amazon would buy Whole Foods, and then like his media profile blew up, and now I read about like what he thinks about like the crisis of masculinity is. I'm just saying, it doesn't need to be that way.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be that way. The problem is like he's Mr. Young masculinity, but all the young masculine men fucking hate Israel, and he's talked about how the reason why these campuses are like doing. Remember what he said? What he said, they're not fucking enough. That's why. Young people are not having sex. That's why they're doing these college encampments.
I mean, look, he's most of his insight is pretty self-discrediting, but like I think in this case, a lot of what he seems to offer and the reason that people seem to respond to it, aside from just respecting him for the platform that he already has, is that it's because he is offering a way of like talking about the masculinity crisis that isn't right coded, but is instead like meant to be coded for like MSNBC style people.
Yeah.
Here, it is the Democratic Party. I said this on your show a couple years ago. I believe the Democratic Party is dead. I believe it's been taken over, and they lied to the voters. They say, oh, no, we're Democrats because they didn't think America could handle the word Marxist or communist. But now it's in your face. They're telling you they're going to take your money, they're going to take your businesses, they're going to take your homes, and they're going to tell you that this country is a disaster, so therefore we have to remake it. This is why Democrats like James Carville are terrified. Or as another one put it this way, we quote, we're in mortal danger. I wrote it down. There was a Democratic strategist that said right now the Democratic Party is in mortal danger. Why? Because they understand their party is dead. They are now the Communist Party of America.
Well, Megan Hayes on this very program a couple of blocks ago, earlier this hour. They aren't us. She doesn't claim the socialists as Democrats. It's fascinating. Yet they give them money to run in these races.
Yeah, they're funding them. Follow the money. If you're sending them money, you believe in them, you support them, you advocate for them.
Be sure to like and
James Carville fantasizing about leaving the party. I'm like,
oh, this is a debate. He hates America. James Carville versus Hasan Piker and Tucker versus Trump with Vinny Oshana.
Sorry, that is not a legible fucking caption. What does that say?
Abdul Sayed. They're talking about Abdul Sayed. James Carville is like duking it out.
Because everybody
look at this squad. It's Piers with James Carville, Vinny Oshana, and I guess like Dave Smith too. I don't know if he's on it or not. Hang on.
Don't you ever just want to watch like, I don't know, like an old firing line or something?
No, this is awesome. Talking about Hasan Piker for almost 30 minutes is tiring. Get the man and let him explain himself. Piers gives Churchill a pass on the millions who died from famine in India. Vinny, where's your daddy PBD? The irony in Vinny and Lindy mocking Abdul for his name when they both changed their real name. I went in directly to the comments because that's where the good stuff is.
You're sweetening the deal.
Why does anybody still listen to James Carville?
All these people do is sit around and talk about how no one talks about James Carville anymore. If you respond to stupid people,
sorry, I
you've been
love
doing
third person.
Yeah, I'm going to skip the James Carville interview. I'm sorry. No disrespect to you, Mr. Carville, but I really don't need to hear from you.
Is Cenk Uygur, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, Vinny Ashana from the PBD podcast,
Met him
Angry
last night.
Patriot, and Lindy Lee, the former DNC fundraiser and author
built.
of Unburdened.
Yeah,
Lindy Lee.
Yeah. Oh, what a blast from the past. He met Chunky Weigert last night, and he was like, "Thank you so much for your service on the third party initiative with Tucker Carlson." It was crazy. I was like, "Damn, no, I didn't know you fuck with Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene like that." And he was like, "Yeah, no,
it was absolutely, that was what we talked about, and not at all just like mostly like talking about how much we like New Jersey.
No, it was mostly
about the third party.
Yeah, no, he was like, I love New Jersey, the state of New Jersey, which I'm from, but not as much as I love Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson.
That was and
Joe
I was like,
Kent,
and the idea of like taking all the like the doing like a Justice League style thing with those guys, but with all like my people on the left,
Yeah.
and then it's like we bring them together.
That's what he said to Jack.
That's what I said. I was like, listen, I'm with it, bro.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we didn't talk about New Jersey at all.
It reads, a self-described Marxist with an NSF MS Now vocabulary. He's become famous as a peddler of incendiary takes.
Wait, NSF?
Not so much moving the over to
MS Now.
Oh, I thought he meant like National Science Foundation for a second.
No.
I was like,
that was
so like
the
you're
Rolling
a science
Stones
guy?
The Rolling Stones reports that NSF
MS now. That's clever.
Yeah.
That's
window
clever. I was
as throwing
confused.
a brick through it. Among his greatest
speeches died when you cover this. Wait, what? Oh, you mean fucking Minecraft? Oh, I got scared. I was like, the fuck?
hits, America deserved 9/11. There's a lot we can learn from the Chinese Communist Party. Let the streets soak in red capitalist blood, most of which he'd later walk back, if not apologize for.
Well, not the Chinese Party for Communism. The Communist Party of China, I did not walk back at all. I think that's a very valid take. It's so crazy.
Goes on, Piker's a matinee handsome progressive icon who's uniquely talented at translating radical left politics for the kind of Gen Z bros. And the accompanying photo shoot has a...
Why the fuck does everybody look like somebody just died? Like, I'm sorry. This is like everybody in this panel, your loving uncle included. Yeah, because everybody there looks like they are so not happy about something. Like, or they just smelled something. Anyway.
Picture of him on a motorbike and by a pool looking like a movie star.
Have they ever invited you on? No, Piers invites me on all the time. To be fair to Piers Morgan, he asks me to be on all the fucking time. I'm the one who doesn't go on Piers' show. So this is one of the few instances where, like, it's not his fault. It's my fault.
And the problem with this, I think, Cenk, is that when a lot of Americans see quotes like America deserved 9/11 and they've been regurgitated because of Hassan's rising profile, and they say there's a lot we can...
Wait. Everyone's saying America deserved 9/11 because of my comments from 2019 now. Like, what if another 9/11 happens because of it? Is that the argument? Like, what? Hasan Piker, you're normalizing 9/11. You're normalizing 9/11 and you're making it happen again, potentially.
Learn from the Chinese Communist Party and let the streets soak in red capitalist blood. They see these quotes come back and they think this guy is very extreme. And they believe they have a right to be fearful of people like him becoming the faces of the Democrat Party. Before I go to Vinny to talk about that, what would you say in his defense?
Yeah, look, we are all on the air for literally tens of thousands of hours. So I've debated Hasan a lot of this stuff, and he comes from the more, I don't know what word to ever put on it, radical left, max left, whatever it is, right? But again, I'm in favor of Big Ten, and I come from the populist left. So there are some things that are just, you misspeak, and it happens. And he said about 4 dumb things out of, I don't know, 10, 20, 30,000 hours on air, which, you want to disagree with those? Good news. He also disagrees with those. In fact, the 9/11 comment, he came on the Young Turks right afterwards and disavowed it. So it's that people are trying to make it seem like he still believes it when he disavowed it instantly. Now, if you want to get into a real substantive debate about, hey, where on the socialism, communism, capitalism spectrum we should be, great. I mean, Haas and I have had that debate for hours and hours. That's at least substantive. We used to do something called agitprop for our members on the Young Turks, where Haas and I would only debate those kind of economic issues.
Okay.
So that's a legitimate debate, but going back and nitpicking each comment, come on, Vinny, you and I have also said things we probably wish we hadn't said.
Hold on. I've never said America deserved 9/11.
All right, well, Vinny, your response.
Vinny hasn't even spoken yet, and he's already turning red, bro. The man turns red thinking about me. Is awesome.
Yeah, well, with all due respect, I have so many things to say, Piers, and thank you for having me on. I miss you. I've been gone for a while, but I keep hearing this big tent Democratic Party, and you know what? Its majority is inside these tents are freaking clowns. So, Cenk, you're having these Thanksgiving whatever. I've said crazy stuff. You know what I've never said, Cenk?
It's called Janksgiving when I have Cenk on during Thanksgiving and we debate, like family-style debates. Vinny knows. My goat, Vinny Oshana, knows about Janksgiving. Wow. You don't have to sit through and watch this and punish yourself.
I mean, I'm more just amazed now at how Matthew Bevilacqua survived The Sopranos, dying in that show to then become a guy on Patrick Bet David's podcast.
Excuse me, he's not Italian. He's actually, I think, Armenian.
Sure,
Vinny is.
I would sure, but I'm mainly the idea of like Cenk of like him also. But now again, I've moved past that because I'm now just dealing with the fact that I'm thinking about him sitting in front of his computer, like watching YouTube clips of like you and Cenk like getting ready for this conversation.
Yeah, I hold on. I have some things I can't explain yet that are materializing.
My entire life, America deserved Americans over 3,000 dying, burning to death, and jumping to their freaking death. And there's no excuse for that. Cenk, I don't care. I've never said anything, and I'm pretty sure you've never said anything remotely to that. So you have these Thanksgiving dinners. Do you ever talk to him about this? About the saying,
Wait. What is he supposed to say? Every Thanksgiving, Cenk is supposed to be like, do you still disavow your former comments?
I mean, also, like, I just don't know what he's expecting. Also, like
no, these guys are so funny where they're like, no, you have to kill yourself. Like you've done this heinous crime. You've done this heinous crime, so you just have to die now. And I'm sure he has more choice quotes in here. He's going to start hitting the Hamas and all this
Kill
shit.
them. Kill those mother effers, and those mother effers, let the streets soak in their effing blood. If you cared about Medicare or Medicare fraud, kill Rick Scott. My nephew, who's 5 years old, said the F word, and my brother called me the other day, and I told him off. Like as a child, but like in a respectful.
He's goated. He's so goated. Personal anecdote about your 5-year-old nephew. He's establishing that he still has relatives that talk to him. This is very important to establish.
I said, don't you ever use bad words and don't do that. I'm curious in these little dinners. You're not talking to him about that? Cenk, to say that as a New Yorker and how embarrassed and how ashamed I am that these people like AOC are like, no, yeah, he said he's sorry. There's some things, Piers, that you can say you're sorry for, that deep down inside you're saying that he's over it. He just removed one of the photos he has in his stream room, and he put the World Trade burning, okay? So don't give me this, he forgot. But you know how we got to this point, Piers, as populist, whatever, all these Hassans and everything, is because people like James Carville, for the past 10 years, all it's been is Trump. Trump is Hitler, we're Nazis, we're deplorables, and now when the TDS dust has settled,
on TV now?
Look who they're left with. Look who they're left with.
This is literally why I don't go on Piers' show.
Like, it wasn't just him, though. It was Joe Scarborough, who's not exactly a shrinking violet. He was also up and at him. It's a lot. It's a lot is all I'm saying. It's a lot of shouting.
Yeah.
The AOCs, the Mamdanis, the El Abdul, whatever the hell his name is, that want to abolish ICE. They want to defund the police. They want open borders. And when you mention the SAVE Act, it's racist. How dare you ask people to prove that they're here because Kamala Harris and the Biden administration left the border open for 4 years on purpose. And this is it, okay? So I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. When you say stupid shit like America deserved 9/11,
Well, I thought
and
cursing
AOC
was
yesterday
bad.
was like,
I'm sorry.
yeah, but he said he's sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought
Nonsense.
cursing was bad.
Dude, every time Vinny goes on a rant, I have no idea what the fuck he's like.
He's awesome, dude. I'm kind of sold now. I didn't like.
He gets so mad that he can't make like a coherent point.
This is what I was saying. They worked themselves up into a state because it's the only way that you can sensibly talk about this shit, because it doesn't make sense unless you're just like ranting and you get momentum that way. And so then you start saying stuff like this.
Wait, what is this? On PBD podcast, Vincent O'Shana praises Nick Fuentes and supports him with his feud with Tucker Carlson.
Vinny, how are you processing this here when you're hearing Tucker and Nick?
Brendan, by the way, has an extremely good PBD impression.
I'm a numbers guy, all right? And I'm a big fan of Patrick Bet-David because I love to do valuetainment. And that's why I'm always thinking to myself, I'm going to ChatGPT it, I'm going to grok it, and I'm going to learn the truth.
I'm going to skin Grimace to make my suit.
I mean, this is fire. I would wear that suit.
I mean, listen, people can say whatever they want. He's openly racist. He does whatever. You have to give credit where credit due. Nick Fuentes is really good at what he does. He's very, very.
He's really good at racism.
Yo, credit. I mean,
bro, he's the
like. There's a way of like expressing that like Nick Fuentes is very good at what he does, but that was like beyond fair.
No, it's awesome. He set it up as like,
yo, not that. Hate the guy. Don't agree with his kill the Jews platform. Don't agree with his, put the boobs in Cam's platform. But very good at what he does. A pro, he's consummate pro.
No, I love that
consummate pro.
I love that he started it off by reminding everybody that Nick Fuentes is racist, and then he made it seem like he was very good at doing racism, which he likes. He's like, look, you can't deny he's the best at racism.
Listen,
bro.
They did a study. The cross burnings in the neighborhoods where people are watching Nick Fuentes' show, they're up. Can't argue with results.
Yeah,
numbers don't lie.
At articulating, he brings receipts. Yeah, he has said some outlandish stuff. He said, like, remember when you said that he says the N-word, and he even said during that show, he was like, Patrick Bet-David said he won't let me have it on and everything like that. In regard to...
He's so capable if he drops those words.
100%.
He's going to get a bigger, wider audience.
Which I think, Pat, to be honest with you, I think he's slow.
Why are they giving the neo-Nazi tips on how to be more... Dude, these are the same guys who are like, yeah, this Hasan guy is the most dangerous guy in American politics. And here he is being like, here, dude, listen, I know you do the Holocaust stuff.
This is like where like Hugbox doesn't quite cover the environment that they're in, right? Because like this is a product of the fact that even if they themselves view that, like, even if they like have a self-conception of being like, we're really different from Nick Fuentes, like he's doing his own thing, he's very good at it, but he's doing his own thing. And so like, even if like that's their take on it, right? What they're sort of not like, what is kind of implicitly surrendered right in that is the idea that like they don't see that they're like in this like right-wing gestalt like all day. And then, maybe they self-identify as right-wingers. I don't care. That's not the point. It's that like they're like implicitly like engaging with and totally just rocking with like all of the same premises that a guy like that has. And so bit by bit, probably not over that long a period of time either, like they begin to not even realize that like, even though they're like swimming in the same fucking dirty water that a guy like Nick Fuentes is, but he's doing his thing over there. We're doing our thing over here. We're not the same, even though, they may as fucking well be so much of the time.
Patrick Bet-David from the PBD podcast reveals that he hosted Ben Shapiro and that Shapiro said something he never said before about Nick Fuentes. He then commands Groypers to tag each other and watch out for the collab drop on Wednesday.
Horrible Hamas, horrible terrorism, horrible. But the response, I think one of them could be the response of Israel was so brutal and so over the top that it's making people bad because it could have easily been. You want
to know what's crazy? I had Ben Shapiro on last week.
Yeah.
And the podcast is going to come out this Wednesday. And we talked about Nick Fuentes, and he said something he's never said about Nick Fuentes, which I think the audience, Groypers, go tag each other, and you'll know.
This Wednesday,
it'll drop.
Groypers.
And then we talked about his biggest blind spot. I was surprised that he was actually open to the discussion of his blind spot. He actually openly talked about it.
Okay, his blind spot.
It's a great part of the discussion.
I love how intellectual these guys are.
This is awesome. Sorry, this is fucking crazy. Dude, I actually feel kind of bad because like I do actually feel like if somebody were like once upon a time, Brendan James, who I make blowback with, when a job he had many years ago. He worked at Talking Points Memo, and he just had to watch Fox News constantly. And like, I think that the problem with the media environment being what it is now, right, is that like, even though they try to delegate a lot of this to like AI and making transcripts, you lose a lot of the magic of it, which is like, by watching this, like, you do actually, like, this is like kind of an interesting peek into like how these people understand themselves and like their networking.
Yeah.
And so on. Like, you do learn stuff that way. It's just like buried in like 50 pounds of pig shit.
That's why they should pay me to do it, because I do it for free. I do it for fun. I love.
I was about to say, I don't think it's free, but it is fun.
Yeah, I love Patrick Bet-David.
One of the best parts of discussion.
Yeah.
But you know what else he talked about? What Israel did wrong? He says, you know what's the biggest criticism Netanyahu gets in Israel today? I'll let him describe it.
Yeah.
He says, in Israel, both on the left and on the far right, they're both united on one thing, that Bibi didn't respond fast enough and strong enough against Hamas. Listen, we'll see what happened. And again, the Ben Shapiro interview.
What?
I don't know.
What the fuck does that mean?
He's saying like they should have gone harder.
No, but like, what the fuck? Like, the far left? Is he just talking about Gadi Eisenkot, who's not the far left?
No,
like,
he's like,
this is what I
yeah.
mean. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
That's what the the conscientious objectors were all. And
Like, I don't think he's making. I don't think he's making the point either that like, you know, like the valid criticism that like even left people, self-identified elements of the Israeli left, like, were calling for swift reprisals. You know, that day, like, he's specifically
that's not
what he's
good.
saying. Like,
but it's also not exactly like good for Americans to hear about Israel if your goal is to make Israel look good.
I just don't understand. Like
it's not. It's one of those things.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things that normal people hear and go, oh my God, they're monsters.
Well, and also there's this really difficult, I think, problem where Israel is seen, particularly for people like Ben Shapiro, no doubt, as like a place where you get the real straight dope on what's going on. And then your job is to figure out how to transmit that to your audience and so forth. And so it means that like you become obviously like quite stupid that way. And so you say stuff like that, and it's just like you pass it on to even dumber people, and it just gets, you know, it's shit out into the toilet bowl. It's hilarious. It's a waste of everyone's goddamn time.
They should have started genociding the Palestinians faster is not exactly a great point.
Not sorry, because he believes it. He says he's not patriotic. He dresses up like Mao Zedong, like that's his hero, cosplaying a freaking mass murderer. It's a joke.
Oh, mass murderer.
It's a joke, and people like James Carville say, "Oh, I'm excited, and we got talent." Gavin Newsom is your number one, AOC's number two, and Kamala's number three. Talent my ass, Piers, and I'm sorry for.
Why are you so mad about Kamala Harris?
Again, this cursing.
But also, I just don't understand. Like, if you're a Republican, like, why are you mad that the Democratic Party talent pool is ass? If that's the case,
well, because
like, you should be doing a different reaction. You should be like, ha ha ha. Like, you should be laughing that the Democrats are going to lose or something. Like, you could only be this mad if you were a Democratic voter and you're like angry that those are your best options or something.
I think this guy got his doctorate at the wrong place.
That's the Democratic Party for you.
Vinny, I've missed you too. I love the passion.
I love
Dave,
you.
Dave Smith, welcome back to back to Uncensored Dave Smith.
Can I address
this is
that?
truly, I've got to say, it is a fascinating time for people like me that love American politics who are not actually American. Because on the right, you have this enormous split between the Tucker Carlson side, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey and others, and the rest of the MAGA.
I love the universe these guys live in, where this is like a huge seismic split taking place in the Republican Party.
Yeah, not just like
this is purely an online phenomena, and obviously the online world is vast, and there's like different ecosystems, different echo chambers, and it's funny that there's like this one very specific plank of political commentary where they're like, there's a real movement.
They want to pretend like it's not just some undifferentiated masses of stupids and like stupids politics. Like, I know that there are, like, you can draw distinctions and slice them, and you can be like a bit more nuanced, but like at the level of conversation these guys are talking about, like, they're having to pull so much shit out of their ass. It's so. I mean, I'm excited though because we're about to get Master of Disaster Lindy Lee. I hope.
Crowd, and on the left you have this.
I think you're wrong about why they're focusing on socialism left candidates. This news cycle is the most my Republican parents have tuned into politics for weeks. This is how they plan to win. Fear mongering with red scare tactics to energize the base to vote because they're worried about low turnout and can't point the wins on economy.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that the key part here is that phrase for weeks. Let's let's see how many more months of $5 gas, makes that go. I just don't. Sorry, it doesn't pass the smell test for me.
No, guys, the real problem is not the fact that we're waging war on Iran at the behest of Israel, and now now gas is $5 a gallon, and groceries are more expensive than ever before. But remember these guys on the other side that want to give you health care, and some of them have funny sounding names. Like I don't think that's gonna.
Well, that thing is like, to me, I will say like a tell about like where people like this are just getting their information, and where frankly probably what that guy is putting into AI to get his talking points, which is that like you're leaning on these like really stupid, glib, like racist jokes, like Abdul, like whatever the fuck his name is, hey, I'm walking in, like that crap. Like I hate it. Like it's like cheap and it's lazy, and it tells you that these guys aren't actually like it's just they're getting it from like the slurry. Like they've nothing. They're getting it from YouTube autoplay. I don't know what to say.
Enormous split now between the Mamdanis, the Al Sayeds, the AOCs, and the more mainstream Democrats, the Carvilles of this world. And it's very hard to predict how this all plays out. But what do you make of what is happening here?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly I think the Democratic Socialists are ascendant on the left. And I would really largely agree with, I think, both Cenk and Vinny's critiques of the establishment of the Democratic Party. And it's just so obvious to me. And it's amazing to watch an interview with James Carville where he talks about how like, oh, why are people embracing wokeism, or why are they embracing democratic socialism or anti-Israel feeling, and as if we're supposed to ignore what the Democratic establishment's been doing this entire time, which was all through the Obama years, embracing and expanding George W. Bush's failed war on terrorism, giving us record high government.
Yeah, Dave Smith, that's why you should keep voting for Donald Trump. That's the smart thing to do. I love that this guy always snaps back into that position. Like, oh yeah, I hate the Democrats because they love doing wars. That's why I voted for Trump twice or 3 times or however many times he fucking voted for Trump.
And spending, record low artificial interest rates, which created a cocktail that was just a gift to Wall Street. It was nothing but bailouts to the politically connected and to Wall Street. As Vinny pointed out, they had the open borders. They went the establishment of the Democratic Party back to back to back, went all in on Russiagate, the lockdowns, and the COVID vax, and got all of them completely wrong, while smearing the rest of the country for not buying into it. I mean, just everything. The war in Ukraine, they went all in and got the whole thing completely wrong. I mean, so obviously the wind is at the back of everyone who just simply opposed the genocide in Gaza, or just simply opposed the open borders, or just like, this is where all the energy is now. But I gotta say, I really find a lot lacking in kind of Cenk's broad defense of a lot of this stuff. Look, there's something so inherently dishonest about this entire democratic socialist movement, starting with the fact that Bernie Sanders, who first popularized it, is not a democratic socialist and doesn't even know what democratic socialism means. I mean, Cenk, you must have seen when he was on Bill Maher's show, what was it, last year, a little over that, and they asked him about the difference, his position between equality versus equity. He had never heard the terms before. He was completely deer in the head.
I have no idea what the fuck this guy's talking about, but I assume these are all clips that I suspect he has seen that have done numbers on America B Twitter, America B YouTube. Like, you know what I mean? When someone is like popping off about shit and you're just like, and you're like, I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about, but you seem very passionate about it.
Recently, Brendan and I were kicking around like he and I were bullshitting about something in a project we were working on, and it got me thinking about like later on, and I've been like really thinking about this lately, which is like, what is like the median, like if you were to just think of like an average American at this moment right now, and like what is it, like what are they doing at a given point in time? For me, it is this like, it is somebody sitting like scrolling at their phone, like kind of half paying attention to the person in front of them, and then realizing at some point in the interaction, like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And it's not just because you're not paying attention, but it's because you realize like this person exists in a different reality than me. And like,
yes,
everybody, like, I feel like that interaction I just described, that is like the default, like status of communication between like two individuals in this country.
Yeah, no, the coworker
Like,
conversation.
that's crazy, bro.
There's a lot of coworker conversations that are taking place that would blow your fucking mind. Okay, that would, and depending on how old those coworkers are, it could be something as insane as like, Thomas Massey had a threesome with ALC and Ilhan Omar.
I will say it's important for us to decenter the ego here, because sometimes you're the coworker.
Oh,
you
no,
know?
no,
like
I
you
know.
are like it's
No. America B is the real America.
Yeah,
That's
like,
the
it's-
truth.
It's like you're like it's like, oh, dude,
It's like top 5 songs on the Billboard playing list that are like all country music songs that I've never heard before, and people sincerely believe it's because USAID was underfunded. Because
now we also
USAID was secretly pumping rap music to make the children demonic.
The thing you want to really get depressed, it's like the AI stuff and how many of the new songs and like pop music charts or whatever are AI. Or have like aggressive AI.
No, we are full cattle. We're moving beyond the point of cattle, where cattle has sentience, and moving into the Matrix world where they're gonna put us in the pod.
It's like
we're gonna be in the cuck pod,
like cattle cubed, literally.
Yeah. America B is just Love Island. Is that what it is? Is that what?
No, it's there's a whole new. There is like I should say there is like a Substack people are reading that came out that people are like is like trying to delineate this, and I do want to read it, and so I should give it its due before commenting too further about the framework, because I don't know what the proper heuristics are for America B, and I don't want to lie.
Okay,
I respect these kinds of this conceptual work. It's important to take it seriously.
Dave Smith criticized you in the stupidest way. In the event that Hassan like commies were to actually control the Department of Agriculture or something, there's no worse enemy. Lindsay-style neocon apologia is worth the thing about our current government, and the biggest risk to usher
is the worst thing about our current government, and the biggest risk to usher the above mentioned
Hassan-style takeover. Is so tough to say purely. Oh, he's doing the left is too radical for me.
I mean, I
agree
also
with the left
think
on the anti-war message, but I can't say that because then my entire subscriber base would plummet.
one of my favorite things that like people do on Twitter sometimes, it's the equivalent to me. It is in writing. It is the same thing. Like the reading version of this is moving your lips when you read, but it is people who write as they are thinking. Like you hear the gears turning.
Yeah.
Like as they are doing it, and not in like a productive way, and then they just kind of hit send, and so you get like their like half first draft of a thought, and that's what they express. That's what that guy sounds like to me.
This is it. This is the America A versus BSA.
Yeah.
Unspoken cultural allegiances are polarizing this country more sharp than class or gender or even politics. What's America be? Past point of reconciliation.
It's a long thing.
Who is this guy?
Liam.
Okay, whatever. Well, I'll look at it later. I'm not going to read it right now. We got real content on.
I was going to say, I'm
live in
sorry.
this
We need to
world
hear
and not have
Lindy
a
Lee.
thought. It's like if you asked me about the non-aggression principle and I hadn't heard of it. What are you talking? This is your entire life's work. Bernie Sanders claims to be a Democrat.
I love his whole his whole criticism of Bernie Sanders hinges on Bernie Sanders doesn't understand what socialism is.
Yeah.
But here I am, libertarian guy. I'm going to explain how I understand it and why it's dangerous, as opposed to Bernie. He's just a stupid guy who's spent 80 years doing this shit.
Democratic socialist runs as essentially a welfarist. We should have a higher minimum wage and universal health care. Well, that's basically just being a liberal Democrat. But then he uses the term where Professor Richard Wolff and Bhaskar Sankara, they'll tell you that they mean revolution, democratizing the entire workplace, outlawing all employers. Well, hey, so now these guys don't run as revolutionaries. They run as, hey, we're just talking about the unaffordability crisis, but they use.
What Dave Smith is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just not funny. He's never funny.
Well, I was thinking like, oh, I thought that this guy's shtick would be that he would say his things in like a funny way.
Can someone explain America A versus America B theory to me? I'm trying to explain it to a beautiful woman. Nobody wants to admit this, but America A versus America B is largely an inner white class struggle. It lets downwardly mobile Brooklynites with zero in savings and an MFA look down on lake house see-do types. Okay. I mean,
yeah,
I guess. And they're doing a lot better than the downwardly mobile Brooklynites
Yeah, I mean,
broadly.
like it's like in the way that like the guys at the end of the movie Wall-E, were doing.
Well, they have
like
they have things.
Doing better.
People, yes,
Sure.
People in America B, they have things. People in America A don't really own anything.
But like I also don't like I do on some level like I don't think these things like totally. I don't know. I need to do the reading. I don't want to comment before doing the reading. I need to study.
The term democratic socialist. It's inherent. And look, I'll just say this. It's an extension of the dishonest thing that liberals and leftists have always done, which is that you frame the debate as whether we want free stuff or not. You frame the debate as whether you believe in free healthcare, free education, when of course my 7-year-old could understand that there's no such thing as free anything as long as doctors are getting
fucking dude, he just fucking destroyed my world. Do you not feel shook? You seem awfully calm. He just delivered the greatest critique.
I just don't know how it's like. I don't even think I just don't even think he believes what he's saying.
You don't believe how one comedian can be so clear in his message and so great.
Give me like Rob Schneider, like ambling through like the world's worst like impromptu comedy routine, in front of like a bajillion people at CPAC.
He just said a 7-year-old understands socialism doesn't work.
I just don't he's just a Twitter bot come to life. Like, you know what I mean?
It's awesome because it's like it's a rehashing of virtually every single talking point that PragerU from the American Enterprise Institute's archives to PragerU. It's always the same rehashed statements.
I mean, but it's
over
like
again.
it's like also his.
And it's funny because he's a libertarian, which is the most like 7-year-old ideology you could have.
Well, it's to me the idea that like
it just
also
falls apart.
Well,
when
it's
you
like in this
think about the concept of roads.
Well, I just think of it in this country more especially. It's like, yeah, man, like look at all this liberty and how great things are going. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Paid and teachers are getting paid and construction workers are getting paid.
All right, what's the plug?
The plug is Equator and Verso are doing something this fall that I thought was really cool. You could look it up, or maybe somebody in chat can drop it.
Equator Mag?
Yes, they're doing a reading series with Verso online for Late Victorian Holocausts, the book by Mike Davis. Let's see if somebody pulls that up. Somebody drop it, please, so I can click on it. I'm not leaving until somebody drops it. Fine. I don't want to use your computer anyway.
Get back to the
but I'm getting back in the cuck spot. Jeez. But they're doing a really, really cool looking reading series. It's moderated by two great guys, Gavin Muller and Dennis Hogan. And then they have a lot of really cool guests who are going to be a part of it. Great scholars like Rebecca Carl, one of the great China scholars of our time.
Look at this fucking guy. No amount of your unpatriotic words can surpass what I did in Abu Ghraib. I win. Abu Ghraib participant.
Ugh.
Sick, dude.
Anyway, from the
nice
evil to the sublime. Yes, this is it. This is the book, but they're doing a reading series over 5 sessions with a lot of really great scholars, and it just looks like the kind of thing that I think people in your chat may be interested in, and I encourage them to sign up and participate.
All right.
I'll see
Noah
you.
Colvin, I'll see you later.
Ciao. Later, everybody.
Okay. Noah Colvin suggested reading a book on this broadcast, not realizing that many of you are carrying on the tradition of being firmly committed to real Americanism, which is being illiterate. But Noah's out. But let me tell you, we're back in. We're back in. We're going to go back to Dave Smith and his incredible takes on this issue. Hold on.
Someone's paying for it. The debate is over whether you think that the violence of the state ought to be used to confiscate your wealth through taxation, and then bureaucrats and politicians will decide how to give it back to you, or you believe in a free market system. But as soon as you start going to this free healthcare, free education, well, then why shouldn't the Democratic Socialist run to the left of James Carville and say, I'm for more free stuff. I'm for all the free stuff you're for, plus a whole lot more free stuff.
It's just really funny because this is an argument that literally only works in the United States of America, and it shouldn't work at all, because only in the United States of America do people fail to consider that there are other countries out there, you know, mixed economies, which ours is a mixed economy as well, but like with higher degrees of socialization, publicly owned industries, like state enterprises and the like, and also a bunch of these quote unquote free things that the government is offering unconditionally to each individual citizen. But again, because most Americans forget that there are countries beyond the United States of America, they just fail to consider that what Dave Smith is bringing up here, as though this is some unique and totally ridiculous prospect, is actually one that exists in every single developed country in the world, and also exists in less developed countries and developing countries as well. Okay? Googled it, and America B is a fake woke way to say urban versus rural. I mean, yeah, pretty much.
The bottom line here is that anybody who thinks we need more government has lost the plot. The federal government's about to spend $7.5 trillion this year. We are going bankrupt. It is infantile for us to be having conversations about what more government programs we should be giving out to people right now. We're destroying the dollar, trying to keep up with the entitlements in the warfare state that we cannot afford right now.
You had your breakfast this morning, didn't you, Dave?
Well, you know, Vinny said he missed you, and then I missed Vinny, and I got going.
I miss you too.
Lindy Lee, welcome back to Uncensored, and congrats on your book. A very interesting comment from AOC, in which she talked about what she called woke one. Let's take a look.
Abolish prisons, abolish police, which is also positions that have been taken by a lot of the progressive candidates who have won.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get around that? I mean, those are not positions that are supported by
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of these races, even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Now, you know, apart from the sort of breathtaking audacity of saying...
All of Oregon DSA chapters want your attention at 6 p.m. They're going to raid the chat. What? Why? What the hell is going on? Are they going to demand that we push for Austin Show to run for office? Is that why? Oliver Larkin on going on Primetime Fox Hannity at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, we'll watch that. We'll watch that live for sure.
Woke one was crazy. She was one of the biggest protagonists of woke one and all it embraced, right? She was the absolute face of woke one, progressive left. But also, Lindy, I don't see a lot of difference between woke one and woke two. You know, I wrote a book last year called Woke is Dead, but I made the point it's not actually dead yet. But I felt like the pendulum was swinging the right way. And then you have, as a backdrop to what she was saying this week, this absolute farce in the WNBA, where you have one of the players, Sophie Cunningham, saying what most people think, which is that it's unfair for biological males to compete against women in sport, and particularly in basketball that relies on power and strength and so on. And you've now got two former male basketball players, Enes Kanter Freedom and Royce White, announcing they're going to enter the 2027 WNBA draft. Now, they're doing it for quite a smart reason. They're testing how far this mindset is going to go, right? Are they actually going to be allowed to enter the draft, or are they going to be banned because they are men? Which, of course, is the very...
I can't do this. I'm skipping the Sophie Cunningham discourse or whatever. Are you familiar with the Sophie Cunningham discourse? Yes, I'm familiar with the Sophie Cunningham discourse. Here. My argument is, I wish people weren't so malleable and so easy to fucking dupe. Because as soon as the economy is in fucking tatters, the Republicans literally rip that ripcord again to be like, you know what was missing from this current national conversation? Shitting on transgender people. Donald Trump already eradicated transgender athletes, okay? He already did it. And guess what? Cost of living is still dog shit, okay? Things are still so unbelievably expensive. The world is on fire. Our water supply is getting poisoned. There's data centers being built in your fucking backyards. The entire economy hinges on 4 companies spending the same $100 billion on one another, and they cycle that around. Okay? Haven't the trans people suffered enough? Can we just fucking leave trans people alone? Can we just all collectively just stop talking about trans people? Stop attacking trans people? It doesn't make any fucking sense. The economy is worse. The strait is still closed. Okay? And it blows my mind. It blows my mind that, like, these guys are so obviously doing it. They're so obviously doing it in this way because they think it's a better piece of discourse that they could be focusing on. Because there's a lot of delusional people. There are a lot of delusional people who will go back to that attack and be like, nope, that's it. It's perfect. I've decided that this is the conversation that I would like to have. Van Lathan, co-host of the Higher Learning Podcast, reacts to transphobic remarks made by WNBA athlete Sophie Cunningham. If you cannot gift trans people with visibility, humanity, and acceptance, could you at least gift them with silence? Could you at least shut the fuck up about it? Could you at least leave them the fuck alone? You guys are doing your victory lap on this shit, fucking up the country. You mean to tell me there are wars happening in the Middle East, food prices are crazy, the environment is in the shitter, we can't eat lettuce without crapping in our pants, and all of this stuff, and you're still picking on these people after all this time? No, literally. And that is precisely the reason why they're picking on trans people. Okay? That's precisely the reason why they're picking on trans people. Sophie Cunningham comes out and is like, oh, no men should fucking participate in athletic competitions with women or whatever the fuck, okay? Loser shit. You're a goddamn loser, okay? Focus on basketball. You know, shut up and dribble. Remember the shut up and dribble? You can technically say that in this circumstance because it's not like trans people are actually harming you in any way, shape, or form. Whereas like when Laura Ingraham said that to LeBron James was talking about police brutality and how it impacts black people. Okay? There's no equivalence here. So yeah, I don't want to hear about geopolitical issues from Sophie Cunningham, and I certainly don't want to hear about trans issues from Sophie Cunningham. Okay? So yeah. And then what happens? The 2 biggest fucking losers, the one guy who is too afraid to go on flights, who used to have MAGA tatted on the side of his head, and the fake Turk, former Turk NS Contact Freedom, CIA asset, part of the Gulenist movement, comes out and they want to make a name for themselves because they're not getting enough attention. They're like, ooh, I'm going to join the WNBA as a man. Sick, dude. Oh, you really did it this time. Here's the problem. This kind of stuff is so stupid. It's so unbelievably stupid. But it still works. It still works because people want to be deluded. People want to be deluded and hate in the direction of trans people is the easiest way to get them primed and ready to go. So as long as you still think trans people are the reason why, food is more expensive than ever, gas is more expensive than ever, it's going to keep happening. Of the two men trying to get into the WNBA claiming to speak up for women's rights, one has a 50-year restraining order against them for domestic violence, and the other sexually harassed women under the guise of humanitarian work. Trans people aren't the problem. Bigoted men who don't give a shit about women are, as usual. EDP called you his biggest op? Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. Bro's worse than Tony Snell. Yeah, Royce White really stretching the definition of former NBA player here. Yeah, Royce White literally could not fucking play in the NBA because he couldn't get on a goddamn plane. Okay? That's it. How you feel about NS content is how I, as an Irish American, feel about Conor McGregor. Yeah. Also, Sophie's averaging 921 and triple single. She's very obviously trying to set herself up as a Riley Gaines position when she inevitably... I don't watch WNBA. I'm not going to lie to you and act like I know whether Sophie Cunningham has prospects and she's going to be a superstar in the WNBA. I don't even know if 921 is bad for WNBA stats. And I'm not dissing WNBA. I just don't really watch. I don't even watch the NBA. No, she's a bad player. I do watch. I mean, makes sense. She's a role player who catches and shoots the ball. Think of a role player. I just find this stuff so insane. There is a significant percentage of Americans in the heartland and in the cities that are just bullies, that are weak and insecure fucking bullies, and they're constantly looking for new targets to bully so they can feel powerful. And the transgender issue is a constant moving target that they can go back to. It's so sick. It's so nasty. It's so stupid. And Republicans are so shameless about doing this too. They just lean into it every time. It's a great way to boost your career. We live in a sick culture and a sick society that weak and insecure bullies like this can maintain prominence by literally doing this. By just, hitting the propaganda line. It sucks. It's so nasty. But yeah, it's the equivalent of dangling keys in front of these babies. Babies happen to be Republican. They happen to vote. And that's it. That's my Sophie Cunningham opinion. Elite high school prospect, ton of hype, lottery pick, only average role player, attention decreases, desperate to regain attention from peak hype, finds a grift to roll with. You killed the man, but not the idea. Mr. Take, is there a way to rewind? Great question. All you need to do is subscribe to the People's Broadcast Service, Piker Broadcasting Service. If you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Service, you can rewind and watch the parts of the broadcast that you missed.
He is not sorry he said that. He's only sorry he got caught. It's his true belief. It's.
I got caught. I wasn't saying it in secret, you fucking idiot. I said it on a broadcast.
what's in his heart. And there are
You
millions
guys are
of
making
Americans.
things up.
He's only sorry
Chang,
because
Sorry, but you are. You're making things up.
No,
Why did he
Chang,
say
you have to
that?
stick up for him
Can
because
I-
that's your nephew. Let her finish. Don't. I know you have to stick up for him because he's your nephew, he's your blood. But don't. A guy that hates America like that, don't do it. Let her finish, please.
Cenk, I didn't interrupt you.
But she's making things up. Go ahead, keep making things up.
He literally
about
said it. I
Hassan's
didn't
state
put
of
the
mind.
words into his mouth.
You don't know it.
He was an adult. He was an adult who said those words. You should be held responsible.
Like, what's the? I really want to entertain this further, and I want to be like, what? So, what's your suggestion? Said something in 2019, apologized for it 2 days after. What is your suggestion? Like, held responsible for what? Like, I got banned for 7 days. Oh shit, hype train incoming. Keep subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Punish me by subscribing.
This is the same party that espouses cancel culture, but suddenly for Hasan Piker, we just give him a pass. Why?
Yeah, but it was a stupid thing to say. It was a stupid thing to say.
Who's
He's
giving him a
acknowledged it was a
pass?
stupid thing to say. He's acknowledged it was a stupid thing to say. And as soon as all those Democratic establishments run everybody out who said Gaza deserved what they got after October 7th, then we could talk. You know, people say stupid things like this all the time. So there's so much to take on Hasan. I just like, why just harp on this one dumb thing that he said? Look, more
Because
recently,
it's not just
this
one
is, this
dumb
is what's,
thing. It's
yes, that's
such a
my point.
damning
Yeah, but
thing
you're
to say.
harping on a
If you
bad
want to
one.
hold the
But
same
you're
standard,
okay. I'm going to
how
make your
about why
hold
do
on,
you
hold on.
guys
I'm going to
give
make your point
Donald
better
Trump
than you.
such a hard
Just
time
let me do.
about
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
making,
Instead of oh my God. Instead of cutting me off, just let me make the point better than you. Cenk, he is on record, though, quite openly, when he discusses Mao Zedong, he goes, yeah, man, I mean, there were some excesses, absolutely. Like, I don't think he should. But hey, he industrialized China and all this. And I got to say, brother, you know that I love and respect you, Cenk. So you got to understand, dude, that's freaking concerning for people. You know, the fact.
Brother, it's concerning. It is concerning.
That these types, whatever you want to call it, the left maximalist types, if they were to look at the industrial.
Yeah, we're gonna, yeah. No. Is he about to say, I am going to do the great leap forward in the United States of America in 2026? Okay, low key. You could say that that's what Donald Trump is trying to do. What do you think? What do you think rebuilding the American industrial base looks like, King?
Revolution in England or in the United States of America. They have nothing to say except for exploitation, capitalist wage theft.
Wait, that's not true. I have the exact same position on the American Revolution, which was a progressive revolution nonetheless. It was you know, a revolution comprised and led by bourgeois landowners, but it was good. You know, but there were also some excesses in the aftermath and before, indigenous genocide and also the continuation of chattel slavery. Like that's you got to take the good and the bad. It's a bourgeois national democrat, bourgeois national revolution. But I just don't understand, like, he's talking about the Industrial Revolution? No, I think he was talking about the American one too.
Grueling labor conditions. But when it comes to Mao Zedong, who's slaughtering people by the tens of millions, pointing guns at people's heads. And
wait, does he think leftists think the Industrial Revolution was bad? He said, these guys are all anarcho-primitivists. Okay? These guys are all anarcho-primitivists. They hate the Industrial Revolution. Famously, that's what the Marxist literature says. That's what the Marxists say all the time. For a guy who just shat on Bernard Sanders for apparently not knowing a thing about socialism. Brother, I don't think you know anything about Marxism. What the fuck? Who amongst the left says the Industrial Revolution was bad? He's like, the Unabomber, famous socialist, the Unabomber, classic. He's a Marxist.
Forcing them off of farms into factories. We go, well, hey, man, I mean, he did build a factory at the end of that. I'm sorry, dude, but like if someone was talking about Adolf Hitler that way, you would immediately have alarm bells going off, going like, whoa, what? And this is a thing that people are creeped out about. There's something in Mom Donnie, there's something in a lot of these guys where, why do I see a video from you 5 years ago and you have a thick African accent? Why were you a completely different person a few years ago? What's going on here? It's a reasonable question for people to ask.
And I have to say this. I'm sorry, I have to say this. Jen, do you know who else Mao Zedong murdered? He murdered my great-grandfather in cold blood.
Mao Zedong personally brought Lindy Lee's grandfather. What is this conversation, man? This is why the comparison to Adolf Hitler also doesn't fucking work, because it's like you're straight up talking about the comparison literally doesn't work, because like you have to remember once again, like, okay, he's the founding father in some respects to modern China, People's Republic of China, right? So is the current 1.4 billion, the current 1.4 billion Chinese people that feel very differently about Mao Zedong, are they just like, are they all hypnotized into believing? Also, I don't even know if the timeline of this matches up. I don't even, I contest this claim. I contest what she's saying.
Because he had the bravery to actually stand up for
He's the worst
his
person
people.
who ever lived. Mao Zedong is the
So
worst
this is somebody
mass
that your
murderer
nephew
who
is
ever
cosplaying
lived.
on a daily basis. He murdered my family and countless other people, tens of millions. In fact, he has more blood in his hands than Hitler and Stalin. This is the guy that
Mao Zedong is worse than Hitler and Stalin. He's the worst person who ever lived. Now, I know under different circumstances, this would be probably considered, I mean, this used to be considered Holocaust revisionism, the double Holocaust theory, famously cultivated by the Daughters of the Confederacy version in Nazi Germany after World War II. That was like immediately what they tried to do, to be like, don't you think that Stalin and Mao are far worse than... Don't you think that Stalin and Mao are far worse than Hitler, actually? Like, it is a way to minimize the Holocaust. Can you please explain instead of laugh? Fox News is watching this. I mean, I'm sorry. It's tough not to laugh at Lindy Lee.
All right, worse than what the Israelis do to Gaza is what he did, you know?
Lindy, you're supposed to be cool with it because he's going to say he's sorry. And Lindy, forget about her. Forget about her because just because he dresses like her.
I just don't, I also don't understand, like I think I have a pretty fair shake, on Mao Zedong, but these guys are just literally like, their expectation is that I'm supposed to be like, no, you don't understand. Like, this is the worst person that has ever lived. No, I think Adolf Hitler is worse than Mao Zedong. Controversial. Wee woo, controversial alert. Same with fucking the fuck. Same with Stalin. Adolf Hitler is worse than Stalin. It's not even a question. Like, what? Vinny thinks Mao is a woman. I don't think Vinny thinks.
Zedong goes to China. Yeah, let him. It's okay because he says he's sorry, Lindy. It's okay. Just go get over it. Is the attitude that? Go ahead, Cenk. Tell us that we should get over it. Go ahead.
All right. So now I hope I have enough time to address all three of them. So first off, we get this. Hasan and I get this all the time. Why did your nephew say this? Why did your uncle say this? Well, if we agreed on everything, we wouldn't debate for 3 or 4 hours, right? So, okay, we're not the same people. That's a given. Now let's bifurcate the two different things that we're talking about. Dave is right about clarifying the issues, right? So when we're talking about stupid statements that he immediately took back, you guys are inventing what's going on in his head. Oh, he doesn't mean it. He's secretly lying. He's this, he's that. No, I talked to him about it. We talked to him about it instantly. He came on the Young Turks instantly back then and said, look, obviously I didn't mean it that way. And Vinny, the irony there is that what he meant and what he clarified is something that you largely agree with, which is that we're in the Middle East too much. And there's no need for us to go and provoke people there. There's no need for us to waste our military, lose American soldiers' lives.
Brother, you really got to work on that message discipline. You're making unnecessary clips. Brother, what the fuck do you want me to... Like, guys, I should just end the broadcast. You know what I mean? Do you want? Is that what you want? Is that the goal? Because that's their goal. Their goal is to make it so that it's like virtually impossible to talk ever without constantly having to think about like what is going to be clipped. Like, what do you mean messaging discipline? I'm just fucking live reacting to a dumbass panel show. Like, I'm not allowed to laugh at like ridiculous statements. It's just fucking right-wing cancel culture. You know? They want to woke 1.0 your ass. Yeah, Republicans are still stuck on woke 1.0. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, all this is fucking ridiculous. There is a current panel going out for approximately now 40 minutes or so where they're discussing what my takes are. Bro, that's the new bait. Please stop taking it. They realize there's no honest way to address your success, so they're adopting sock them phrasing to slow you down into pedantics and fuck up the messaging. Wait, what do you mean? They're going to clip me burping. I need you guys to understand something here, okay? What the fuck do I have to do with Mao Zedong apparently murdering Lindy Lee's grandfather? Like, what an insane statement, okay? What the fuck? What the fuck? Like that, what an absolutely insane assertion to like bring that shit up. Like, okay, I'm sorry that Mao Zedong killed your grandfather. What the fuck do I have to do with that? I don't think it's cool that that happened. I'm so sorry. Like, what do you think? I did the deed? Like, what? Yeah, I don't care about what Mao Zedong did. As far as like, I don't think it's defensible. I don't think he did that, for the record. I don't think he personally killed your grandfather. I think you're just trying to make it seem like that happened, but I can't know. But like this reaction to a Zhongshan suit, which if she's Chinese should know is not the Mao Zedong suit, it's just a Chinese suit, is insane. Anyway, we're moving on to Oliver Larkin getting talked about on the big leagues with Sean Hannity.
Make your blood boil, including his apparent efforts to conceal a serious risk for pregnant women surrounding the COVID vaccine. Also tonight, Kamala Harris angry that voters might have to actually prove who they are. Imagine that. Take a look.
Democrats put men with fake breasts on the South Line. Yeah, I hate Linda Lee so much.
Which basically would require that for people to register to vote, you're going to have proof of who you are.
The horror. Proof of if you want to buy a beer.
Come on, she was reacting to things I guess
Anyway,
you said about
Senator
Mao.
John
Like
Kennedy
what?
will
That the
weigh in on
fucking
the SAVE Act and more
Great Leap
straight
Forward
ahead.
was a disaster. The
Plus,
Cultural
more
Revolution had
massive
tremendous
drama from
excesses.
The WNBA. Wow. Take a look.
Do you think she was reacting
was
to
a
my
hot foul.
honest assessment on Mao? Or do you think she's just trying to be like Hasan is happy that my grandfather was murdered? You know? You do not ever have to fucking hand it to the likes of Lindy Lee, who's not even a very good propagandist, if we're being real. Rashida Tlaib confirms she will join the Chomped Oligarchy rally for Angie Nixon, Oliver Larkin, and Elijah Manley on August 14th. The Florida Democratic primary is August 18th, 8 days. I don't know. I don't really care. I was just saying it wasn't just about the suit. No, their argument is that I wore a Zhongshan suit and I said Mao Zedong was a great man of history. And I jokingly said I would never criticize Mao Zedong, and then immediately criticized Mao Zedong in the same clip that they always point to. Now I'm fucking addressing the bait. What is this? What is this? It's bullshit. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, I love I love the Great Leap Forward. That's my favorite thing. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do to the American countryside, okay? And I love the Cultural Revolution. That's what we need to do to the American countryside twice. Like, what do you mean? What are we talking about? We live in 2026 in the United States of America. Please be for real. I am not a Maoist, okay?
All of it. But according to AOC, they didn't really support any of this insanity. They didn't mean what they said. They were just caught up in the emotion of what she is calling woke one. Take a look.
I have a local city councilman that has this saying woke one was crazy.
Was it? I mean, did the movement go too far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, I think that during this time and especially
so Oliver's not even on yet? He's going to be on later, halfway through the program. I've seen this clip so many fucking times. Anything she says turns into immediate, it's media catnip. They put Trump in a cuck cart. An elaborate ruse. Trump secretly used military jet to leave Turkey amid threats. Yeah, he did. All right, here's the crazy story. Trump flies to Turkey on a new Qatari-gifted Air Force One for the NATO summit. An Iranian assassination threat triggers a secret deception operation. Security officials devise a plan to conceal which aircraft Trump is actually traveling on. The Qatari gifted Air Force One leaves Turkey first without Trump. Trump publicly boards the legacy Air Force One in Ankara, walking up the stairs and waving for the cameras, creating the appearance that this is his plane home. Trump secretly exits Air Force One through the other side of the aircraft and gets into an airport catering truck raised to the plane's door. The catering truck drives Trump to a smaller Air Force C-32A, a modified Boeing 757 parked nearby. Trump secretly boards the C-32A. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth also boards separately. Reporters of some White House staff board the legacy Air Force One, apparently unaware Trump is no longer aboard. They are instructed to close their window shades. Remember all that reporting from the time? The legacy Air Force One takes off as a decoy and eventually uses the Air Force One call sign despite Trump not being aboard. Trump's actual C-32A flies secretly to Britain under the nondescript call sign Reach 18 with his normal flight tracking systems reportedly switched off. Trump arrives at Royal Air Force Mildenhall in Britain on the C-32A shortly before the decoy Air Force One arrives. Trump somehow transfers back onto the legacy Air Force One after landing. The Post says exactly how this transfer occurred remains unclear. Trump then emerges from legacy Air Force One in front of cameras, making it appear as though that was the aircraft he had flown from Turkey. Trump boards the Qatari gifted Air Force One in Britain and finally flies back to Washington with the press and staff. P.S. Remember when Trump told the reporters on the plane, "I go, you go," in regards to the plane being targeted? It actually seems Trump left and endangered the lives of everyone on board. Asked why reporters have been instructed to lower the window shades on the plane, Trump said it was because you're probably on a dangerous flight. But if I go, you go, right? Trump added, perhaps someday you want to change professions. Hey, yo, Trump literally was like, maybe Iran will kill all the journalists that I hate. That's crazy. He's talking about you right now. Who? Sean Hannity? This man can't keep my name out of his
about who I'm
goddamn.
campaigning to. We got a lot of work to do to continue to build the coalition that's going to beat Mike Rogers.
Would you welcome him, though? On the campaign trail with
Like I said, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to.
Now, not a mean word for Hasan Piker, who seems to glorify 9/11. But Abdul El-Sayed has doubled down on his hatred for Michigan's world-famous Mackinac Island, and he has even expressed disdain for the big guys who drive trucks in the middle of nowhere in Michigan. El-Sayed, who refers to himself as a medical doctor, never practiced medicine in his life, also hates America's healthcare system. He'd like to replace that with the single-payer system like they have in Canada. By the way, why do all those Canadians come to America for healthcare that they pay for out of pocket? And it doesn't matter if your taxes go through the roof on top of it. Take a look.
Imagine instead of paying that to your health insurance company, whose CEO makes $20 million a year, instead you paid a little bit more in taxes for health care that you wouldn't lose if you lost your job or turned 26 or got married or got divorced. I think all of us would be a lot more interested in that kind of a system if we knew that our health care would be free at the point of care and would be free without having to worry about losing it in general.
Just to be very clear, you're describing this trade-off. You are effectively acknowledging that people making less than $1 million could see their taxes go up. I just want to be very clear. Is that a yes?
I'm saying that we'd be paying for health care in a different way.
Now, the Democratic Party is now promoting some of the worst, most extreme candidates we've ever seen in history. Socialism, communism, not popular across America. That's because those are evil ideologies, and they have failed every single time they've been tried. Top Democrats, the legacy media mob, they know all this, and yet only one elected Democrat has had the courage to speak out. That's Senator John Fetterman. So now, honestly, it's in your hands. It's 85 days till Election Day, the midterm. Your vote will be the only thing to stop this looming threat of socialism, communism in our country. Here with reaction, White House Press Secretary Caroline Levis with us. Congratulations again on the new baby. Good to have you back. And all right, let's get your general reaction to this, you know, six-gender Tellerico, God is non-binary, champion the rights of men to, you know, play women's sports, etc. Then you got El-Sayed. We just went through that. You got this lunatic. They were accepting Graham Plattner in Maine. Now the lunatic is accused that replaced him of throwing a water bottle at a woman and having a horrible temper. Is this going to work for them?
Well, I don't think so, and I certainly pray it does not. I believe that there are...
Okay, boo. Put Oliver on. Put Oliver on. Tapper and Hannity fighting for the same corner. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel joins Jake Tapper to respond to criticism of Michigan Democratic Senate nominee Abdul El-Sayed. Oh, gross. Gross. God damn it, Jake Tapper. You are so fucking gross, dude.
So, you know, that's the thrust of the argument, and that's been lost now. And why do we constantly going back to a couple of things that he said that are outrageous? Because it's smear by proxy. The reality is that establishment media does not really care about Hasan. They care about smearing Abdul El-Sayed and all the other candidates that Hasan campaigns with. This is the same exact thing they did with me and Bernie Sanders. Hold on, Piers. Can I finish something?
You have to.
Okay, this is the same exact smear they did to me in 20.
This is why I don't like going on the Piers Morgan show, by the way. This is literally why.
20. This is the same exact smear they do to all outsiders. You guys are suckers. They're going to do to you next.
It's not fair.
But I can defend my statements. You know what people do it to people hold people. Look, here's what I would say, Cenk. People hold me to account for what I actually say all the time. If I had said America deserved 9/11, trust me, people would still be talking about it and demanding that my visa gets ripped up. So these comments matter. It is good that he withdrew them, but the defense,
Bullshit.
not a defense,
Bullshit
but
that they matter. Can I explain? Okay,
well, no,
let me
I want you
explain.
to talk about
Okay,
Mao
let me point out the
hang on.
hypocrisy in an overwhelming and empirical way.
Explain his comments about Mao Zedong, because they are extremely concerning.
Okay, that's a second issue, which I'm going to get to in a second. But first, on the smear by proxy. Okay, no. Why isn't anybody asking Mike Rogers, hey, do you denounce Benjamin Netanyahu? You're taking, not only are you campaigning with the Israeli lobby, not only are you associated with the Israeli lobby, you take money from the Israeli lobby. You are legally bribed by the Israeli lobby. So do you denounce the butcher of Jerusalem that has murdered 23,000 children? That is a very legitimate question, but somehow mainstream media can't ask that question. Why didn't they ask Kamala Harris, do you denounce Dick Cheney, who brought torture back, who got hundreds of thousands of people killed? Instead, they're like, oh, you're so wonderful for bear-hugging Dick Cheney. Why didn't anybody get asked, don't you denounce Henry Kissinger? So these are actual murderers who have slaughtered tens or hundreds of thousands of people, but yet mainstream media doesn't do smear by proxy there. They never ask that question. Oh, what did Hasan say? What did Cenk say? Well, by the way, what did Tucker Carlson say? What did Marjorie Taylor Greene say? Notice that they always do this to outsiders, to people who are not insiders, but mainstream media is so disgusting and corrupt
It's
that
not
they
true.
protect the insiders like Mike Rogers. And we all agree, everyone on this panel.
Really? Like a lot of people are doing guilt by proxy to fucking Mike Rogers. They don't even do anything to the guy who's guilty himself, let alone guilt by proxy. Like they literally have Benjamin Netanyahu on the broadcasts like he's a normal guy, and they just chum it up. They yuck it up.
Agrees to that. Everyone on this panel agrees the real welfare queens. Everyone on this panel agrees that the real welfare queens are Israel, who have been robbing us blind. Can we all agree? By the way, Hasan agrees with us that we should all stop the robbery. And look, Piers, I am in the anti-war coalition. In this coalition, hold on. In this coalition, we have Tucker Carlson and we have Hasan Piker. They don't agree on a lot of things, and I don't agree with Tucker Carlson's LGBTQ issues. I don't agree with Hasan on the Mao comments, but we're in the anti-war coalition. Let's stick together. Let's get Israel out of our government, defund it, end the wars, get money out of politics, and then we can go back to these nonsense fights that don't matter because
can you have
once
one
you pick
conversation
the truth is, on the left or the right, it's so easy to tear it down.
Hang on, please. I want to ask Cenk a simple question. Yeah, hang on. Cenk, you say that the mainstream media.
Does Bill Maher still get asked about his 9/11 take? No one. Most people don't even know about Bill Maher's 9/11 take because he said it right after 9/11. And the reason why no one gives a shit about it now, also because it's been a long time, is because Bill Maher is pro-Israel. Bill Maher is an establishment media figure. Like they're never gonna fucking criticize Bill Maher. Bill Maher doesn't even get asked about saying the N-word on his HBO show. Like that was 4 years ago. That's kind of the point, Ben. That's kind of the point that Cenk is trying to address here, where it's like these guys say fucking awful shit. You know?
Media wouldn't go after somebody for saying, difficult things or difficult positions or whatever. I just don't think it's true. If Donald Trump came out with the comments about Mao Zedong that your nephew did, all hell would break loose. And what Dave Smith rightly has asked you is, yeah, he said a dumb thing. He said a dumb thing about America and 9/11, and he came on your show immediately and retracted it. Okay, but as Dave said, the mindset which goes out of its way to minimize the actions of the most genocidal monster in the history of planet Earth is very concerning. And as your nephew's star rises and he gets a big feature in Rolling Stone magazine and becomes the face of the progressive left and so on, it is completely legitimate to ask why he would seek to minimize what Mao Zedong did.
Wait, why? What is the minimization? Also, Trump praised Kim Jong-un. He would praise Mao if he was alive. I know, but what have I minimized? Like, this is a conversation that's taking place on a totally separate reality at this point. Like, what am I minimizing? Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, yeah, he should be murdered on the spot or something? Like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, no, it's awesome. They should have killed more sparrows. Like, what? They didn't kill enough sparrows. Okay, those pests. They should have been killing more sparrows. More pests should have been killed. They didn't go hard enough on the rightist forces in the country. The Cultural Revolution was not finished. You know, the job is not done. Like, what the fuck? The bird lobby's gonna clip your ass. It's a strange phenomenon because, like, this goes back to what I was talking about with respect to, like, even if you don't like China, you should probably understand China. And understanding the People's Republic of China revolves around understanding Mao Zedong, revolves around understanding the conditions that China was facing when the revolution took place, when the Civil War happened, the Japanese invasion of China. Like, all of this stuff is very important historically. Okay? And I don't think it's not even about nuance necessarily in this moment. It's more so just like the idea from their perspective is like, no, you don't understand. Mao like deliberately engineered a famine so he could kill people. Like, so he could kill as many Chinese people as possible. And then he loved it so much. And then he was like, you guys should also go and, like, you know, the red guards should go and, like, murder people for doing math. And also Hasan likes all of that. Like, that is the argument that they're presenting here. Where the argument is like, Mao Zedong was like, oh, we did it, guys. We defeated the Japanese. We won this civil war. KMT's been purged. Okay. And now, you know, the long march is complete. Now, what's our next step? Murdering people in the countryside by trying to engage in rapid industrialization, and also murdering as many sparrows as possible, so that we engineer a famine that kills millions. Okay, this is awesome. This is like what we want to do. And then, and of course, like right after that, they were like, "Oh, thank God we did that. It's so awesome." And the remaining. The remaining Chinese population was like, thank you for doing this. This was awesome. This was a really fun endeavor. And also now I'm in 2026 being like, I approve of all of this. It's crazy. It's crazy. This all came up because you wore a Zhongshan suit. I know. Like, the tortured logic behind connecting me to, like, atrocity propaganda is so weird. I don't know how to, like, I don't know how to respond to it. I'm like, I don't know what you want me to say. If you want me to say, like, no, he was a bad guy, he's the worst guy, he's the most genocidal guy in history, it's like, that's a fucking ridiculous statement. If you want me to, you know, give you a truthful analysis, like, there were a lot of excesses that led to millions of deaths. Okay. And this is a consistent toll with rapid industrialization and collectivization that took place in the aftermath of every successful communist revolution, pretty much every successful communist revolution. And part of that is because that collectivization and the industrialization didn't happen with 400 years of colonial exploitation and chattel slavery. And there were a tremendous amounts of mistakes along the way. None of this is, I don't think this is like I don't know. I mean, this is just an analysis of what took place without just like, I don't know, without just being like Mao personally did this because he just hates people. He hates Chinese people. He wanted to kill as many as he could, you know? Like, that is, simply put, the major difference between Adolf Hitler and someone like Mao Zedong. But I think part of the reason why this is a talking point is because they want to say like Mao did a genocide on purpose, and most people in America would probably agree with that. They would think that that's the case, just so they can be like, oh, he's like shitting on Israel because they're it's the Jewish state. Like, he's actually the real genocide supporter, the genocide that Mao did or something. You know what I mean? Also good to point out that the violent industrialization efforts were a response to severe technological embargoes we put on China, then the then poorest country in the world. Yeah, especially after literally a genocide that the Chinese people withstood in the hands of the Japanese, which we pardoned the war criminals who were responsible for doing the genocide. Like, when people talk about Mao Zedong being this like genocidal warlord monster or whatever, no, there was a real genocide that took place, equivalent in industrial scale, and also equivalent in the intentionality of that Japan did to China, to the Chinese population. Like, there is a genocide that took place there, but Americans don't know. Americans don't know about that either. Like, that was an actual genocide. And the people that committed that genocide, we pardoned so that we could take all of their research on biological warfare, research that we then deployed in Korea, where we did what I would consider, and what many others would consider, a genocide. Which is crazy.
And I'm curious whether you, as his uncle, have an answer to that question.
Again, we don't speak for one another, so I don't like
my attitude on Mao Zedong is not dissimilar to like every other non-genocidal figurehead throughout history, where there's a lot of violence that took place. You have to look at why said instances of violence took place. Okay. Like, I fuck with the founding fathers. You know what I mean? And those guys literally had slaves and committed genocide on the indigenous population. You gotta look at the good and the bad, you know?
And tonight, the scandal surrounding Dr. Anthony Fauci continues to unravel. Now, as newly released text messages from...
Come on, bro. Get to Larkin. Get to Larkin. What the fuck? Oh, my Lord. Yeah, it is also not, the irony is not lost on me that fucking comedian Dave Smith's entire output is like railing against cancel culture. And here he is literally doing that to be like, well, I don't really fully grasp what you're trying to say about Mao. So I think you should be canceled for that.
Mao at all. I mean, to Lindy's point, my wife's great.
When Lindy Lee was younger, she protested in favor of Mao's China and railed against what she called slander against communist China. It wasn't until she did a right-wing pivot that she claims Mao is evil. Yeah, she's a huge grifter. She also was a Bernard sister. She did the right-wing pivot being like the anti-Bernie like Democrat, and now she's like full-blown right-wing grifter.
Grandparents on both sides, grandfathers on both sides, were in Chiang Kai-shek's army. They were generals in that army. They fought Mao, right?
Yeah, this is true. My aunt is literally from Taiwan.
So, okay, but you put family aside. I just don't agree with that. But guys, I don't agree with Tucker's positions on feminism. That doesn't mean I'm going to reject him as an ally in the anti-war movement, in the American sovereignty movement. You guys are doing cancel culture, but remember, cancel culture is used against all of us.
But Jake,
so, okay, you don't agree with him on Mao. I don't agree with him on Mao. So what?
No, but it's not, again, the point I was getting at, it's not to smear him or to cancel it. I just want people to stake out their positions clearly. And look, I get your point.
Yeah, here, do you want my position? I don't think we should do the great leap forward in America. I don't think we should do the cultural revolution in America. I'm not a Maoist. There you go. That's my position. Not only am I not a Maoist, but I don't think that you could do a Maoist formation in this country anyway. You could do a Maoist revolution in this country in any case. So, like, what the fuck? What? That's, okay, there it is. Like, that's my position. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Brother, like, I think I probably agree with almost everything you said in that rant. It just never addressed, like, my concern. And, like, so listen, obviously.
Like, what is your concern? That you think I'm going to make people, like, you think there's going to be a significant shortage in, like, grain that is underreported by provincial leadership back to the Central Committee, and that, like, millions will die in the process? At a time when, you know, there's not a lot of, there's not great technology, not great technological leaps and bounds. Like what is the argument here? What do you think is my secret mystery position? I mean, I think we're closer to that becoming a reality under Donald Trump, ironically enough, in 2026, which is far more impressive. You know, that's like with our current surplus of food, we could still engineer a famine here. That's how bad Donald Trump is. And these dumb fucks are talking about Mao, dude. What the fuck?
Obviously, as you know, I'm not the guy who's trying to smear someone for being an anti-war critic. And of course, you know that I know that, of course, a huge percentage of the opposition to your nephew and to Mamdani and all of this is just blatant Israel supporters who want to ruin him over that, and then will find any other thing they can to discredit them.
I mean, that is true, though. That's literally true. Come on.
The point is that Hasan has also given him a ton of low-hanging fruit. And I'm asking the question about the mentality here. Because, brother,
yeah, you're saying it's working on me. Like, yeah, it's working on me. It is working on me.
I am with you if you're talking about how our money shouldn't go to funding a genocide or fighting a stupid war on behalf of a foreign country that is bankrupting and destroying our country. And I'm with you on the fact that screw any of them for getting morally outraged about anyone. You sit on the corpses of innocent dead children. You talk to me about any moral outrage about owned by individual people die by the is a movement on the left here who is flirting with these ideas as if they are serious. And I'm telling you right now, Jake.
Bro's about to say, like, public ownership of key industries is the same as Mao. Okay, I realize now what he was gearing up for. The argument is literally like, I was jokingly saying, like, what do you think, we're going to do the great leap forward? Like, that literally is his argument. And why is that his argument? Because we're talking about, like, nationalization of key sectors, which literally already exists in social democracies that are capitalist, like Norway, and like moving in that direction Or it happens in Mexico as well. Moving in that direction is actually the same as the Great Leap Forward. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's a stupid argument. At least it's somewhat of an argument.
If these people like your nephew were to real deal get...
Like, it's no different than at a time when, like, the fire department was privately owned, okay? The person making the argument that fire departments should be public instead because, you know, the rest of the block that didn't have fire insurance was also catching on fucking fire, okay? It would be the equivalent of yelling and complaining that this is, I mean, this predates communism, but like it would be the equivalent of saying like, no, that's communism. We can't have that. Okay. Yeah. Donald Trump purchased 10% of Intel. That he's doing it. He's a liberal, natural enemy of Mao.
Control of our Department of Agriculture, I'll be siding with the neocons against you because that's even worse. That's even worse than the war.
Oh man, he's like, oh, they're tugging on my arm here. They're making me side with the neocons because it's far scarier to have the Department of Agriculture have any control over agricultural output, which it currently does. By the way, it does currently, but that's fine. But what if they did it in a scary way, like in a communist style way?
Warfare straight is real deal state socialism. The worst invention in the history of humanity by far. No close second.
No. Podcast mics. Come on. Bar none. No, is the SM7B. Sure microphone. Let's be real. Atom bomb? No. No, podcast mics. Hitler invented the microphone. Yeah, that's what Kanye meant. He was a real visionary when he said that ahead of time. That was an anti-podcast take. That wasn't a, people thought he was being pro-Hitler, but he actually meant he was saying something far more important. He was saying he's anti-podcaster. Oh, Senator Kennedy on the socialist takeover of the Democrat Party.
With somebody who cares what
Oh,
she thinks.
gee willikers, all these Kamala Harris is a communist, but she can't hide it no more.
And Dr. Al Sayed and AOC.
It's a real dog and pony show.
Senator I mean, these people.
Beast
they
mode.
just want to beat the crap.
Beast mode. He said El Sayed and AOC correctly, but he couldn't say Talarico. The only white guy, his name he couldn't pronounce.
You're always our favorite senator. You always make me crack up. I can't help it. Senator John Kennedy, Louisiana. Thank you.
That's cool. What are they calling him? Talafrico. He's freaking on them. Have you seen this guy talk? Have you seen this guy talk? He's a real freako. I don't know what his name is. I don't care. Why are they bringing in these hospice patients that denounce socialism? It's terrifying. They're the last people that remember the USSR as a scary behemoth. That's why. Did you see this? Yes. Are Turks white the greatest thread in the history of forums? Locked by a moderator after 12,000 pages of heated debate. Moderator is Turkish. He declares white people are Turkish, locks the thread permanently. Yeah, the question has been settled years ago. Hasan Piker does not have N-word privileges, but Enes Kantar does. White Turks is a term used in Turkey for the urban population that embraced or directly benefited from Turkey's modernization. They're often generalized as embracing values such as secularism, Western Enlightenment. This is deep cut shit, by the way. You guys in America are not supposed to know Beyaz Türk, okay? You are not supposed to know what this is. This is This is inside memes, okay? This is Turkish people's business. But it's true. Western Enlightenment, positivism, and republicanism. White Turks are in contrast to so-called black Turks, Kara Türkler, a name for the conservative Islamic and typically less privileged among the original rural Anatolian population. Yeah. Is this AP racism? No. It's not. It's, guys, this has nothing to do with like African American, like blackness, black culture in America. No, the white and black distinction has nothing to do with that. Turkey did not participate in chattel slavery of Africans. There's a very, very, very tiny, I believe like a couple hundred, if not maybe 1,000 Afro-Turks that live in Izmir. But outside of that, it has nothing to, it's not like, it has nothing to do with blackness in the way that you understand it in America, because there's not really any black people in the country. The Ottoman Empire participated in the enslavement of white people for the most part, which is part of the reason why, like in the Balkans, which is part of the reason why a lot of white people, a lot of Europeans fucking despise the Ottoman Empire. You know, a great slight that the Turks will never be held accountable for. But yeah, the black-white distinction here has nothing to do with like blackness in the way that you understand it for that reason, because there's no like, there's no black culture in the way that you understand in Turkey. Of course, yes. Ahmet Ali Çeliktan is the first Turkish fighter pilot, and he was black. He was Afro-Turk, which we found out on this broadcast. I didn't even know until like years ago. Like, that's how little I knew about this. That like, I grew up in Turkey and I didn't even know that there was a concept such as Afro-Turks. Very tiny. Yeah, World War I fighter pilot. All right, he's coming on right now.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
All right, so this radical DSA movement sweeping the Democratic Party is making its way to South Florida. Wow. Where DSA and Hasan Piker-backed candidate Oliver Larkin is challenging incumbent Jared Moskowitz for the Democratic nomination in Florida's 25th district, which is widely expected to be a toss-up in November. Now, Larkin shares a lot in common with other extreme socialist DSA members, including, of course, a passionate hatred of Israel. The similarities, extend far beyond that. If Oliver Larkin had his way, well, there would be Medicare for all, no more electoral college, automatic same-day voter registration, an immediate shift away from fossil fuels.
None of these are
public
bad
ownership
things.
Of the fossil fuel infrastructure. He supports abolishing and prosecuting ICE, free public college and universities, an end to the Iranian sanctions, an end to the embargo with Cuba, and federal rent caps. In other words, just like every other DSA candidate, he would radically transform our country until, I would argue, it's not recognizable. Last week, he did join me on my radio show. I asked him about his radical agenda. Take a listen.
To each American based on their needs, from each American based on their ability. Do you support that?
I think that's a fine concept.
Do you know who said that first? You don't, do you?
Inform me.
I will inform you. A guy by the name
Karl
of
Marx.
Karl Marx.
Ooh, come on, Oliver.
All right, here to try and defend his, agenda.
Wait, why would that be a
Democratic
gotcha?
Candidate Oliver Larkin. I do appreciate you coming on. I do. Let's pick up where we left off on my radio show. So I ask you, to each according to their need, from each American according to their ability. And I ask you, well, who said that? You did not know that it was Karl Marx. Have you had time to think about that?
I've been focusing on meeting the people of our district, and I'm not coming at this from a theoretical point of view. I'm coming at this race from a pragmatic point of view of what the American people and the people of South Florida need, and that is Medicare for all, that is universal child care, that is the policy proposals that you just articulated on your show. This is what people, working class people, Democrats, Republicans, and independents want to see reflected in our government's priorities.
Well, what gives you such confidence? Medicare for all, taxpayer-funded abortions, federal government, prescription drugs, no more electoral college, automatic same-day voter registration, et cetera, which I think is ridiculous because you need time to check it out. $25 minimum wage. Let me ask you the question this way. Out of every dollar these so-called evil rich people make, how much should they be able to keep in their pocket after they pay all the taxes you and your fellow socialist/Marxists would like to take? How much should they be able to keep?
I think if we went back to the mid-20th century top marginal tax rates that we saw under the FDR, Truman, and Eisenhower administrations, that would be a fine place to start, because that was the golden age of the American middle class when we were expanding the share of wealth and equity in the country.
Make America great again.
You want, well, give me a number. What percentage of every dollar should every American be able to keep after they pay the government, local, state, federal?
It depends on the range of income that someone is making. For billionaires, I think that billionaires should be taxed out of existence. There's far too much money that is concentrated among the wealthy few.
You want to empower the government to take from the most creative providers, the most brilliant people in our country. Now, I don't know many billionaires that are self-made that are stupid. Do you? I don't know any.
Well, I think that in the case of someone like Elon Musk, he's taken billions of dollars in government subsidies and government handouts to enrich his further wealth, and he
also rescued astronauts that were abandoned by Joe Biden. I'm sure you're grateful for Elon's contribution there, right? I'm grateful for that.
Well, I mean, Elon Musk didn't even start his own company. He just bought it out, and this is, someone.
Okay, but I'm sure you are grateful that he rescued astronauts that Joe Biden abandoned in space 200 and some odd days.
Sean, I'm not really sure what you're speaking to. The International Space Station, I think
I'm talking about the guys that needed to be rescued, and Joe Biden did nothing, and Elon Musk rescued them. I'm sure you're grateful. All right, let me move on.
I think that we should have a national NASA system that is actually funded and not having Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk making their own rockets.
Somebody making $100 grand a year, how much of every dollar should they be able to keep?
I think that the tax rate on most middle-class Americans and
Oliver,
Sean,
give me a number.
It's not that easy.
How much out of every dollar should they be able to keep?
On cable news, but
100 grand. No, 100
I don't think
grand.
that we should be.
How much of every dollar should they be able to keep? It's a simple question. How much are you willing to let the government take? How much? Give us a number.
I want to see a return on our taxpayer investment. We pay into Medicare, yet we don't get to benefit from Medicare.
Somebody works hard, makes $100 grand a year. How much of every dollar should they keep?
He's getting so mad. The real problem is not how much 100,000 is getting to keep.
People making 100 grand. I want to raise taxes.
Somebody that makes 500 grand a year, 500,000 a year. How much out of every dollar should they be able to keep?
It is in proportional to the top marginal tax rate.
Give me a number.
Where if you're making
Oliver, give me a number. How much out of every dollar should they keep?
It's not that simple.
It's not that simple. You're the one that wants, cradle to grave, womb to the tomb, Green New Deal.
What they put into the system.
Okay, so how much,
the Green New Deal,
in your head,
we should have public ownership of utilities. We're experiencing a climate
people
crisis.
talk a lot about fairness. What is fair for a guy that makes $500,000 a year? Out of every dollar, how much should the government get? Answer the question. Why don't you stop playing games?
The person making $500,000, $1 million a year, they should pay the same rate in Social Security tax as the rest of the working class because there's a Social Security
How much
income
out of
cap.
every dollar should go to taxes? How much can they keep?
$184,500 a year.
Oliver, this is my last shot, and I'm going to say goodbye.
Every dollar that a billionaire makes into the.
I'm not talking. I asked you 500 grand a year. How much should go to the government out of every dollar? How much should they be able to keep? Answer the question. Be honest, for crying out loud. What's fair?
They should pay the same Social Security tax rate as working class Americans.
Goodbye.
We need to raise the taxable income cap on Social Security.
You don't want to
billionaires
tell
are
your
not
real
paying
opinion because you know you will look stupid.
I don't
to
think
each according to the need, from each according to their
I don't
ability.
think
That makes
I
you
don't
a
think this was as
Marxist.
good for Sean Hannity
you
as he
might wanna
thinks
learn
it is. He
history
just
before
brought
you
him
come
on
the
to
show.
play music over him and yell at
More
him
woke drama from the
angrily.
WNBA. Now the attacks against Sophie Cunningham have turned physical. Oh, we sent the Federalists beyond alignment. Out to
What the fuck? That was I've never seen the way he frames it is also trap out of every dollar when we want progressive tax rates. Yeah, no, the top marginal tax rate should go back to a percentage where the average person currently pays like, 30, almost 40% of their overall yearly income back, right? Something like that. I don't know what the real I don't know what the ultimate tax rate is, like what your not like the tax rate necessarily, but like how much of your money goes into taxes for the average American. I'm sure we can look it up right now. If we were to have a little bit more parity in a true progressive taxation structure, you could get around, like, let's say 30% of the growth of income or the growth of wealth from the super wealthy people, and that would actually fund the American government by billions of dollars. Does he do in-person interviews? Scott, without delay is what I want to see. I think they crank up the delay. At 50K, it's like 27%, which is far too high. Yeah, can you imagine if that was the case for billionaires? I mean, that's an incredible that would be an incredible increase in taxes for billionaires. That would never happen, of course. And as far as people going like, how would you appraise wealth? We already do it. It's called property taxes. We do it all the time. We literally do it in pretty much every state. Well, some states we don't do it. But it's a dumb question that he knows he can just follow up by yelling. You should respond with, I think 0. I think we should be a progressive tax system, not a flat rate. So we can't yell about not giving a number. Yeah. I mean, I love that he started with 100K and then 500K. As this community's self-proclaimed resident accountant, it is insane how many times I've had to explain to people that when you go up a tax bracket, that rate doesn't apply to all of your income. Americans are fucking dumb. I know. Americans literally think that if you're $1 over, like there is a benefits cliff. That's real because we don't have universal programs. But that's not how progressive taxation works. You just get taxed at that rate for every dollar you make in that bracket, and every dollar that you made in the previous bracket, you get taxed at that rate. But a lot of people don't realize that. They think like, oh, if I'm making, let's say there is the new tax rate between $99,000 and $100,000 is like fucking 10%. People think that like every dollar, people don't realize that every dollar you make after 100,000 get taxed at 10%. They think that all of a sudden now you're paying more in taxes and making less money. If there's a tax rate at like 99 grand, that's like 1%. And then at 100 grand, it goes into 10%. People literally think if you make 100 grand, all of a sudden you're paying $90,000, as opposed to if you were making $99,000, your take home would be $98,000. As in the guy making 100 grand is giving more money to the government than the guy making $99,000, and therefore the guy making $100,000 actually has less take home pay than the guy making $99,000. I know I complicated it even further, but that's not how it works. It's not necessarily that difficult of a concept. It's just every dollar that you make when you move up a fucking tax bracket, you're getting taxed more off of that dollar past that point. But it's really crazy because honestly, it's really crazy. That messaging is ass. I mean, yeah, it's fucking tough to explain. But what a lot of people legitimately think, and smart people, like you will see people, your coworkers that you thought were smart, legitimately think that when you move up a tax bracket, it literally automatically applies like a flat percentage. Yeah. If you make $1,001 and there's a up at $1 million, if that was a additional tax bracket, if that was like million plus, you would get taxed for that extra dollar at the higher tax percentage. So the government would take, like, let's say it's 37%. The government would say take 37 cents of that additional dollar. It's only the money above the tax bracket that gets taxed at that rate. And it's shocking that so many people in this community probably don't know this either. But this is how marginal tax rates work. Yeah, the first $1 million that you made would be taxed at a lower rate. Bro, I just put the number in TurboTax and cry. As a fellow resident accountant, it only seems complicated because few people experience the taxation bracket since pay hasn't increased with the cost of living. Okay, fair. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. I'm tired. And we'll get into more shit tomorrow. We'll have some more fun tomorrow. Noah's still in the building. I think we did a lot. We did a lot. We'll get back to situation monitoring and the like as well. Oh, I'm fucking tired, dude. Holy shit. Maybe we'll do Friend Slop Fridays potentially. But that's it. Love you all. Peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait.